Jon Snow knelt in the chill of the Lord Commander's solar at Castle Black, his breath misting before him in thin, ghostly curls. The news had come at dusk, borne on the lips of a single raven that alighted at the rookery. Robb Stark was dead. Catelyn Stark was dead. Many northern banners had fallen. The Red Wedding, an event that promised to unite House Stark and House Frey, had instead become a massacre of unimaginable horror. The weight of it pressed on Jon's chest like the heaviest of cloaks. He could feel the north itself mourning, as though a great cold wind had swept from the lonely hills to the Wolfswood, howling in despair. He ought to have felt nothing but sorrow. He told himself that was all he felt. But buried within that grief was another sensation. Anger, burning hot and relentless as dragon fire. Even as tears threatened, he ground his teeth. The oath he had sworn to the Night's Watch tugged him back from vengeance. Duty and honor warred in his chest, each clamoring to be heard. He was still recovering from the wounds he received among the wildlings, cuts and bruises that throbbed when he so much as lifted Longclaw's hilt. Sam had tried to caution him that if he strained himself, he might tear his bandages anew. But the scabbing wounds hurt less than the new knowledge that his half-brother, the young wolf, was gone, and the rest of his family, or whatever remained of them, was now in mortal peril. The entire realm buzzed with rumors. Some said that the Boltons and Freys meant to divide the spoils of the north like crows picking at a corpse. Others whispered of Ironborn raiders taking advantage of the chaos, sacking ports and villages with impunity. And what of Arya, Bran, Rickon, Sansa? Had they all perished too? The ravens brought little clarity. They flapped uselessly from region to region, bearing incomplete or contradictory messages. Yet Jon Snow knew to the marrow of his bones that if ever the North needed a Stark or the next best thing, this was the hour. He thought of Ned Stark's final words, the ways in which his father, the only father he had truly known, had tried to teach him what honor meant. Ned had always believed in a sense of justice so unwavering that it might outlast winter itself. Could Jon live up to that? His black cloak weighed heavily on his shoulders, as though made of lead rather than wool and crow feathers. But he didn't think of it as a comfort or a badge of his identity anymore. It felt more like a collar meant to restrain him, a chain about his neck. In the aftermath of the Raven's message, he found himself alone in the solar, fists clenched on the edge of the table, eyes fixed on the single candle flickering at its center. The door scraped open. Maester Aemon, frail and venerable, entered slowly, leaning on his staff. His pale eyes stared beyond Jon, but Jon felt the man's wisdom weigh upon him. Aemon said nothing at first. He simply stood there, breath rasping from age and the climb up the winding stairs. Finally he spoke in a quiet, pained voice that reverberated with the knowledge of centuries. "So the night grows darker, Jon Snow. The wolves of winter have lost one of their strongest. I am so sorry." Jon swallowed hard. He was not entirely sure how to respond. Words lodged in his throat and he could only manage a short nod. "What do I do, Maester?" The old man's blind gaze settled in Jon's direction. "You remain true, I suppose, to the vow that keeps us all here. You remain a man of the Night's Watch." Jon could feel a pang in his heart as though an icicle had stabbed between his ribs. That vow? To hold no lands, wear no crowns, father no children, and take no part in the wars of the realm. Yet how could the Watch remain neutral if the North itself was in peril, beset by traitors from within and enemies from without? He left Aemon soon after, making no promises, only half hearing the old man's gentle counsel. If the Night's Watch would do nothing, then the North was truly abandoned. Yet as he walked through the courtyard where a fresh flurry of snow was falling, he felt Ghost's presence at his side, the direwolf's thick white fur blending with the drifts. Ghost's ruby eyes glowed with unwavering loyalty. In the days that followed, he patrolled the wall, supervised repairs, and listened to the arguments of his brothers. Word had spread that the Lord Commander might not survive his injuries, leaving a vacuum of power at Castle Black. Ser Alliser Thorne glowered from corners, hinting that if Jon Snow dared show ambition, he would be put in his place. Janos Slynt carried rumors in one direction, the kind that sowed distrust among the men. Tensions rose, yet beyond that internal strife, the news from the south only darkened. The Boltons had apparently taken Winterfell. Roose Bolton, once sworn to Robb Stark, had turned his cloak at the Red Wedding. It was rumored that his bastard, Ramsay Snow, prowled the corridors of Winterfell, flaying anyone who would not bend. Jon's jaw clenched whenever he thought of that particular bastard's name, how different it was from his own. If ever Jon was a bastard in name, he had never taken pride in it. But neither had he wanted to deny it, for that would be a betrayal of everything Ned Stark stood for. Yet now he questioned it all. Could it be that he was more than a bastard, and that was what so many had whispered about, that he might carry the blood of kings or Targaryens? Or was he simply a bastard, and had it always been so? He had no certain answers. But if he must fight to save his homeland, if he must do something, then perhaps the question of bastardy would be the first to go. Let those who would judge him for his birth beware. A man forging a new destiny could not be bound by old shackles. He found himself in conversation after conversation with Samwell Tarly, trying to glean from the books and annals any precedent in Watch history where a brother might rise to reclaim his ancestral home in a time of crisis. Sam, flustered as always, said that such a thing had rarely happened, if ever, and had never ended well. It would be desertion, Sam said nervously. The penalty is I know, Jon murmured. Death. Ser Alliser seemed eager to enforce that old code. Any conversation that touched upon Jon's loyalty ended with threats from the man who still carried a scowl from the minute he rose in the morning to the moment he retired. But Jon also realized that a number of the Black Brothers, veterans and younger recruits alike, looked upon him with sympathy, even admiration. News of the Red Wedding had not only shocked the realm but also created an undercurrent of moral outrage. The Freys were despised for their treachery, the Boltons likewise for breaking their oaths. That such atrocities could occur under the guise of hospitality was an offense that would not soon be forgotten. Many men of the Watch, especially those hailing from the north, remembered Eddard Stark's sense of justice and quiet generosity. They remembered the king in the north, Robb Stark, for all his youth and valor. Even men from the south heard tales of House Stark's steadfastness. For them, the Red Wedding and the subsequent occupation of Winterfell was a crime as black as night. And so a silent coalition formed, men who might turn a blind eye if Jon Snow decided that his duty lay in his homeland rather than perched atop a freezing wall. They did not speak it openly for fear of punishment. Yet Jon could sense their mood in the yard, in the glances they shared, the slight nods of respect. He stood one day atop the wall, the wind biting his cheeks, Ghost at his side. The sun was a watery disk behind gray clouds, and the world below stretched in white emptiness. The haunted forest to the north, the kingdom to the south. He thought of it all. He thought of the cruelty that festered in Winterfell, that place he had once called home, even if in his heart he had never fully belonged. If he remained here, the horrors would continue. The Boltons would rule with blood and iron, flaying the people Ned Stark had once loved. That was not something Jon could abide. He made his decision one night when the aurora flickered above, ribbons of green and purple weaving across the frigid sky. He felt a warmth stir in him, as if the old gods themselves whispered along the wind. Let the others call it desertion if they must. Let them call it ambition. Let them call him Oathbreaker. He would call it justice. He would no longer be Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell. He would claim the name Stark, if not by law then by the living testament of his father's blood and the unwavering loyalty of those who would follow him. He would go south and drive the treacherous Bolton brood from Winterfell. He would muster men who still believed in the old ways, who remembered that a Stark must always sit in Winterfell. In the weeks that followed, the Lord Commander's health deteriorated. The Black Brothers argued among themselves over the next leader. Some put forward Ser Alliser. Others spoke quietly of Jon's courage and leadership. Had Jon chosen to, he might have contended for the title. But that would have kept him bound to the wall forever. So he stepped aside. He let the election unfold without him. By the time Ser Alliser was chosen, with Janos Slynt whispering in corners to gather support, Jon had made his plans. He went to Maester Aemon once more, in the quiet of evening, candlelight soft upon the old man's face. I must go, Jon said simply. I wish I could have served longer, but there is no choice now. Maester Aemon's eyes bore a quiet sadness. You know the penalty, Jon Snow, and you know that I cannot persuade you otherwise. Jon nodded. I do. Then let the gods judge, the old man whispered. If your cause is just, I pray that you prevail. Jon bowed his head, then clasped the frail hands of the old Targaryen. Ghost lingered at the threshold, ears pricked, sensing the gravity of the moment. Jon left without another word. stepping out into a night so cold that his breath froze white and fell around him like tiny crystals. In the yard, several shadows emerged from behind the armory and the stables. Men who had quietly agreed to come with him. They were not many. A handful who believed that the real war for the North mattered more than their oath. Or men who had little reason to stay. Men who had lived in the shadow of Ned Stark's memory and felt they owed the Starks their swords. They knew they risked death if caught, but they pressed their fists to their hearts in salute, ready to abandon the watch. Jon embraced Samwell before departing, not sure when or if he would see his friend again. Sam's eyes brimmed with tears, and he pressed a small leather-wrapped package into Jon's hand. "Books and a few letters," Sam stammered. "Documents that might help you. Words matter sometimes. Just be careful." "I will," Jon said. "Thank you." They stole away into the darkness, leaving Castle Black behind, leading a string of borrowed horses. The wind howled across the open plain of snow, as if lamenting that the watchers on the wall could not even hold themselves together. But Jon felt no regret. Only a fierce, taut determination guided him forward. He let the night cloak them, traveling south by old roads and hidden passes. Ghost padded silently beside him, an ever-faithful guardian. The small group moved quickly, avoiding major holdfasts, uncertain whom they could trust. Word might spread that Jon Snow and some of his brothers had abandoned their posts. They found temporary shelter in abandoned villages, old farmhouses lost to the winter, traveling by moonlight whenever possible. Some nights, Jon's heart pounded with the fear of discovery. At any turn, they might be mistaken for outlaws or wildling raiders. Yet there were moments of solace too, a sense of companionship in shared purpose. Around small fires, they spoke in hushed tones of the North they yearned to save. Men told stories of their fathers or uncles who once marched under Ned Stark's banner, memories of fair dealings that had long bound the region together. They spoke of the honor of House Stark, how it felt like a shield for the smallfolk. And they cursed the Boltons and Freys for what they had done. Eventually, they reached the Long Lake region and found more allies. There were scattered loyalists who had fled the new rule of House Bolton, men who recognized Jon's face or saw in him the living image of Ned. He was a bastard, they said, but they accepted him as a Stark in truth if not in name. Tales spread quickly. Jon found himself the recipient of more than a few fervent vows of fealty. For the true blood of the North, men would say, and many pressed the hilts of their swords into the ground. Others swore by the old gods in weirwood groves. Despite the pang of guilt he felt for breaking his Night's Watch vow, Jon felt a deeper sense of belonging that he had never truly known at Winterfell, not since he was a child. These people needed him. The North needed him. Before long, rumors of his approach filtered through the villages of the White Knife, reached the earls of the mountain clans, and drifted among those still loyal to House Stark. In one half-ruined inn outside a burned village, Jon met with a small band of Manderley soldiers who had escaped White Harbor after the Freys took a heavy interest in the city. They had been hesitant at first, but when they saw Jon's face, his dark hair, the gray eyes so reminiscent of Ned's, they bent the knee. "All that's left is you," said the officer, a tall man with a patchy beard. "Our city's compromised, but if you will lead us, we'll follow. We'll see you crowned if need be." "Not a king," Jon said softly, uncertain if the word felt right on his tongue. "A Stark." Yet he still felt that tiny ember of pride glowing in his chest. It whispered that he might indeed become king in the North, as Robb had been. But the notion came with a chill. Robb had been the young wolf, valorous, and he died in betrayal. If Jon was to lead, he had to do so with caution, cunning, and a willingness to be as relentless as winter itself. Shortly thereafter, Jon took possession of a small fortress near a minor river crossing that was strategically significant, an old ruin that had once served as a watch post for House Stark's outriders. There, his growing band of supporters set up camp. The walls were partly collapsed and the gates long rusted. But it was enough for a start, a defensible place to gather arms and men. Night by night, ravens arrived bearing messages of support, or at times pleas for help from hamlets tormented by Bolton forces. Jon realized that if he were to stand any chance, he needed to unify all the Northmen who might remain loyal. House Mormont from Bear Island, House Reed from the Neck, House Serwyn, the Tallhearts, the Glovers, there were many to whom the Stark name still mattered. But would they answer the call of Jon Snow? Could they embrace him as a Stark if he openly rejected the label of bastard? Or would he have to prove himself first in blood? Then came the day Jon decided to present himself no longer as Snow. He stood in the courtyard of that ruined fortress beneath a sky heavy with leaden clouds. Around him gathered 100 or so men, some in patched mail, others in bits of leather. A few women stood among them, wives or sisters or daughters who knew how to string a bow and aimed to avenge the red wedding. They all waited in silence, breath steaming in the cold. Ghost paced at Jon's side, hackles bristling, as though sensing the importance of the moment. "None of you asked to be led by me," Jon began, his voice echoing among the stone walls. "I'm an oathbreaker, a deserter from the Night's Watch. They'll call me craven, or ambitious, or a traitor. But I tell you this, the men who butchered my brother Robb in the Frey's hall are the real traitors. The Boltons who shattered the Stark name in Winterfell are the real oathbreakers. I was born a bastard, but I am my father's son. And in his memory, in Robb's memory, in all our memories, I will take back the North. I will not hide behind the name Snow any longer. I claim the name Stark. If that offends the lords of the realm, good. Let it." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some looked uneasy. Others nodded with grim approval. The tension in the air thrummed like a bowstring drawn tight. "For the Starks," someone shouted, and others joined in, fists raised. Jon felt a wave of emotion. Pride, yes, but tempered by sorrow and the heavy burden he was taking on. He had no illusions. The Boltons were entrenched, their cruelty legendary. Roose Bolton was cunning and had powerful allies in the Freys. Ramsay was rumored to be savage, a murderer who flayed his victims for sport. Jon would be fighting an uphill battle, outnumbered and outfinanced. And if the Iron Throne decided to intervene to support the Freys, well, that would be an even bigger war. Yet the North was vast, its people spread across harsh terrain. Loyalty to House Stark ran deep. Winter was closing in, and most southern armies would be deterred by the cold. If Jon could rally the great northern houses in time, he might be able to hold out, picking off Bolton forces piece by piece until Winterfell lay exposed. Once the seat of power was regained, the Northmen might flock to the dire wolf banner again. He had to unify them. So he wrote letters carefully inscribed by one of the men who had some skill with a quill. He addressed each house that he knew had been loyal to Ned Stark, or at least had held close ties. Lady Meage Mormont, the Lords Glover, Serwyn, Tallheart, Locke, Dustin, Manderley. He wrote to the chieftains of the mountain clans, the Wools, the Littles, the Knot, the Norreys. He let them know that a Stark lived, one who refused to bend the knee to the usurpers. He sealed each letter with a crude dire wolf sigil that one of the men carved from a block of wood, pressing it into warm wax. Then he sent out his ravens, not from this ramshackle fortress but from small rookeries in the region so as not to draw the attention of any watchers. It was a gamble. If the Boltons intercepted these messages, they would know exactly what was coming. Jon reckoned Roose already suspected that the North would not bow easily, so the element of surprise likely mattered little. Better to rally the loyal than to hide in fear. Soon, replies trickled back. Some were cautious, disclaimers that the houses were not in a position to commit open defiance, yet they expressed support in spirit. Others were more enthusiastic, though they lacked men and arms. A few, like House Glover, responded with outright anger at the betrayal that had occurred at the twins, though they seemed uncertain about following a man they barely knew. Then a raven arrived from Bear Island. Jon read the short message. Bear Island knows no king but the king in the north, whose name is Stark. He felt a swirl of relief. Lady Meage, or perhaps her daughters, recognized his claim enough to at least address him as a Stark. If the Mormonts were willing to come, then the cause might gain momentum. They were a small but fierce house, known for their stalwart fighters. Jon had no illusions that it would be enough on its own. But it was something. Days turned into weeks, and more bands of men arrived, guided to the ruined fortress by scouts with knowledge of the old ways. Jon met with their leaders at a rough-hewn table in a battered hall, lit by torches and the flickering glow of a single brazier. They mapped out strategy: sabotage Bolton's supply lines, disrupt Frey caravans trying to move men into the north, rally local villagers to the cause. But it was Winterfell that loomed largest in their discussions. That ancient stronghold was the heart of the region, and it lay in the clutches of House Bolton. Many an older man wept to think of Winterfell sullied by flayed man banners. Jon found himself struggling to contain his rage. If he stormed the castle too soon, he would lose everything. He needed something more, an advantage that would tip the scale. If only he could forge alliances with the mountain clans or the Manderleys. Or if the Umbers from Last Hearth would commit to open war. Rumor had it that the great Jon, once a loyal bannerman of Robb, was captured or dead. The Umbers might be leaderless. Every piece on the board seemed battered or broken. But Jon was determined to gather them. Throughout these preparations, whispers circulated. Some called him Jon Stark, but others called him the Bastard King. He had yet to declare himself king at all, but men saw in him the rightful heir of Ned now that Robb was dead. Quietly, in the dead of night, men and women alike would kneel before him, pressing their fists to their hearts, murmuring words of fealty. Every time, Jon felt a mixture of humility and dread. Such oaths gave him power, and with power came responsibility and danger. The weight of the sword was heavy indeed. He still wore black, and sometimes men from outside his circle would scoff, calling him a crow in direwolf's clothing. But the color no longer bound him to the watch. He had severed that tie. Each passing day was a deeper step into outlawry, though in his heart he felt more righteous than ever. What else could he do while his family's seat lay in the hands of traitors? Then word reached him of a horror that steeled his resolve. Ramsay Snow, now legitimized by royal decree, calling himself Ramsay Bolton, had been making the rounds of smaller holdfasts, demanding fealty to House Bolton. At one such holdfast near the Bar Rollins, a rumor said he flayed a young boy in front of his mother to force her submission. The rumor was unconfirmed, but enough travelers repeated it that Jon believed it had to be partly true. The vile sadism, the bestial cruelty, that was Ramsay. Jon's blood turned to ice at the thought, and at that moment all hesitations burned away like frost under a fierce sun. No matter the cost, the Boltons had to be stopped. He sharpened Longclaw until its Valyrian steel edge gleamed like molten silver. The men at his side prepared themselves, fletching arrows, repairing armor, forging new blades in a makeshift smithy. They told old stories of the direwolf kings, of how the Stark line had endured for thousands of years. They placed their hopes on Jon, a man who had grown up in the shadows of Ned Stark's honor but was now stepping fully into the light. Every day more arrived scarred men, runaways from Frey intimidation, northern outlaws who had once roamed the woods. Some brought tidings from beyond the north, where the Lannisters played their own power games in King's Landing, unconcerned with the snows that blanketed the realm up here. Some carried vague rumors of dragons across the sea, of a Targaryen woman building an empire in lands beyond the horizon. Jon did not know what to make of such tales. The north was his focus. Let the dragons remain legends for now. The turning point came when a retinue from House Mormont arrived, a dozen fierce warriors led by a short, muscular woman with streaks of gray in her hair. This was no doubt one of Lady Mead's kin, though not Mead herself. The Mormonts bowed before Jon, calling him Lord Stark, pledging their swords to his banner. They had even brought a battered standard, a direwolf on a field of white. The sight of it took Jon's breath away, conjuring memories of childhood in Winterfell, of the swirling banners that once proclaimed his father's rule. Never had he believed that one day he might stand beneath that banner himself, recognized by good men and women as a leader. He tried to speak, to express his gratitude, but found he could only nod, heart too full for words. From that moment, everything accelerated. Men scouted the roads leading to Winterfell, gathering intelligence on the Bolton garrison. They discovered that Ramsay kept a dire pack of hounds for hunting, that some Frey men-at-arms bolstered the ranks. But the winter snows had already started to fall more heavily, limiting the movement of large armies. If Jon struck soon, he might catch them off guard, though it was a gamble. Winterfell's walls were strong. The defenders might hold out indefinitely, or the Freys might muster reinforcements from the south. Yet to delay longer meant letting Ramsay commit more atrocities and risk losing the momentum that Jon had built. It was a cold dawn when the horns sounded in the courtyard of that ruined fortress, calling everyone to assemble. Jon stood by Ghost, wearing boiled leather over mail, the fur collar drawn up tight around his neck to guard against the biting wind. The banners, both small and large, fluttered in a stiff breeze. Soldiers clustered in rough lines, stamping their feet to keep warm. Some carried spears, others swords or axes. A handful of archers readied their quivers. Horses were ready, though not many. It was not a grand host, nothing like the columns Robb once led. But it was something. It was an army of the north, however ragtag. And they believed in him. Jon addressed them briefly. We march on Winterfell. Not today, nor tomorrow, but soon. Our scouts will guide us. We must move carefully to avoid the Bolton outriders. Once we arrive, we will lay siege if we must. Or we may find a way in if the gods grant us an opening. But understand this, we fight for justice, for the memory of Ned and Robb Stark, for the future of this land. The Boltons would use fear to rule. We will not let them. Hold fast to your courage, and we will see the white walls of Winterfell freed from their filth. A roar went up, a cheer tempered by the hunger for vengeance. Jon felt a stirring in his blood. The men started chanting, Stark, 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 and he realized it was the first time in his life he heard his name, his chosen name, carried on a tide of voices. No longer the quiet bastard relegated to the edges of his siblings' lives. Now he was the one they rallied behind. He swallowed hard, quietly praying to the old gods for guidance. The next several days were a flurry of organization. Scouts ventured ahead to watch the roads. Envoys visited local farmers and crofters, urging them to hold back supplies from the Boltons and instead feed Jon's cause. Signs of quiet resistance sprouted. Frey caravans started disappearing in lonely mountain passes. A trickle of new recruits continued, swelling the makeshift force. Some were older men who remembered Ned's kindness. Others were youth, eyes alight with the dream of glory. Jon insisted on discipline as best he could, drilling them each morning, though time was short. Still, doubt nagged at him. He was no seasoned commander like Robb was said to be. He had fought wildlings, faced whites, faced Corin hand. But leading a full-scale assault on one of the greatest castles in the north would be an altogether different challenge. He worried about the cost in lives, how easily men might die at his command. Some nights he lay awake, staring at the stone ceiling, trying to remember every word Ned had ever told him about leadership. The words were not many, but he clung to them. A ruler who hides behind paid executioners soon forgets what death is, Ned had said. Jon promised himself he would not forget. These men were trusting him, and he would honor the trust, come what may. At last, the day arrived when the scouts reported that a Bolton party was leaving Winterfell on a routine patrol. The gates would open. If Jon timed it right, he could strike a blow on the open field, potentially drawing out more defenders. Or he might slip men inside during the chaos, opening the gates fully and letting the rest of his army charge in. It was a plan half-formed, dependent on cunning and speed. But in the thick swirl of winter, with the Boltons straining to hold the region, it might just work. Jon assembled his captains by the half-ruined gatehouse. There were men of House Mormont, a few from House Serwyn who had joined, a half-dozen from the mountain clans. They huddled around a rough map scratched in the dirt. Jon's gloved finger pointed to an area by the eastern gate of Winterfell near a copse of trees. The patrol leaves at dawn. They ride a loop here, then head south. We have watchers hidden in the trees. Once the patrol passes, half our force will swoop in, forcing them to retreat or fight. If they retreat, they'll run back to the gates. That's when we hope the gates open and we can rush in. What if the gates stay closed? One older man asked. Then we wait them out, Jon said. We'll have men with grappling hooks rope. We'll do anything to get inside. If we fail to seize the gate, we'll surround the castle. We cannot afford a long siege, but we'll do what we must. Winter is on our side, not the Boltons. They do not have enough supplies to last forever. A grizzled warrior from the mountain clans shrugged. We'll crack it open or we'll die trying. It was as good a vow as any. Jon nodded and the men dispersed to gather their troops. The next hours passed in a tense, simmering readiness. Horses stamped impatiently, men adjusted their gear, Ghost prowled among the lines, his presence both ominous and reassuring. Finally, the horns gave a low moan. Jon mounted his horse, Longclaw at his hip, a dagger on his other side. He lifted the dire wolf banner from a squire who held it trembling. The boy's eyes shone with admiration. Jon felt a pang, recalling how he once gazed at Robb that way. A wave of memories washed over him, the courtyard at Winterfell, the laughter of Arya, the quiet presence of Bran, the smiles of his father. All gone or scattered. He shook his head to clear the grief and focused on the present. He kicked his horse into a canter, leading the force out of the fortress and into the snowy plain. They traveled along hidden trails for hours, guided by men who knew the backwoods well. The trees were silent sentinels, branches weighed down with fresh snow. The winter sky above seemed endless, a pale gray dome. Jon half expected the others to appear at any moment, but he knew the real enemy waited in Winterfell. This was not the great war against an undead legion, at least not yet. This was a war of men, brutal and real enough. By late afternoon, they approached the outskirts of Winterfell. Jon glimpsed it through the trees, the ancient walls, the towers rising beyond, the shape of the great keep. Smoke curled from chimneys into the still air. That was once home. That was once the seat of House Stark's power and pride. Now, the flayed man of House Bolton flew from the battlements. Jon's stomach twisted. They spread out, dividing according to the plan. The main party stayed concealed at a distance, while a smaller, more mobile force, led by Jon, edged closer to the eastern gate. Scouts had reported the patrol left earlier that dawn, exactly as expected. Soon, they would return. The minutes ticked by, fraught with tension. Snow began to fall again, light but persistent, veiling the land in gentle white. Men tried to stay warm, rubbing their hands or pacing quietly. Suddenly, a shout from the forward scouts. The patrol was returning, a column of riders, maybe 20 men in Bolton livery, half of them wearing the flayed man sigil, the rest with twin towers of House Frey. They approached the gate at a trot, their horses weary. Jon signaled to his men and they fanned out in a loose semicircle. The plan was to ambush them just before the gate. As the patrol neared ghosts on the snow-laden plain, Jon felt his heart hammer in his ears. He gave a short, shrill whistle. Arrows flew from the tree-line, some finding marks in the Bolton riders, others clattering on the frozen ground. The patrol shouted in alarm, rearing their horses, looking for enemies. Jon charged, leading a handful of horsemen who erupted from cover. The Bolton men realized they were outnumbered, or at least taken by surprise. They wheeled around, urging their mounts toward the gate. Exactly as planned. The gate was in sight, a thick iron-bound barrier. A guard on the battlements spotted the ambush and began shouting. Horn blasts echoed across the snow. Jon pushed his horse harder, arrowing toward the riders. He saw one archer line up a shot from atop the walls, but a Mormont bowman loosed his arrow first, felling the Bolton guard. Bodies fell into the moat. The patrol hammered on the gates, shouting to be let in. For a moment, confusion reigned atop the walls. Then, with a groan, the gates began to open. This was it. Jon bellowed the order for the rest of his force to charge. They emerged from hiding, a rumble of hooves and boots. The Bolton patrol scrambled inside, and Jon's men rushed the gate. The defenders realized too late the danger of letting that heavy gate open even a crack. Jon spurred his horse forward, sword drawn. He glimpsed a swirl of chaos at the threshold. Bolton guards forming a makeshift shield wall. One had a crossbow aimed at Jon's chest. Jon ducked low on his horse, letting the bolt zip overhead. Then he slashed with long claw at the guard's neck. The Valyrian steel cut through chainmail like it was cloth, felling the man in a spray of red. His men followed, surging into the gap. Boltons and Freys fought back fiercely. Blades clanged, screams of pain tore through the still air. More crossbowmen fired from the walls. One of Jon's men took a bolt through the throat and collapsed, but others kept pressing. The gate was open far enough to admit a flow of attackers. Axes bit into shields, swords rang. A Mormont warrior roared as he heaved a Bolton spearman aside, clearing a path. Jon led the way, ghost darting at his side. The dire wolf leaped onto a screaming Bolton guard, savage fangs tearing at the man's throat. Blood stained the snow. Jon tried not to think of the horror, focusing instead on the momentum. If they could fully secure the gate, Winterfell was within reach. He shouted for more men to press forward. Foot soldiers came barreling in, hacking at the defenders. The courtyard beyond the gate erupted into a melee. More Bolton men poured out of the inner buildings. No turning back now. Jon plunged into the fray, Longclaw flashing. A Frey soldier lunged, but Jon sidestepped, slamming his pommel into the man's face. Another guard came from behind with an axe. Jon spun just in time, raising his blade. Steel crashed on steel, the shock vibrating up his arm. He shoved the man backward, then cut him down with a slash across the chest. He felt the hot spray of blood spatter his armor. The courtyard was a tangle of men locked in brutal combat. Cries rose around him, "Stark! Stark!" Amid the storm of screams and steel, Jon realized the gate was still not fully secured. Some Bolton men tried to lower the iron portcullis. If it dropped, it could trap half of Jon's men outside. He bellowed an order, hacking his way toward the mechanism. A cluster of Freys surrounded it, cranking furiously. Arrows rained down from the ramparts. Jon's men scrambled up ladders to engage the archers. At the winch, the Freys realized too late that Jon was bearing down on them. One tried to turn and draw his sword, but Jon seized him, smashing him into the wooden apparatus. The man's skull made a sickening crack, and he slumped lifeless. Another lunged with a spear, only to be tackled by a Mormont fighter who seized the spear shaft and battered him senseless. Blood streaked the stones. Jon planted his boot on the mechanism, preventing it from turning. He snapped off the handle with one strong downward slash of Longclaw. The portcullis froze in place, half-raised, letting the outside men keep streaming in. Now, the courtyard was flooded with Jon's forces. Their numbers told. Though the Boltons were entrenched, they were clearly taken off guard by the sudden assault. Some turned and fled, trying to regroup deeper inside the castle. Others fought with savage desperation. Ghost bounded after those who ran, snapping and snarling. Jon pressed forward, calling men to him, forging a path toward the Great Keep. Arrows still whistled from murder holes and arrow slits. The stables were on fire. Someone must have knocked over a lantern in the chaos. Thick black smoke curled into the sky, clogging the air. Horses shrieked and reared, bolting across the courtyard. Through the smoke, Jon glimpsed a figure in flayed man livery, broad-shouldered and savage-looking. The man bellowed for the Dreadfort as he swung a massive maul. 2 of Jon's men fell under the crushing blow. Jon advanced, gripping Longclaw with both hands. The man sneered, seeing the battered black armor that Jon wore. "Another crow come to die?" he spat. "I'm no crow," Jon said, parrying the next blow. The maul struck Longclaw with a teeth-rattling force, but the Valyrian steel held. Jon slid aside, letting the momentum carry the man forward, then brought his sword around in a lightning arc. The man roared, dropping the maul, clutching a severed arm that hung by a thread of flesh. With a swift second blow, Jon ended him. Panting, he looked around. The courtyard was almost theirs. Men were raising the dire wolf banner over the gatehouse. But the fight was not done. Bolton archers still rained arrows from the ramparts. A group of Frey men-at-arms barred the entry to the Great Keep. Shouts echoed within. Jon guessed that Ramsay might be inside. Or Roose. Could he be there as well? Jon's heart thumped at the prospect of confronting the orchestrators of the Red Wedding, but he could not rush blindly. He turned to the nearest cluster of loyal men, pointing with Longclaw. "Take the walls. Secure the ramparts. I want those archers silenced." They obeyed, surging up the interior stairs. The fighting on the walls took on a grim quality, men tumbling from parapets, arrows hissing. Jon led another contingent toward the doors of the keep, heavy oaken slabs reinforced with iron. The Frey men brandished spears and swords, screaming oaths and curses. Jon's men answered with savage fury. In minutes, the entry was a slaughterhouse, bodies strewn on steps slick with blood. With the defenders routed, Jon tested the doors. They were barred from within. "Axes," he called. Men rushed forward with heavy axes, hacking the stout wood. Each blow echoed. Ghost growled beside Jon, ears flattened. Smoke from the stables drifted across, stinging their eyes. They could hear frantic cries inside, a woman screaming, the wail of a terrified child. Jon's chest tightened. He had to press on, had to see what nightmare the Boltons had wrought. At last, the door gave way. Jon was the first to shoulder through the gap. Inside, the corridors were dimly lit, sconces casting flickering shadows on the old stone. The air was stale, with a lingering scent of rot. He led the way, sword at the ready, stepping over a fallen Frey retainer. Blood trailed across the floor. Ghost bounded ahead, nose twitching. They passed the Great Hall, once the heart of Winterfell's life. Jon felt a pang of memory, seeing where the long tables should have been, the dais where Ned Stark once sat in judgment. But the hall was near empty, some scattered chairs, a cold hearth. Doors banged in the distance as men ran. Then a shriek echoed from above. Jon recognized the voice, though he had never heard it quite like this. It was the voice of pure terror. He bolted up a winding staircase, footsteps echoing behind him as half a dozen of his men followed. The scream came again from a corridor lined with old tapestries that had once depicted scenes of Stark triumph. Now they were torn. Stained. Ghost snarled, leaping ahead, rounding a corner. Jon rushed after the wolf, heart pounding. He glimpsed a shape at the far end of the corridor, a slender figure pinned against the wall, a dagger at her throat. The man holding it wore battered black leather, pale eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. "Ramsay Bolton? Ramsay!" Jon roared, voice hoarse. The flayer's bastard turned, lip curling in a sick grin. He had a length of chain wrapped around his other hand, attached to the trembling figure of a young woman, perhaps a servant, cowering on the floor. Blood ran down her arm. The dagger at the pinned woman's throat was drawn back. She sobbed. Ghost sprang forward, but Ramsay kicked him away with surprising force, smashing the dire wolf against the wall. Ghost yelped, momentarily dazed. "You come to ruin my fun?" Ramsay asked, his voice dripping mockery. "Didn't you take vows, Crow? Did you get bored with your pretty wildling whore and decide to play hero?" He laughed, manic. Jon's men rushed forward, but Ramsay pressed the blade to the woman's throat, threatening to slice. They froze, not wanting to doom the hostage. Jon's vision went red. He stepped forward slowly, Longclaw raised. "Let her go." Ramsay licked his lips, eyes flickering with twisted delight. "Kneel before me, bastard. Kneel, or she dies. You came all this way just to watch me paint the walls with her blood." His voice was a razor across Jon's nerves. Jon seethed. In his periphery, he saw Ghost, battered but snarling, creeping low. Another man might have considered negotiation, but Jon knew there was no reasoning with Ramsay's cruelty. He made a split-second decision. He moved to the side, feinting as if stepping away. Ramsay's eyes followed. That gave Ghost the opening. The direwolf lunged, jaws clamping down on Ramsay's arm. The man shrieked, releasing the woman. Jon dashed in, batting aside the dagger with long claw. Ramsay stumbled, blood spattering from the savage bite. Ghost yanked Ramsay to the ground, snarling. But Ramsay twisted, slashing at the wolf with a hidden blade. He cut Ghost's flank, causing the dire wolf to yelp and recoil. Furious, Jon lunged. Ramsay tried to scramble away, but the corridor was narrow. Jon thrust Longclaw, impaling Ramsay's shoulder. The flayer's son howled, face contorted in agony. Jon stared down at him, eyes cold. A black rage swirled inside him, memories of all the atrocities Ramsay had committed. He twisted the blade. Ramsay screamed, spitting curses. "You are the bastard," Jon whispered, voice taut. "And the North will never bow to you." With that, he yanked Longclaw free. Ramsay tried to rise, but Jon slashed downward, severing the man's hand. Blood sprayed. Ramsay's screams turned into ragged gasps, eyes rolling in pain. The corridor stank of gore. Jon's men looked on with grim faces. Some wanted to finish him, to end the abomination who wore House Bolton's colors. Jon thought of Ned's teaching. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. He raised Longclaw again. Ramsay's eyes, wide with terror, met his. No more words were spoken. The Valyrian steel descended with merciful swiftness, severing Ramsay Bolton's head from his shoulders. It was over. For that one man, at least. Jon stood trembling, Longclaw dripping. The corridor was silent except for the captive woman's sobs. Two of Jon's soldiers rushed to her aid, gently unfastening the chain. Ghost limped near, whimpering from the wound on his flank. Jon knelt, placing a hand on the direwolf's neck. Their eyes met. "You saved me," Jon murmured. Ghost's breath was hot against his fingers. From below, a great cheer went up in the courtyard. More of Jon's forces were flooding in, subduing any pockets of Bolton or Frey resistance. The sound of the cheering rose in waves, echoing off the old stones. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Winterfell was in Stark hands again. Jon forced himself to his feet, unsteady, the coppery taste of blood in the air. He had never known he could feel such fury or such grim satisfaction. Part of him felt a pang of guilt for killing a man in such a brutal way, but Ramsay had deserved no better end. And more, given the atrocities he had committed. They made their way down to the great hall, where dozens of Jon's men had gathered. They had cast aside the flayed man banners, letting them burn. Someone had found the old Stark banners in a dusty chest, or fashioned new ones. As Jon stepped in, the hall erupted into cheers. The watchers parted, letting him pass. He saw not only his own men, but small folk who had been prisoners of the Boltons, battered and starved, gathered in awe. They looked at him as if he were some resurrected hero of old. A hush fell. Jon stood at the center of the hall, surrounded by the worn stone walls of his childhood memories. He could see the dais where Ned Stark once sat. There was the seat of the Warden of the North, the seat Robb had taken as king in the North. Was it Jon's seat now? The thought struck him with a rush of apprehension. One of the Mormont women stepped forward, flanked by a group of the mountain clans, their swords still stained with battle. She bowed, then sank to one knee. "My Lord Stark, we have retaken Winterfell. Let the North see that the direwolf still stands. We have avenged your brother's murder. The Boltons are undone." Others dropped to their knees as well, row by row, until nearly everyone in the hall knelt before Jon. Voices murmured praise, gratitude. Many used the word king. Jon swallowed, heart pounding. He did not correct them. Perhaps for a moment he thought of Robb, of the Crown of the North. But he felt unworthy, uncertain. He had always been the bastard, the outcast. Now they wanted him to lead the entire North. How could he refuse when the realm needed a Stark? He raised his voice so all could hear. "The fight is not over. Roose Bolton still lives if he was not here. The Freys may send more men. Others may challenge us. But yes, Winterfell is ours. The North is ours. Let the word go out that the true line of House Stark has returned home." He paused, breath misting in the chill hall. "And know this, we will never again bow to those who break the laws of gods and men. We stand together, one pack against the coming storm. Winter is here, but we stand as the wolves of the North. And I vow to protect you all as my father did before me, or die in the attempt." A great cheer thundered, echoing off the high rafters, carrying out into the courtyard and beyond. It swelled in Jon's ears, resounding with the ferocity of 1,000 heartbeats. Tears pricked his eyes as he gazed about the hall, his father's hall, his family's seat. The specters of Ned, Robb, and the rest of his kin seemed to hover at the edges of his sight. A single thought pulsed through him. "I am home. I am a Stark." He turned slowly, taking in the battered faces around him. They believed in him. The direwolf banners that had once waved proudly over the battlements of Winterfell would soon wave again. Snow drifted through the hall from a broken window, settling on the floor. He allowed himself a moment of quiet, then beckoned to those who had fought valiantly. "See to the wounded," he said. "Find food and warmth for all who need it. Rebuild the fires, send out ravens. Let the North know Winterfell stands free once more." Thus began the new chapter in Jon's life, no longer a Snow, no longer a mere bastard of Winterfell. He would hold the castle in the name of House Stark, come what may. And if the realm called him a king, then so be it. For the sake of his family, for the North that had endured so many betrayals, he would bear that burden. Outside, the snow fell softly, and somewhere in the heart of the old godwood, the weirwood trees looked on with ancient, silent eyes. Jon Stark, or Jon Snow, or whatever name the bards would someday give him, pressed a hand to Ghost's bloody flank, feeling the direwolf's steady heartbeat. "We're home," he murmured. The wolf's ears twitched. Jon glanced at the dais, where once Ned Stark's presence loomed so large. He closed his eyes a moment, imagining his father's steady voice offering quiet counsel as if from the grave. Then he faced the men who had fought at his side, the smallfolk who had suffered under Bolton rule, the battered loyalists who had kept faith in the Stark name. In that moment, he felt them all as part of his pack. And he knew that, at last, he belonged. The morning dawned with a pale winter sun shining upon the scarred courtyard of Winterfell, its light reflecting off the bloodstained snow. Smoke curled from the remnants of several fires. The stable roof had collapsed in the night, and its charred timbers lay heaped in black ruin. The air carried a pungent mix of soot and iron. Of the Bolton and Frey corpses, most had been dragged aside, but a few still lay where they fell, stiff with the chill. Men moved in weary silence, gathering the dead and tending to the wounded. There was a grim purpose to their work. The castle, though battered, was theirs once more. Jon had barely slept. His hands still bore flecks of dried blood, though he had tried to wash them in a half-frozen basin. Each time he closed his eyes, he heard Ramsay's final shrieks or saw the terror on the face of the woman taken hostage. He reminded himself that it was just and necessary, yet a knot of unease lingered. Death, even for a monster like Ramsay, was never a light thing. And he had spilled so much blood on these halls that Ned Stark once walked with quiet dignity. Jon stood at the edge of the great courtyard, near the spot where the flayed man banners had flown just a day before. Now, the direwolf of Stark was draped from every vantage, though many of the old banners were torn or faded. He'd have new ones stitched soon enough. Men and women alike stopped to regard him as they passed. Some bowed, others stared with eyes full of exhausted hope. He returned their greetings with a solemn nod. A boy approached, no more than 12, wearing a patched cloak and carrying a wooden bucket of water. His cheeks were red from the wind and his hair hung in tangled locks. He set the bucket down at Jon's feet, then gave a clumsy bow. "My lord, the men at the gate are asking for you." "New arrivals." Jon's heart gave a small jolt. He thanked the boy and bent to scoop a handful of water, splashing it on his face. The shock of cold sharpened his senses. He glanced at Ghost, who lay curled against a low wall, bandages wrapped around the direwolf's flank. The wound Ramsay had inflicted was not deep, but it pained Ghost enough to keep him still for now. Jon reached out to scratch the wolf behind the ears. "Rest," he murmured, then turned to the boy. "Lead on." They wove across the courtyard, sidestepping piles of rubble and boards, passing pockets of men who straightened and saluted. It still felt strange to Jon that they looked at him as if he were their rightful lord. The memory of years spent as a nameless Snow in Winterfell's corridors flickered through his mind. How back then, every corridor felt like it might be claimed by Robb, or Sansa, or Arya, or Bran, or Rickon, anyone but him. Yet here he was, wearing the mantle of leadership that fate had forced upon him. At the great gates, the portcullis was raised, though the iron teeth showed splashes of dried blood from the battle. Guards in mismatched cloaks and battered armor stood watch. 2 men waited in front of them. One was tall and spare, with a lined face and close-cropped hair shot with gray. The other was younger, broad-shouldered, wearing a thick cloak of greenish-brown wool. Each bore the sigil of a tall pine tree on their arms. Jon recognized it. House Glover. His pulse quickened. If House Glover had come to parley, it might be the start of uniting the North under the Stark name once more. The older man stepped forward, clearing his throat. "My lord." He bowed stiffly. "I am Galbart Glover. This is my nephew, Tauren. We come from Deepwood Motte." Jon eyed them warily, recalling that the Glovers had suffered much in the war and during the Ironborn raids. "Welcome to Winterfell," he said. "These gates are open to anyone who stands loyal to the North. I'm glad to see you unscathed." Galbart nodded, though his expression was guarded. "We come bearing news and an offer of alliance, if you'll have it. Our men are not many, but they're ready to fight. He surveyed the courtyard behind Jon, taking in the carnage and the repairs. The rumors are true, then you have slain Ramsay Bolton and reclaimed your father's seat. Jon grimaced. Ramsay Bolton is gone. Winterfell is free, though it needs more than a day to recover. Galbart and Torrhen exchanged glances. Then Torrhen spoke, voice resonant. We heard 100 rumors, my lord. That a crow from the wall broke his vows, that a bastard leads this host, that the Boltons are scattered. Whatever the truth, House Glover wants no part of the Red Wedding traitors. He exhaled a cloud of frosty breath. I speak plainly, we were slow to join King Robb because of the Ironborn threat. By the time we answered, it was too late. Jon eyed him. We're all looking to the future now. I have no desire to dwell on past mistakes. Join us in the Great Hall. We can speak further. They entered Winterfell's gates, eyes flickering over the fallen stones and the fresh graves dug along the yard's perimeter. The castle was a shell of its former self, but it still exuded a certain dignity. Jon led them through corridors where servants bustled about, sweeping debris, dragging bodies of Bolton soldiers to a separate area for burning. The great hall stood open, the thick smell of old smoke mingling with the bitter tang of newly lit fires. At the dais stood a rough-hewn chair, Ned Stark's seat, though it bore fresh gouges in the wood. A handful of Jon's closest companions were already there, the Mormont women who had brought a small but fierce contingent, 6 mountain clan warriors, a representative from House Serwyn who had arrived late in the battle. They had been discussing next steps for the region. All went quiet when Jon entered with the Glovers. Jon gestured for the newcomers to warm themselves by the hearth. He took his own seat on the dais, though it made him uneasy, as if he were playing a role that once belonged to a different man. Yet he knew the people needed to see him there to remind them that a Stark guided them once more. Ghost was absent, he could not climb the steps easily in his wounded state. Jon felt a pang of worry for his dire wolf, but the healers had insisted Ghost would mend quickly. Galbart Glover faced Jon in front of the dais. His nephew stood at his shoulder, face set. Others gathered round, their breath steaming in the cold hall. I will speak plainly, Galbart began. We have always served the Starks of Winterfell. Our motto is deep roots, strong trunks, long branches. We are not easily bent. When Robb Stark raised his banners, we answered in part, though not as fully or swiftly as we might have. Then came the Red Wedding, which changed everything. He paused, expression darkening. We were forced under Bolton rule. My brother, Robert, was imprisoned for a time when he questioned the new wardenship. Now we have news that you, Jon Stark, if that is the name you claim, have taken back Winterfell. Jon inclined his head. I do claim it. I was born a Snow, but I deny that name now. I have my father's blood. If House Glover can accept a Stark not born in wedlock, then we can stand together against all who threaten the North. Torrhen Glover nodded slowly. You have Ned Stark's face, that much is certain. And from what we hear, you fight with his sense of justice. I do what I must, Jon said quietly. Ramsay Bolton brought terror to these walls. I could not stand by while he tortured and murdered our people. Galbart's gaze flicked around, taking stock of the men and women who stood behind Jon. He saw the Mormont sigil, the Serwyn men, the mountain clans with their rough leathers. The North is scattered, my lord. The Karstarks have been uncertain since their lord was executed by Robb. The Umbers are divided, with the great Jon captured and the small Jon rumored to have bent the knee to the Boltons. The Manderleys in White Harbor claim loyalty to the crown, but rumor says Lord Wyman plots in secret. The Dustons, the Ryswells, all are in flux. And of course, Roose Bolton. You said you killed Ramsay, but Roose remains perhaps at the Drev Fort or traveling with Frey allies. The war is not done. Jon steeled himself. No, it is only beginning. But we cannot let the Boltons retain their hold, nor the Freys think they can subjugate the North with southern gold. It was a dire mistake to bow to them. I intend to correct that. Galbart studied Jon for a moment. Then he lowered himself to one knee. His nephew did the same. We pledge our swords to House Stark. May our roots be bound together once again. A wave of relief washed over Jon. He rose and stepped down from the dais to clasp Galbart's shoulder, then Torrhen's. We stand together. Now rise. We have much to plan. A murmur of approval went through the hall. Mormont warriors exchanged nods. The Serwyn men tapped the butts of their spears on the floor. Jon guided the Glovers to a place by the hearth where a serving woman poured them steaming cups of ale. Jon took one himself, grateful for the warmth in his hands. They spoke at length of the North State. The Glovers had come with nearly 100 men camped some leagues away, awaiting Galbart's signal. They mentioned that a few hill tribes north of Deepwood Motte had also grown restless under Bolton rule. If given direction, they might rise. Jon told them of his own modest host, how it was patchwork. a fraction of the grand army Robb once led. But it was enough to seize the advantage now that winter's snows inhibited the large-scale movement of southern forces. As they spoke, a messenger arrived, a mountain clan scout, dusted with snow, hurried into the hall. He bowed, breath ragged. "My lord, more riders approach from the west. At least 3 dozen. We saw no banners from a distance. Could be friends or foes." Jon set down his ale and stood. A hush fell. "Then let us greet them. Bolster the guard at the gates. If they come in peace, we'll know soon enough." He motioned for a half-dozen men to follow, leaving the rest to guard the interior. Galbart and Torrin insisted on accompanying him, along with the Mormont women and a cluster of Serwyn swords. They hurried to the battlements above the gatehouse, squinting across the snowy expanse. Just visible in the distance, a group of riders approached at a careful pace, the lead figure holding up an arm as if signaling. They did not bear obvious sigils, but Jon's scout insisted they were not Boltons. The watchers kept bows half-drawn, waiting. As the riders neared, one among them pulled back his hood, an older man with thin, graying hair. Jon felt a ripple of shock. Ser Rodrik Castle was long dead, but this man's whiskers and bearing reminded Jon of him. Yet no, that was not Ser Rodrik. The man carried himself differently. Then Jon recognized who it must be, Roderick Ryswell, or perhaps a Dustin retainer. Those houses had once been allied with the Starks, albeit with complicated loyalties. One of the riders in the column, a younger figure in a heavy cloak, raised a hand in greeting. "We come under a white flag," he shouted, voice echoing off the walls. "Let us speak." Jon exchanged a look with Galbart Glover. The tension was palpable. "Open the gates, but be ready," Jon said to the guard. The portcullis groaned up and the riders entered slowly. They were wrapped in furs against the cold. Faces set. At close range, Jon saw their badges, a flayed man, but with a diagonal slash across it in charcoal. Defaced Bolton livery? Or something else? He descended to the courtyard, Longclaw at his hip, hand resting on the pommel. "Speak quickly," he said, voice echoing. "Whom do I address?" A man dismounted, tall with a hawkish face, dressed in dingy leather. He inclined his head respectfully. "My name is Louis Ryswell, sworn to House Ryswell of the Rills. I come with an urgent message." Not all who rode under the Boltons did so willingly. Jon tensed at the mention of the Rills. House Ryswell had complicated ties with the Starks, particularly after Ned's death. "What is your purpose?" Louis signaled one of his companions, who reached into a saddlebag and produced a rolled parchment sealed with a broken wax sigil that looked like a horse's head. "My lord, we did not know if the rumors of your return to Winterfell were true. Word is that you have slain Ramsay Bolton." He paused, glancing around. It is well known how the Boltons came to power through betrayal and southern alliances. But not all of us accept their rule. Lord Roose has retreated to the Dreadfort, summoning any remaining loyalists. He means to muster a new army once the roads allow. Some of us have no wish to follow. We would cast aside the flayed man if you will accept our fealty. Jon's eyes flicked over the small band, noting how travel-worn they looked. Their cloaks were ragged, and one among them nursed an arm in a makeshift sling. The older man by Louise's side gave a single curt nod. They seemed sincere enough, or at least desperate. Jon studied them a moment. If they bore the Bolton sigil, even defaced, it meant they had served House Bolton recently. There was a risk they were spies. But there was also a chance they genuinely wanted to switch allegiance now that the winds had changed. "I'll hear what you have to say," Jon said. "But betray us and expect no mercy. Winterfell has spilled enough blood." Louis nodded, eyes steady. "We bring more than words. We bring knowledge of the Dreadfort's defenses should you need to march there. And we bring letters from others who would join you if given safe passage. The flayed man is hated now, and the name Stark still commands loyalty." Jon exchanged glances with Galbart Glover, who nodded. "Then come. Warm yourselves and speak in the hall. You'll need to set aside your weapons." Louis and his men complied without complaint, unbuckling swords and daggers. Once disarmed, they followed Jon's contingent back to the Great Hall. There, Louis presented the parchment. Jon broke the seal and scanned the contents. It was scrawled in a rough hand, proclaiming that certain knights and lesser lords in the Rills and Bar Rolands had grown weary of Bolton cruelty. Some names Jon recognized, lesser branches of House Dustin or House Ryswell. The letter expressed cautious support for House Stark's restoration if Jon could promise them safe harbor and defense against Bolton reprisal. "Roose Bolton is cunning," Jon said, meeting Louise's gaze. "If he suspects your betrayal, he may flay your families, burn your holdings." Louis swallowed. "Aye. That's why we come here, to strike first. We cannot wait for the Boltons to reorganize. If we stand alone, we'll be crushed. With House Stark at our side, perhaps we have a chance." Jon took a measured breath. The hall was quiet save for the crackle of the hearth. "We cannot strike the dread fort this very moment," he said. "We've barely begun to secure Winterfell. My men are weary, supplies are short, and the wounded need tending. But if you pledge yourselves truly, we'll plan our next move together. The Boltons will not rest. They'll come for us eventually. We should be the first to act." A murmur of agreement rippled through those assembled Mormonts, Glovers, Serwans, mountain clans. Louis Riswell knelt, pressing a fist to his chest. His companions followed suit. "We pledge to House Stark," he declared, voice resolute. "Do with us as you will." Jon placed the parchment aside. He would need to verify the claims, perhaps send scouts to confirm. But for now he nodded. "Rise then. You may stay within these walls while we sort out what comes next. Consider yourselves tested under my eye. Any treachery will be discovered." Louis rose, relief evident on his face. "We understand, my lord." Jon turned to the others. "See that they are fed and allowed a place to rest. We'll meet again in council come sundown." Men went to carry out his orders. Jon sank into the seat by the hearth, running a hand over his stubbled jaw. Every hour brought new challenges. He had expected a direct confrontation with Roose Bolton, but it seemed the realm was fragmenting from within. Perhaps that was to their advantage. Galbart Glover settled beside Jon, leaning in with a grim smile. "You hold Winterfell for only a day, and already men flock to your cause. The North truly does remember." Jon returned a faint smile, though worry clouded his eyes. "They come to me because they see no other Stark. I hope I'm worthy of the name." "That's not in doubt, at least not in my mind," Galbart said firmly. "I saw Ned Stark pass judgment often, and I see the same measured calm in you. Robb was more fiery, but you have the steadiness. We'll need that. You do realize the Freys won't sit idle. The new Warden of the North was promised to them. They might march once the snows ease." "Aye," Jon said. "Which is why we must gather as many loyal houses as possible, quickly. If we are to stand against a Frey incursion, or if the Iron Throne itself backs Roose and his allies, we'll need a proper army. I only hope Winter proves a stronger ally to us than to them." Galbart nodded. Then he straightened, eyes drifting across the hall. "I'll send riders to call upon more Glover men, though traveling will be perilous. We'll do our best." Jon thanked him, then rose. The day still had many hours and tasks piled like snowdrifts. He found himself walking the halls of Winterfell, surveying the damage. Where once tapestries hung bright, now torn remnants dangled from scorched brackets. Where once he'd run with Robb down open corridors, playing at swords, now the floors were black with soot and dried blood. Servants scrubbed and scrubbed, but the stains remained. In the library tower, many of the books had been ransacked or burned during the occupation. Jon felt a pang at the sight of charred pages. He remembered Samwell Tarly's love for these tomes, how Sam would have wept at the destruction. He recalled the quiet times when he, as a boy, had stolen away to read. Much was lost now, but some volumes had survived, those stowed in locked chests or neglected corners. He took mental note to have them preserved. In Ned Stark's old solar, the windows were cracked, allowing frigid air to sweep across a dust-laden table. Some few items remained: an old inkwell, a chair with a cracked leather seat, a half-burnt ledger. Jon gently moved the ledger aside, imagining Ned hunched over it, meticulously tracking the harvest yields or the state of the region. A ghostly hush lingered. The sense of his father's absence was overwhelming. He heard footsteps. A woman's voice, "My lord." He turned to see one of the Mormont women, Daisy Mormont's sister, perhaps. She had introduced herself, but Jon struggled with names. She gave a slight bow. "Word from the gates, we have more travelers, a small retinue from House Manderly." Jon's heart lifted. House Manderly of White Harbor was one of the North's most powerful allies, but they had their own entanglements with the crown. If they were reaching out now, that could shift the balance of power in Jon's favor. "Thank you," Jon said, striding past her toward the corridor. "Send them to the Great Hall. I'll be there shortly." By the time Jon arrived, a delegation of half a dozen stood near the hearth. Their cloaks bore the white merman sigil of House Manderly. At their head was a portly man in a fine cloak trimmed with fur, though he looked travel-worn and anxious. Not Wyman Manderly himself, this man was younger, perhaps a cousin or steward. He introduced himself as Ser Marlon Manderly, cousin to Lord Wyman. Jon offered him a seat near the fire. "I welcome you to Winterfell. Does your lord know what has happened here?" Ser Marlon settled, rubbing his gloved hands. "Lord Wyman sends his warmest regards. We have heard that you retook the castle from the Boltons, that Ramsay died a fitting death. For that, White Harbor gives thanks." Jon nodded gravely. "He earned it." "Indeed," said Ser Marlon, glancing around. "We come with an invitation of sorts." Lord Wyman wishes to meet with you, perhaps at a neutral ground if you find that safer. He has certain plans to restore proper northern rule, but he must move carefully. The Freys watch him with suspicion, and King Tommen's men in the south demand loyalty. White Harbor is a port, after all, reliant on trade, so we cannot openly rebel. But if you as a Stark are raising the banners, he trailed off meaningfully. Jon understood. House Manderley had to tread carefully or risk losing trade privileges and incurring the wrath of the Iron Throne. Yet they were no friends to the Freys, especially after the Red Wedding. Winterfell is ours, Jon said. And I say that any friend of House Stark is welcome here. If your lord cannot come himself, I will meet him where he chooses. But know that time is short. Roose Bolton will not let this stand. Ser Marlon inclined his head. We know. Lord Wyman is prepared to dispatch men and ships, but he needs assurances. He wonders if there is any chance for a betrothal or alliance that seals ties. He cleared his throat, looking a bit uncomfortable. We are short on suitable heirs, but perhaps one of Lord Wyman's granddaughters might. Jon felt an immediate tension coil in his stomach. He had never considered marriage as a political tool, but he knew that was often how houses sealed alliances. A part of him wanted to refuse outright. He had no interest in forging a match with a stranger merely to secure troops. But the North was in dire straits. House Manderley's support could be the difference between victory and defeat. He forced himself to keep his voice level. I'll consider any means to unite our houses in common cause. But let us first meet. I won't promise anything until I understand more. Ser Marlon bobbed his head. As you say, my lord. I'll carry your response back. May we remain here in Winterfell for a day or two to rest. The snows have made travel arduous. Jon motioned to a servant. Of course. We'll find you lodging. Eat, rest, be welcome. The Manderley party thanked him, and as they left, Jon felt the enormity of his responsibilities weigh on him anew. He had to not only build alliances, but navigate the politics that had once fallen to Robb or Ned. And he was doing so as a supposed deserter from the Night's Watch, a bastard who had claimed the Stark name. When the hall emptied, Jon found a quiet moment by the dais. His eyes wandered to the battered seat where Ned Stark once held court. The hush felt sacred. How would his father have handled such entreaties? He recalled Ned's unwavering principle, how he always sought the moral high ground. But the reality of war sometimes demanded compromise. Jon clenched his fists, wrestling with the moral tangles. At last, he sighed and turned away. If he was to lead, he had to do it in his own way, guided by the sense of justice that Ned had instilled in him, but also tempered by the hard truths of their predicament. He found Ghost in a makeshift infirmary set up in a side corridor. The direwolf lay on straw, panting softly. A pair of healers tended to wounded men nearby. Ghost lifted his head, his red eyes bright with relief at seeing Jon. Jon knelt, stroking the wolf's thick fur. Easy, he murmured. We'll see you healed soon. Ghost licked Jon's hand, then laid his head back down, letting out a low whine. The wound along his flank had been cleaned and stitched, though it still looked raw. Jon pressed his forehead gently to Ghost's, feeling the wolf's warmth. I need you, boy, he whispered. We all do. An older healer with sharp eyes approached. He'll live, she said. Give him time. Jon nodded. It was a small mercy in a world of chaos. That afternoon, Jon convened a war council in the Great Hall, though it was more a gathering of every faction that had come to Winterfell's aid. The Mormonts, the Mountain Clans, the Serwyn men, the Glovers, and Ryswell's defectors all assembled. Ser Marlon Manderley's party joined as well, though they mostly observed. Jon stood at the dais, a large table brought in front of him. A roughly drawn map of the North lay upon it, pinned at the corners. Candles flickered along its edges. My lords, ladies, and warriors of the North, Jon began. We have retaken Winterfell, but our enemies remain. Roose Bolton sits in the Drefort, mustering what forces he can. The Freys may send men from the south, though the snows hinder them. We cannot sit idly and wait for them to strike. Our strength grows by the day, but so does the threat. We must decide whether to march on the Drefort soon or hold here until we can gather more allies. Galbart Glover leaned forward, pointing to the map. Taking the Dreadfort in winter will be no easy feat. The castle's defenses are formidable and the Boltons know every approach. Louis Ryswell nodded in agreement. True, but they also rely on supply lines from the outlying lands. If we harass those lines, it will weaken them. We know some hidden routes near the Weeping Water. We could ambush convoys. That might draw the Boltons out, forcing a battle on more neutral ground. One of the Mormont women spoke up next, voice hard as iron. Every day we wait, Roose gathers more men or begs the Freys for reinforcements. We should take the fight to him. We're not the only ones hungry for vengeance. Word will spread quickly that the Stark banner flies again over Winterfell. A young Mountain Clan warrior banged a fist on the table. Aye, but let the Boltons come to us. Winterfell is easier to defend. If they march on us, they'll be exhausted from the cold and forced to lay siege. We can pick them off. Jon listened to the back and forth. Both arguments had merit. If they left Winterfell too soon, they risked leaving it vulnerable. But if they waited, the Boltons might catch them unawares or gather too large a force. Finally, he raised a hand for silence. Before we decide, I want scouts sent to confirm the Bolton presence at the Dreadfort. We must know their numbers, their readiness, and whether Roose truly remains there or if he's moved. Lady Mormont is right, we can't let them grow unchecked. But the mountain clans are also right about the defensive advantage here. So let us gather intelligence first. Once we have solid information, we'll determine whether to march out or lure them in. The council murmured agreement. Jon glanced at Ser Marlon Manderly. Can you dispatch a rider to White Harbor, informing Lord Wyman that we've retaken Winterfell and would welcome any support he can provide? Also tell him I'll send an envoy, possibly myself if time permits. Let's see if we can unite our forces before snow buries the roads. Ser Marlon bowed. As you command. Jon looked around the table. Additionally, we should send ravens to the Umbers. We need to know where they stand after the tragedy of the Red Wedding and the Greyjohn's capture. The Karstarks, that's another matter, but I'll not ignore them either. If they still hold a grudge against Robb for their lord's execution, they might side with the Boltons or perhaps keep to themselves. Either way, we can't let them remain uncertain. We have to bring the North together. No one seemed eager about the Karstarks, but a few nodded. More than one had lost friends in the war. Jon laid his palms on the table, feeling the ancient grain of the wood beneath his gloves. Very well. Let's do this quickly. We have no time to waste. The meeting dispersed, men and women scattering to fulfill their tasks. Jon lingered by the table, eyes fixed on the map. Each house, each lord, each rumor weighed upon him like stones in a satchel. The North was vast, with many pockets of loyalty and pockets of fear. If he was to secure it fully, he'd need to move with speed and cunning. He felt a presence at his shoulder. Galbart Glover stood there, expression sympathetic. It's a hard burden, he said, but you've taken it well. I'm sure Ned Stark would be proud. Jon swallowed, a lump in his throat. I hope so. That evening, the battered hall came alive with a small feast of sorts, more an act of solidarity than celebration. Men told stories around the fires, women nursed the wounded or mended clothes. The castle's meager stocks of ale and bread were shared. Jon moved among them, answering greetings, offering small words of thanks. The tension in his shoulders never truly lifted. He felt the eyes of so many upon him, each person counting on the Stark name for protection. He found a moment's respite near a lesser hearth where the Manderly men sat. Ser Marlon gestured for Jon to join them. A barrel of pickled fish had been opened, a Manderly specialty that smelled briny and tangy. Will you have some, my lord? Asked Ser Marlon, holding out a chunk of the fish on a piece of bread. Jon tried a bite, forcing himself to keep a polite smile despite the sharp, salty taste. Not bad, he managed. The Manderlys chuckled, evidently pleased to share a bit of their White Harbor fare. As the night wore on, Jon drifted to a quieter corner, finally allowing himself to sit with his back against the wall. The swirl of voices and laughter rose around him, but his mind remained elsewhere. At length, he stood and made his way out into the courtyard, seeking cool air. The stars sparkled above, and the half-moon cast pale light across the snow. Winterfell's walls loomed around him, half-shrouded in shadow. This was once a place of childhood wonder, but so many ghosts lingered here now. He sensed movement behind him, turning to see a figure approach. It was one of the Mormont women, tall, broad-shouldered, with a serious cast to her features. Her dark hair was cropped short, and she wore a simple surcoat over furs. Jon struggled for her name, Alysanne Mormont, if he recalled. She nodded curtly in greeting. My lord, she said. Can't sleep? He shook his head. Too much to consider. And yourself? A faint smile tugged at her lips. I prefer the nights quiet. Bear Island nights are long and dark, but we find strength in them. She tilted her head, regarding him. You look troubled. Jon exhaled, a thin cloud of vapor rising. I wonder if this was meant to be. I took the black. Broke my vows. Stole back Winterfell. It all feels like a dream or a betrayal. But it also feels right. She crossed her arms, her breath steaming in the cold. A wise man once said that sometimes the gods break our old promises so we can keep new ones. Perhaps your vow to the Night's Watch was overshadowed by a greater duty to your home, to your blood. She paused, eyes flickering to the scars along the courtyard. None of us wanted the Red Wedding. None of us wanted the Boltons to rule. The world changed and we had to change with it. Jon studied her face, seeing in her a reflection of the North's harsh resilience. He nodded slowly. Thank you for that. It helps. They stood in silence for a moment, listening to the distant hum of conversation from the hall. Alisane's gaze turned toward the outline of the godwood. Have you gone there yet? Jon's throat tightened. The go. Swood of Winterfell with its ancient weirwood was a place Ned Stark prayed. Jon had avoided it so far, afraid of the memories. Not yet, he said. Maybe tomorrow. She nodded as if understanding the weight of that decision. Bear Island has its own heart trees, though not as grand. My mother always said the old gods watch us in ways we can't comprehend, guiding us through harsh winters. Perhaps you'll find guidance there, too. He thanked her, and she withdrew, leaving him alone under the icy stars. After a time, Jon returned to the great hall where a hush was settling. People drifted to their sleeping pallets, to corners near the embers of the fires. Guards roamed the corridors, watchful. Jon found a small alcove near the dais where he unrolled a thin sleeping mat. He had known far less comfort at the wall, this was luxury by comparison. Yet his mind still churned. He dozed fitfully, seeing images of Ramsay's face, Roose Bolton's calculating gaze, the looming question of whether the North could be truly united. When the gray dawn broke, it brought a flurry of activity. Scouts prepared to ride north and east, searching for signs of the Bolton army. A new pair of ravens were readied for White Harbor, carrying Jon's words. The Glover men readied themselves to return to Deepwood Motte, gather more troops, and spread word of House Stark's return. Jon oversaw these preparations in the courtyard, giving final instructions. As the last group of scouts departed, Jon looked across the yard toward the archway that led to the godwood. Snow lay thick on the branches, and a pale hush emanated from within. On impulse, he strode toward it. The path was lightly trodden, drifts of snow parted here and there by footprints of those who had ventured in. Cold air kissed Jon's cheeks. At the entrance, he paused, steeling himself. The godwood was quiet, its canopy of ancient trees muffled by snow. A small stream glided through, half-frozen at the edges. And at the heart rose the weirwood, massive, pale bark glowing faintly in the dawn light, its red leaves fluttering like drops of blood against the white. The face carved into the trunk wore an expression of solemn witness, the eyes stained red with sap. Jon approached slowly, hearing his footsteps crunch on the snow. It felt as if the entire wood held its breath. He knelt at the base of the weirwood, pressing a gloved hand to the trunk. Once as a boy, he had watched Ned come here to pray. He remembered his father's quiet presence, the way Ned closed his eyes and breathed deep of the cold air. Jon did the same, letting the silence settle over him like a cloak. I'm here, he whispered, feeling foolish and reverent at once. If you can hear me. Father, if your spirit lingers. I hope I'm doing what's right. I never wanted this, but I couldn't stand by. His voice trembled. I never knew if I was truly your son or just a nameless bastard. But I'm trying to keep your values. To protect our home. The weirwood offered no answer but the soft rustle of leaves. Jon closed his eyes. The North is broken. The Boltons still threaten, the Freys loom, winter deepens. I don't know if I have the strength for what's to come. A breeze stirred the branches overhead, dislodging a dusting of snow that drifted across Jon's shoulders. He inhaled, feeling a strange solace in the hush. As if, in the depths of the old god's domain, he sensed a faint echo of Ned's unwavering resolve. After a time, he rose, brushing the snow from his cloak. He wasn't sure if he'd found the answers he sought, but he felt steadier, more grounded. Emerging from the godwood, he returned to the castle's daily bustle, newly aware of how little time remained before the next hammerfall of war. Runners kept arriving with tidings, a small band of hill folk pledged to the Starks, a rumor that the Umbers might send an envoy, uncertain sightings of Bolton riders near the White Knife. Jon directed them all, dispatching men, organizing patrols. As midday approached, he spotted Ser Marlon Manderly in animated discussion with a few Mormont warriors. Jon crossed to them. Ser Marlon bowed. My lord, I wanted to let you know that we'll depart for White Harbor within the hour. We need to make haste before more snow blocks the roads. We'll relay your messages to Lord Wyman. Jon clapped him on the shoulder. Travel safe. Let Lord Wyman know that I stand ready to meet him should he desire a more formal alliance. And if he can spare men or ships to guard the White Knife, that might deter the Freys from sneaking in by water. Marlon agreed, then ventured off to see to their mounts. Jon lingered in the courtyard, surveying the men-at-arms who were training with wooden swords, sparring in half-frozen slush. He recalled his time in the practice yard with Ser Roderick or even with Robb. There had been a sense of camaraderie then, before the world turned dark. Now it was all sharpened edges and desperate stakes. A voice interrupted his thoughts. My lord, a moment? He turned to see Louis Riswell, the defector who had come from the Bolton's side. The man's posture showed both respect and a certain eagerness. Yes. Louis drew closer, lowering his voice. I'm sending a raven to my kin in the Rills, urging them to gather those who despise the Boltons. If you have instructions or a symbol to show them that our cause is genuine. Jon thought, you'll have my personal mark, the direwolf seal. That should assure them I stand behind your words. But also include a warning, no one should march openly until we're certain we can protect them. Roose Bolton might retaliate swiftly. Louis nodded. Understood. We'll be cautious. As the day wore on, the temperature dropped. Snow fell steadily, turning the world into a haze of white and gray. The battered walls and towers of Winterfell seemed to vanish at the edges as if lost in a swirling dream. Jon conferred briefly with the keep steward about food stores and realized they were woefully low. The Boltons and Freys had either seized or destroyed much of Winterfell's larder. If a long siege came, they'd starve. They needed to secure outlying farms, encourage the small folk to bring supplies. That meant offering protection in return. Another layer of responsibility. By dusk, the scouts who had been sent out that morning began trickling back, each with some scrap of intelligence. The first reported signs of Bolton outriders on the King's Road, harassing travelers. The second insisted he saw a large band of armed men east of Winterfell, uncertain if they were loyal to Bolton or seeking to join Jon. A third scout had tried to approach the Dref fort but couldn't get close without risking discovery. He glimpsed more torches along the ramparts than usual, suggesting the Boltons were indeed consolidating. Jon summoned his captains again, though not everyone was present as many had departed. Those who remained, Galbart Glover, a few Serwyn knights, the Mormonts, and some mountain clan leaders gathered around the flickering torchlight in the Great Hall. Jon relayed the scouts' findings and listened to the commentary. The consensus was clear. Roose Bolton was tightening his grip at the Dread Fort. If left unchecked, come spring or even late winter, he might march on Winterfell with a large force. We should consider a preemptive strike, one Serwyn knight said. Hit them before they're fully prepared. Galbart Glover frowned. It's a risk, though. The Dreadfort's walls are thick and the approach is treacherous in winter. We don't have the numbers for a drawn-out siege. A mountain clan leader grunted. We can hamper their supplies, as was said before. Starve them out, force them into open battle. Jon listened to each. Eventually, he rubbed his temples, fatigue gnawing. We need more allies to stand a chance. If the Umbers or Manderleys commit fully, or if others rally, we might muster enough to challenge the Drefort. But until then, we focus on small, precise strikes. Harass the Bolton patrols, cut off their food. Force Roose to come to us or to remain pinned down. A low murmur of agreement. A plan began to form. A network of watchers would station themselves along the roads, intercepting or eliminating Bolton's supply trains. The mountain clans would coordinate raids. House Glover would secure Deepwoodmott's territory, preventing any flanking maneuvers from the west. Meanwhile, Winterfell would serve as the rallying point for any new allies. And if Roose decided to march, they'd meet him with everything they had. It wasn't an elegant plan, but it was the best they could do with limited numbers and the constraints of winter. When the council broke for the evening, Jon remained at the table, sifting through letters. So many pleas for assistance from small folk villages, so many half-formed alliances. Each day, the task of forging a united North loomed larger. He traced a finger over a map of the region, imagining how Ned Stark had once overseen it all with calm assurance. He missed his father so keenly in that moment, it felt like a blade twisting in his chest. He stood abruptly, calling for a servant to fetch him a cloak. The hour was late and the hall grew still, but Jon felt restless. Outside, the snowfall had tapered to a few drifting flakes. Torchlight along the walls illuminated the falling snow in golden halos. The gates were shut, guards posted. The ruin of the stables was a dark silhouette. Jon crossed the yard and found himself at the old training yard, where a circle of scorched earth marked where the Boltons had burned some structure. A few wooden training dummies still stood, half broken. The memory of practicing swordplay with Robb, with Theon, even with his sisters in jest, came flooding back. He felt a ghostly presence at every corner. Slowly, he drew Longclaw from its scabbard. The Valyrian steel caught the torchlight in a dull gleam. He swung at the air, performing the old drills. His breath formed clouds in the chill, and each cut, each parry brought back the reflexes hammered into him by years of training. But the yard felt hollow. There was no Robb laughing, no Arya defying convention, no Bran perched on a fence to watch. Only the swirl of memories and the solitary hush of night. He lowered the sword, chest heaving. Longclaw was a weapon steeped in honor, passed to him by Jeor Mormont. Now it served a different cause, retaking a homeland from traitors. Jon wondered how the old bear would judge him for leaving the watch. He pushed the thought aside. The next weeks unfolded in a pattern of tense routine. Men scouted, patrolled, and occasionally skirmished with Bolton outriders. Supplies trickled in from sympathetic villagers. A few families from the outlying lands sought refuge behind Winterfell's walls, telling stories of Bolton intimidation. Jon's patchwork coalition kept growing, though not as rapidly as he might have hoped. The rumors of White Harbor's support gave people hope. Word spread that the Stark banner flew once more at Winterfell, that the bastard Jon Snow now claimed the name Stark. Some scorned the notion, but more seemed heartened by it. They whispered the North needed a Stark, no matter how he was born. One crisp morning, while Jon was examining the storehouse ledgers, a breathless guard burst into the hall. "My lord," riders approach the Umbers. "They bear the last hearth sigil. They're nearly at the gates." Jon felt his heart leap. The Umbers were a powerful northern family, though complicated by the capture of the great Jon. Still, any sign of them was significant. He hurried to the courtyard, assembling a small honor guard to greet the visitors. The gates creaked open, and in rode a group of roughly 20 men, each large and broad-shouldered, the Umber's signature build. Their sigil, the roaring giant in chains, was displayed on banners. At their head was a man of middle years with a thick auburn beard and fierce eyes. He dismounted with a grunt, beckoning for his men to hold. Jon stepped forward, acutely aware of the onlookers gathered. "Welcome to Winterfell," Jon said carefully. I know who you are," the man barked, though not unkindly. "Jon Snow. Or Stark, as the rumor goes." He folded his arms across his barrel chest. "I'm Morgan Umber, cousin to the great Jon. I've come to see if these tales of a Stark retaking Winterfell are true. Seems they are." He swept a glance around the courtyard, lips curled in a wry smile. "You don't look much like the great Jon, but I can see something of Eddard in your face." Jon inclined his head. "I'm honored you've come. Have you news of your cousin?" Morgan's gaze flickered. "Still captive, as far as we know, either at the Twins or deeper south. No word. We've had our share of troubles, but many at the last hearth refused to submit to Bolton rule. That's why I'm here, to decide if House Umber stands with you or not." Jon studied him, choosing his words with care. "I welcome any who would see the North freed from traitors. My father always spoke highly of the Umbers." Morgan huffed. "We've bled beside the Starks for centuries. But the Red Wedding broke us. The small Jon, my cousin's son, turned cloak and sided with the Boltons. It's caused division among us." His face darkened. "Some still follow the Smalljon's lead, hoping to curry favor with the new Warden of the North. But many see that as cowardice. I represent those who remain loyal to the old ways and the old alliances. If you're truly Ned Stark's son, show me." Jon said nothing for a moment, meeting Morgan's challenging stare. Then he peeled off a glove and extended his hand. The ring on his finger bore the imprint of the direwolf sigil, a simple piece given to him after the retaking of the castle. "I have only my word and my sword," Jon said. "I was raised in Winterfell, taught by my father. I fight to restore this house. If you stand with me, we can drive the Boltons out once and for all. Or we can die trying." A slow grin split Morgan's beard. He took Jon's hand in a crushing grip. "I like that talk. I will stand with you. I've brought 200 men, a hardy stock camped not far behind. Give us a place in your battle line, and we'll show Roose Bolton what happens when you betray the North." Relief and gratitude surged through Jon. "You're welcome here. We'll find lodging and gather in Counsel soon." The Umbers stomped inside, boisterous and loud, but a wave of hope coursed through Winterfell's defenders. Whispers spread quickly. House Umber had come, swelling their ranks. Perhaps the North truly could unite. Jon oversaw the new arrivals, directing them to a secure courtyard area where they could set up tents if they preferred. Some men peeled off heavy cloaks, revealing battered mail. They looked like they'd fought in 100 skirmishes already. Late that afternoon, Jon convened another strategy meeting in the Great Hall, this time with Morgan Umber present, alongside the other assembled houses. The hall was filled with the murmur of voices. Jon stood at the dais, trying to mask his exhaustion. He greeted Morgan formally and introduced him to the Glovers, Mormonts, Riswells, and Mountain Clan leaders. A swirl of alliances, tenuous but real, now coalesced under Winterfell's roof. Morgan wasted no time in making his views known. "Strike now," he bellowed, slamming a fist on the table. "Roose is reeling from the loss of his bastard, and we can't let him fortify. I say we march for the Dreadfort before the snows get any worse." Galbart Glover countered. "We still don't know if the Freys have men on the White Knife. A rash move could see us encircled. Mormont voices chimed in, advocating caution but leaning toward action. Louis Riswell repeated his suggestion of ambushing supply lines. The debate grew heated, echoing off the stone walls. Jon cleared his throat, quieting them. We've grown stronger, yes, but the Dreadfort is not a foe to underestimate. Winter, ironically, may be our ally, slowing reinforcements from the south. If we can keep the Boltons contained, hamper their supplies, we might coax them into a disadvantageous battle. One of the Mountain Clan leaders spoke up, nodding. Let them come out of their foxhole, then we trap them in the open. Morgan Umber spat. We risk them calling for Frey support. I say we test their walls, at least. Let them see that House Stark is not cowering behind these walls. In the end, they agreed on a compromise. A partial force, led by Morgan Umber and some of the mountain clans, would move northward toward the Dreadfort, not to besiege it outright but to harry Bolton patrols and block roads. The remainder under Jon would hold Winterfell, continuing to rally new allies. If the Boltons marched to break the partial siege, the Umbers would draw them out, then signal for reinforcements from Winterfell to join the fight in open ground. It was a risky plan, but feasible if communication stayed intact and the weather held. They hammered out details until the fires burned low. Jon could almost sense the sparks of excitement among the men. After weeks of waiting, they at last had a clear course of action. Morgan seemed invigorated by the plan, slapping backs and downing cups of ale. The Mormonts and Glovers set about ensuring supply lines for the partial force. The mood was tense but determined. When the meeting ended, Jon lingered behind, leaning on the dais. The hall was empty except for a few servants clearing cups. The day's battles had been fought with words, but the real war was yet to come. He felt a hollowness in his chest, a longing for the reassurance of old friends. Sam, Gren, PYP. How different life was back then on the Wall when the greatest fear was the wildlings or the cold nights. Now he was embroiled in a war of kings and traitors, forging alliances he'd never dreamed of. He retired to his small chamber, once a storage room off the main hall. In the darkness, he removed his cloak, letting it drop in a heap. Echoes of the debate still rang in his ears. Strike now, hold back, starve them out, face them in open battle. He sank onto a makeshift bed, muscles aching. Ghost dozed in a corner, the wound on his flank healing slowly. The dire wolf stirred, lifting his head to watch Jon with curious red eyes. Jon patted the bed. Ghost patted over and lay beside it, resting his muzzle on Jon's leg. In that moment, the swirl of worry eased. He gently ran his fingers through Ghost's white fur, feeling the wolf's steady breathing. You and I are all that's left, Jon murmured. I wonder where the rest of them are. Bran, Rickon, Arya, Sansa. The gods only know. A pang of sadness overtook him. He recalled how he used to see them daily, how their presence filled Winterfell with so much life. Now the castle stood half-ruined, a ghost of itself. He closed his eyes, letting exhaustion claim him. The next days passed in a flurry of preparation. Morgan Umber's partial force ready to march, stockpiling food and gear. Runners from the mountain clans arrived, confirming safe routes. Jon had no illusions that the Dreadfort could be taken easily, but the goal was harassment, keeping Roose Bolton under pressure. Meanwhile, additional small bands of northern warriors trickled into Winterfell, drawn by the rumors that the bastard of Winterfell now carried the Stark banner. On the day Morgan's hosts set out, Jon stood atop the battered walls watching them depart. A column of men and horses wound across the snowy plain, the Umber standard and a Stark banner fluttering side by side. Trumpets sounded, echoing. Morale ran high, but Jon knew the hardships they'd face in the field. Winter storms were merciless. Still, they rode with determination, leaving fresh footprints in the drifts. In the following word arrived from White Harbor, a raven bearing Lord Wyman Manderly's greetings. The letter was guarded in tone, but it expressed gratitude for the retaking of Winterfell and suggested the time might be ripe for a meeting. Lord Wyman offered the outskirts of White Harbor as a neutral location for a parley if Jon wanted to discuss an alliance in person. Jon deliberated, weighing the risks of travel against the need to secure Manderly support. In the end, he decided it was worth the gamble, though he would not go alone and not without ensuring Winterfell remained secure. Before he could finalize those plans, a second letter arrived, this time from the Neck. House Reed's courier delivered it by hand, sloshing in with muddy boots, having braved the swamps. The Reeds had always been fiercely loyal to the Starks. Howland Reed was a close friend to Ned. The letter was short but potent. House Reed stands ready to answer the call of House Stark. We pledge our spears in your defense. Send word if you require our presence. Jon's spirit soared at the note. The Crannogmen might be small in number, but their cunning in guerrilla warfare was legendary. If they joined fully, the Boltons would find their supply lines severed in the swampy lowlands. It seemed each day brought a fresh sign that the North remembered indeed. On a bitterly cold morning, Jon donned his cloak and stepped into the courtyard, scanning the walls. He had decided to visit White Harbor within the week. He would bring a modest escort, leaving the bulk of his forces to hold Winterfell. Galbart Glover had agreed to watch over the castle in Jon's absence, coordinating with the Mormonts and mountain clans. The final details were being sorted out. A horn's blast shattered the silence. Jon whirled, heart-pounding. Guards rushed to the walls. Another blast echoing across the winter sky. An alarm. Jon sprinted up the nearest staircase, ignoring the bite of cold. Reaching the ramparts, he squinted across the plain. A lone rider approached at a gallop, weaving unsteadily. Snow sprayed around the horse's hooves. "Open the gates," one guard cried. "He's wearing our colors." The rider barreled through the half-raised portcullis, nearly falling from his saddle. Jon hurried down to meet him. The man was a Serwyn scout, his face pale with shock, sweat freezing in his hair. He tumbled to the ground, panting, while stable hands seized the foam-flecked horse. "What is it?" Jon demanded, kneeling beside him. "Speak." The scout struggled for breath. "Attack. The Boltons? They descended on a village near the White Knife. Slaughtered folk. I barely escaped." His eyes rolled, half-crazed with terror. "More than that, we saw a banner, a gold lion with silverfish. Lannister and Tully, but not quite. Could be the Freys or some bastard branch. I don't know." He coughed, spitting up phlegm. "They were heading this way, burning as they came." Jon's stomach clenched. "How many?" "Dozens, maybe 100 or more." "Hard to say. They had wagons, crossbows, new supplies. They'll reach the outskirts in a day or two." He swallowed hard. Bolton men, and some from the twins, it seemed. Jon's mind raced. So soon, a direct push toward Winterfell? Perhaps they aimed to test his defenses or simply sow terror. If Bolton forces were at large, it meant Roose had begun his own campaign. The thought of a Lannister banner or something akin to it confused Jon. It could be a misleading tactic or some Frey alliance piece. He lifted the scout to his feet, gesturing for healers to tend him. Then he addressed the gathered guards. "We hold Winterfell. Send riders to recall any patrols in the area. Double the watchers on the walls. I want every man ready to fight by dawn tomorrow." Adrenaline surged through Jon's veins. The war was upon them whether they liked it or not. He hastened to find Galbart Glover and the others. The assault might be small in scale, but it was an assault nonetheless, possibly the opening gambit of a larger plan. Everyone was on edge. Runners darted through the castle, delivering instructions to prepare bows, reinforce the gates, gather pitch for flaming arrows. By nightfall, Winterfell bristled with readiness. Fires burned on every battlement. Men lined the walls. Snow fell thicker, swirling in the torchlight. Ghost limped beside Jon, determined despite his injury, ears perked. Jon could practically taste the tension in the air. He heard men muttering about the darkness beyond the gates, the possibility of a surprise attack in the night. But the enemy, if near, kept their distance. Early the next morning, a watchman's cry rang out from the ramparts, "They come." Lights on the horizon. Jon ascended the walls swiftly, Ghost at his heels. Through the gray gloom of pre-dawn, he saw flickers of torchlight and the faint shapes of a column approaching from the east. He counted quickly, perhaps 100 or more as the scout had reported. The lead banners were difficult to make out, half-shrouded in the swirling snow. But soon enough, a standard emerged, the flayed man of Bolton next to a colorless shape that might have been the Twins' towers. The hodgepodge of a third banner displayed some lion motif, though it was not the bold crimson of the main Lannister arms, perhaps an offshoot or a trophy banner brandished to strike fear. They halted out of bow range, the murmur of many voices drifting on the wind. Jon stood with Galbart Glover, scanning the enemy lines. The Freys, or a Bolton Frey mix, were setting up. Some dismounted, forming ranks. A single rider advanced, carrying a white flag. "Another parley," Glover muttered in distaste. Jon exhaled. "Let's see what they have to say." They descended to the courtyard where the gates cracked open just wide enough to admit the rider. The man wore heavy furs and sneered as he entered. Guards seized his reins. Jon confronted him, flanked by Glover and a handful of Mormont warriors. Ghost prowled at Jon's side. lips curled back to show fangs. "Speak your peace," Jon said coldly. The rider regarded him with open contempt. "I bear a message from Lord Roose Bolton, Warden of the North, and from Ser Ryman Frey." He spat the names as if they were golden. "They command you to lay down your arms and surrender Winterfell. In return, your lives will be spared, provided you swear loyalty and hand over certain hostages." A bitter laugh escaped Galbart Glover. "Hostages, is it? They break guest right, murder the king in the north, and now think we'll kneel." The rider's sneer deepened. "You have no rightful claim, bastard. The Boltons rule by the king's decree. But Lord Bolton is merciful. Resist, and you'll suffer the same fate as all traitors." His eyes flicked to Ghost, who bared his teeth. Jon stepped closer, keeping his tone calm though anger burned inside him. "Tell your masters that Winterfell belongs to House Stark. Always has. If they want it, let them come and die." The messenger's face twisted. He tried to maintain composure, though Ghost's steady growling unnerved him. "Then you condemn yourself, Snow. The Boltons will see you flayed. That's what they do to traitors, even self-made Starks." Jon's voice hardened. "I've seen enough flaying to last a lifetime. Go. Tell Roose Bolton he can meet me on the field or hide behind his walls like the coward he is. We will not yield." The messenger glowered, glancing at the guards around him. Jon motioned them aside. "Let him ride out." The gate opened just enough for the man to depart. He galloped away, nearly slipping on the snowy ground. The watchers on the wall shouted insults after him. Once he was gone, Jon turned to Glover and the others. "We hold the walls. They might attempt an assault or a siege. We must be prepared for either." Glover nodded, gripping his sword hilt. "They'll regret coming here." Within the hour, the enemy made their move. A wave of soldiers advanced under the swirl of snow, carrying shields and spears. Archers in their rear ranks fired arrows toward the ramparts. The battle for Winterfell began anew. Jon raced along the walls, shouting orders. Archers loosed volleys in return, the twang of bowstrings merging with the hiss of arrows. Some found their marks, striking the Bolton Frey ranks below. Men cried out, clutching at wounded shoulders or throats. Others hoisted mantlets to protect themselves as they pressed forward. At one point, the gates rattled under the impact of a makeshift battering ram. Jon had men above pour flaming pitch down. Screams tore through the air as the scorching liquid splattered across flesh. The ram dropped and the enemy fell back. A cheer rose from the defenders. Below, the assailants regrouped, forming a second line. Crossbow bolts rattled off the stone walls. Some soared over, clattering into the courtyard. One lodged itself in the flank of a Mormont soldier who stood too close to the battlements, sending him reeling in pain. A swirl of chaos enveloped the perimeter as the attackers tested the fortress from multiple angles, seeking a weak spot. Jon directed men to the eastern rampart where the enemy seemed concentrated. He glimpsed a Frey banner moving up, the double towers stark against Greycloth. They advanced behind tall shields, hoping to close the distance. Jon's archers fired relentlessly, thinning their numbers. The snow turned red in patches where bodies fell. But more came. Suddenly, a horn blast from the western side. One of the watchers shouted, "They're scaling the walls." Jon cursed. He sprinted to the west rampart, Ghost following despite his limp. Sure enough, a group of Bolton men had managed to prop ladders against a collapsed section of the outer defenses. They were clambering up. The defenders engaged them in frantic melee at the top. Swords clashed on bucklers, men cursed and screamed. A Bolton soldier scrambled onto the battlements, only to be met by the axe of a Mormont woman who cleaved him from shoulder to chest. Another made it up, thrusting a spear that skewered a Serwyn guard. The guard toppled with a guttural moan, tumbling off the rampart in a spray of blood. Jon waded into the fray, longclaw flashing. A man in Bolton livery lunged. Jon sidestepped, slashing across his chest. Another swung an axe at Jon's head. Jon ducked, ramming his pommel into the attacker's face. Bone crunched and the man staggered backward. Ghost leaped, clamping his jaws around the man's throat, ending him in a savage flurry. The clash was fierce but brief. With the defenders pushing from above, the Bolton men began to waver. Jon hacked through a ladder's top rungs, sending two more assailants plunging down with a wail. Others dropped off the ladders, preferring the fall to meeting Jon's sword. Soon, the west side was clear, the ladders cast down. Bodies littered the stones. Jon's chest heaved, breath steaming. Blood speckled his face, and every muscle screamed in protest. From the ramparts, he peered out at the main assault on the gates. The attackers had lost momentum after the fiery pitch. Some had withdrawn out of arrow range. Others lay dead or dying in the churned snow. The Frey banner drooped, half-burned. Here and there, crossbowmen tried to snipe from a distance, but the swirling snow and fierce arrow fire from the walls gave them little luck. Amid the chaos, a horn blast sounded from the enemy ranks. Slowly, their lines began to pull back. The assault was over, at least for now. They left behind scorched ground, scattered bodies, and a few wounded who crawled or moaned for help. Some defenders shouted taunts at the retreating foe. Jon knew better than to let his guard down. This was a skirmish, a test. The real confrontation might be yet to come. He and his men hastened to reinforce the gates, douse any remaining fires, and tend to the wounded. The courtyard became a makeshift hospital. Snow reddened with blood as they carried in the injured. Jon personally helped lift a fallen Serwyn man onto a pallet, wincing at the arrow shaft protruding from the man's thigh. Ghost trudged behind him, muzzle spattered with gore. Galbar Glover found Jon amid the grim scene. "They've retreated for now," Glover said, wiping sweat and soot from his brow. "We held them off, thanks to the walls." He glanced around at the wounded and the dead. "But they'll come again or starve us out." Jon nodded, grimly aware of their own limited supplies. "Let them try. This time we're ready." Glover's gaze slid to the battered gates. "We should fortify further, maybe with sharpened stakes, and keep men posted day and night." They worked well into the evening, doubling watch shifts, bolstering weak points. Runners were sent to track the enemy's position. Reports came back that the enemy had made camp some miles away, lighting fires and tending their own wounded. Neither side would rest easily now. Late that night, Jon stood again on the ramparts, gazing into darkness. Torchlight flickered across his battered armor. Memories of the day's fighting haunted him, blood, screams, the savage glee on some faces. War had come to Winterfell again, a war of northern men fighting one another. Could the region ever heal from this endless cycle of betrayal? He thought again of the old gods, the weight of wearing the Stark name. Then he heard a low growl from Ghost, who stood at his side, hackles raised. Jon placed a calming hand on the direwolf's back. "Easy," he whispered. "We'll face whatever comes." And so the night wore on, filled with uneasy watchfulness and the knowledge that the next dawn might bring another storm of steel and fire. They endured that limbo for days, the Bolton Frey force lurking beyond Winterfell's sight, presumably waiting for reinforcements or a more opportune moment. Sporadic skirmishes flared when small groups tested the walls. Jon and his men repelled them each time, though at cost. The castle's supplies dwindled faster than Jon wished. If the enemy maintained a siege, the coming weeks would be dire. Amid this tension, a dispatch arrived that Morgan Umber's partial force was still en route north, apparently unaware that a host had come from the east to besiege Winterfell. Runners were sent to redirect them back south, but traveling in deep winter snows made everything uncertain. One bitter evening, after a bruising day of small-scale clashes, a messenger from the enemy camp rode up under a white flag. This time, he claimed to speak directly for Roose Bolton. He demanded negotiations for the sake of sparing lives. With a wary heart, Jon agreed to a parley at dawn outside the walls. When the cold gray dawn arrived, Jon rode out with half a dozen of his best fighters. Galbart Glover, a pair of Mormonts, 2 Serwyn men, and Louis Riswell, to a cleared field within sight of Winterfell's gates. The enemy party approached from the opposite side. A group of Bolton soldiers in black and red, accompanied by a handful of Frey men. At their center rode a slender, pale man on a black horse, Roose Bolton himself. His expression was inscrutable, eyes half-lidded in a face devoid of warmth. Jon felt a chill beyond the cold wind. Here was the man who orchestrated the Red Wedding with Walder Frey, who betrayed Robb Stark. A murderer, a schemer, a cold-hearted snake. Jon's fingers tightened on Longclaw's hilt. Bolton halted a few paces away, inclining his head in the faintest parody of respect. "Jon Snow, or is it Jon Stark now?" he said softly, his voice carrying across the frosty air. "I have heard conflicting stories." Jon's anger simmered. "You know who I am, Lord Bolton. The question is, why are you here?" Bolton's thin lips curved in a near smile. "To see if you'll be more sensible than your late brother. We need not shed more northern blood. If you surrender Winterfell to me and pledge fealty, I'll be merciful." Galbart Glover barked a derisive laugh, but Jon silenced him with a glance. He met Bolton's gaze. "You butchered my brother under guest right. There can be no peace between us. You want Winterfell? You'll have to take it by force." Bolton's face showed no flicker of emotion. The Red Wedding was unfortunate, but necessary. Robb Stark refused the rightful authority of the crown. As for you, you're a deserter from the Night's Watch, a bastard with no claim. Why spill more blood? Bend the knee, and I'll confirm you as a lesser lord under House Bolton. You can keep a portion of land, if it pleases you. Jon almost laughed in disbelief. Instead, he spat on the ground. "Never. The North will not bow to you any longer. You're no true warden, only a usurper who murdered his liege." Bolton's eyes narrowed a fraction. The men at his back bristled. "You are a fool, then, like your father. Make no mistake, I have reinforcements coming. Frey men as well as certain other allies. You can't hold Winterfell forever. When your walls collapse and your people starve, you'll wish you'd chosen mercy." Jon's heart hammered. "We'd rather die free than serve a betrayer. The North remembers Roose Bolton, and the day will come when your name is spoken with nothing but loathing." A ghost of a smirk touched Bolton's lips. "You speak as if you are the North, but the North is large. Not all see you as a savior. Some see only another pretender. In time, the others will drift to my side, if only to avoid your fate." Jon clenched his jaw. "This parley is over. You have my answer." Bolton regarded him for a heartbeat, then offered a slight bow. "So be it. May the best lineage prevail." With that, he turned his horse, his men wheeling around him in a tight formation. They rode away, vanishing into the swirl of snow. Jon and his party returned to Winterfell, moodgrim. The die was cast, no compromise was possible. War would continue until one side broke. Inside the courtyard, men who had peered from the walls asked in hushed tones what had transpired. Jon's expression told the story. In the days that followed, Bolton's siege tightened. More tents sprang up around the outskirts, more watchfires glowed at night. Supplies within Winterfell dwindled dangerously. The defenders salvaged every scrap of food, rationed bread and salted meat. Whispers of hunger spread among the ranks. A few men deserted, slipping away under cover of darkness. They were found dead in the snow by patrols, a warning of how the Boltons greeted deserters from within the walls. Jon's nights became sleepless, haunted by the possibility of starvation or infiltration. But not all tidings were dark. Scouts slipped past Bolton lines at times, bringing news that Morgan Umber's force now knew of the siege. They were circling south to attempt to relieve Winterfell, though the deep snow and Bolton patrols might slow them. House Reed's Crannogmen launched raids in the swamps near the White Knife, cutting off some Bolton supply wagons. There was hope yet for a pincer if the Umbers or other forces arrived in time. One frigid morning, as Jon stood on the battlements surveying the enemy lines, Galbart Glover joined him. "The men are hungry, tired," Glover murmured. "But they still look to you for leadership. Don't lose heart." Jon nodded, though his brow furrowed. His cheeks stung from the cold, and he could see the ring of tents beyond arrow range, smoke curling from cooking fires. The enemy had the advantage of foraging from nearby farms. Winterfell's defenders were penned in. "We hold," Jon said, voice steeled. "Morgan Umber will come. We just have to survive until then." Survival became the singular goal. Each day was a test of endurance. Bolton archers harried the walls, peppering them with arrows. Defenders cowered behind merlins, returning fire whenever possible. A few battered siege engines appeared in the enemy camp, small catapults that lobbed stones at Winterfell's walls, gradually chipping away at weak sections. The castle shuddered under the barrage. Portions of the outer fortifications threatened to collapse. Jon directed men to reinforce them with timber. Amid the constant assault, news trickled in that a small Frey detachment had arrived from the south, boosting the enemy's numbers. Bolton's hold tightened. Rumor said Roose expected more forces eventually, enough to swarm the castle. And so the defenders prayed for the Umbers or the Manderleys, or any northern ally, to break the siege. One night, fierce winds howled, blanketing the field in snowdrifts. At dawn, Jon peered over the ramparts to see white dunes, the enemy camp half buried. For a moment, he allowed himself the faintest smile. Let the snow hinder them. Let the cold be his ally. He felt the spirit of the North swirling in that storm, an unrelenting force that even the Boltons couldn't fully tame. Days blurred, each overshadowed by the threat of Bolton catapults and sharpened arrows. The defenders huddled near fires, wrapped in furs, living on thin rations. Morale dipped, but every time an arrow of the flayed man's sigil found its mark, men remembered the cruelty they fought against, kept them resolute if desperate. At last, one bleak morning, the horns on the walls blared in a frantic staccato. Jon, half asleep in his chamber, jolted upright and pulled on his cloak, grabbing Longclaw. Ghost sprang up with a growl. Rushing to the battlements, Jon saw a wild sight. A column of men surging toward the enemy lines from the northwest, bearing the Umber giant in chains. The Umbers had arrived. Morgan Umber's voice boomed across the plain, urging his men forward. Surprise and confusion rippled through the Bolton Frey forces. Winterfell's defenders erupted in cheers. Jon felt a burst of adrenaline. The relieving force crashed into the flank of the siege lines, swords flashing in the bright morning. The enemy scrambled to mount a defense, pivoting archers and foot soldiers to face the new threat. Jon seized the moment. "Open the gates," he roared. "We charge." The portcullis groaned up. A battered drawbridge, repaired from older damage, was lowered across the moat. The defenders poured out, led by Jon, Galbart Glover, and the Mormonts. They tore into the Bolton lines from the other side. The clash was furious. Steel rang on steel, men shouted oaths. The Bolton Frey host reeled between two fronts, hammered from both east and west. The chaos was palpable. Jon slashed through a Frey pikeman, the Valyrian steel cleaving easily. He parried a blow from a second man, countering with a thrust that sank through chainmail. Ghost charged alongside, bearing a Bolton soldier to the ground in a frenzy of teeth. Smoke from spilled braziers mingled with the iron tang of blood. Morgan Umber's deep voice roared encouragement as he hacked with a great sword. The combined impetus of Winterfell's garrison and the Umbers proved overwhelming. The enemy lines buckled. Some attempted to rally under Roose Bolton's banner, but confusion and fear took hold. Many turned to flee. Others fought on grimly, knowing the Boltons did not reward cowards. Jon glimpsed Roose Bolton himself in the distance, mounted on a black horse, face grim. Surrounding him were a knot of soldiers protecting him from the melee. Jon tried to press forward, but the swirl of battle separated them. Archers loosed point-blank shots. A Mormont fell, screaming, an arrow through her collarbone. The snow underfoot grew slick with blood. Jon had to sidestep bodies. Cries rang out, "They're breaking! They're running!" Indeed, pockets of the enemy host dissolved, dropping weapons to flee north or east. Horses stampeded, riders spurring them madly. The final cluster around Roose Bolton fought to carve a path away from the field, clearing anyone who stood in their way. Jon, chest heaving, tried to pursue, but was forced to deflect a spear. A Frey soldier lunged, eyes wild. Jon sidestepped and brought Longclaw down, ending the man. When he looked up, Bolton and his retinue were vanishing into a swirl of snow, galloping away. It was not a complete rout, but enough that the siege lines collapsed. The fighting wound down, scattered pockets of resistance quickly overrun. Winterfell's defenders and the Umbers, half frozen and bloodied, cheered as the enemy's banners fell. The field belonged to House Stark that day. Jon stood amid the churned snow, breath ragged, surveying the aftermath. Bodies lay everywhere, red on white. Groans of the wounded mingled with the exultant shouts of the victors. Morgan Umber approached, wiping blood from his beard. "We made it in time," he said, grinning fiercely. "You gave them a good thrashing from this side." Jon gripped his forearm in thanks. "We couldn't have lasted much longer. Your arrival was the turning point." Morgan's grin faded. "We lost good men on the way, fought through more than one Bolton patrol. But we're here now. The day is ours." In truth, the day was drenched in blood and sorrow, but it was a victory nonetheless. The siege was broken for the moment, yet Roose Bolton had escaped. Jon felt a mixture of triumph and anxiety. The war was not done, but they had struck a vital blow. As the men picked through the aftermath, finishing off wounded Freys or Boltons who refused to surrender, Jon organized a triage for his own wounded. Ghost limped up, fresh blood staining his muzzle, but otherwise unharmed. Jon patted the direwolf's head. "Good boy," he murmured. They took stock. Supplies could now flow freely again, if the roads remained safe. The siege lines were gone, the Bolton Frey force scattered. Some prisoners were taken, trembling in fear, stripped of weapons. Jon had them ushered into a corner of the courtyard, guarded by Umbers and Mormonts. He would question them later, perhaps glean where Bolton might retreat. By dusk, the bodies were moved or burned, a somber task. The men erected makeshift pyres. Snow fell again, covering the fallen in a white shroud. Jon felt hollowed out by exhaustion, but forced himself to remain on his feet. He oversaw the burials for his own, including some who had fought beside him since the day he deserted the watch. Each loss weighed on him. In the great hall that night, fires blazed. The surviving defenders and Umber reinforcements shared what meager food and drink they had, huddled in relief and sorrow. Glover and Morgan recounted the final moments of the battle with quiet pride. The mood was subdued, more a vigil than a feast. Still, men clasped hands, grateful to be alive. Jon rose to address them. The hall fell silent, flickering shadows dancing on the walls. "We have won a great victory today. We broke the siege, freed ourselves from the jaws of the Boltons and Freys. Many of our brothers and sisters died to make it so. We will remember them." He paused, letting the hush settle. "But our war is not over. Roose Bolton lives, and he will gather strength elsewhere. We must remain vigilant. Our forces grow, and with the Umber's help, we can push back until the North is truly free again." A rumble of agreement rolled through the hall. Jon's gaze traveled over the battered faces. Umbers, Mormonts, Glovers, Serwins, mountain clans, and the once Bolton men who had defected. Even a few Ryswells were present, all brought together under the direwolf banner. He drew a breath. "Together, we'll restore the North to what it was meant to be under House Stark, and the Bolton name will become a curse upon the wind." Cheers erupted, a mixture of defiance and exhaustion. Cups clashed, toasts rose to the memory of Ned, Robb, all the fallen. Men pounded the tables, roaring "Stark" through the smoky hall. Jon felt a swelling in his chest, part sorrow, part fierce resolve. That night, he dreamed of Ned and Robb, standing at Winterfell's gates, beckoning him onward. He saw their faces, felt their unspoken encouragement. When he woke, dawn light peeking through a cracked window, he sat upright, heart pounding. The war was far from done, but for the first time he sensed genuine hope. The North was rallying behind him, a once-forgotten bastard. He would not fail them. Over the coming weeks, Jon would dispatch riders to White Harbor, urging Lord Wyman to join them fully, now that the Boltons had suffered a blow. He would send ravens to the Reeds, the Glovers, the Serwins, to any who might stand against the flayed man. He would gather the North's scattered strength until Roose Bolton had nowhere left to hide. And if the Iron Throne sought to enforce the Bolton claim, well, they would find the North a land of wolves once again. Jon walked the ramparts at sunrise, surveying the horizon. Snow covered the old battlefield, erasing much of the blood. In the distance, the footprints of the fleeing enemy had been partially buried by drifting white. Ghost padded beside him, breath steaming. Far below, survivors scurried about, collecting spent arrows, salvaging any materials left behind. And beyond, the North beckoned, vast and untamed. A thin wind flapped the Stark banner overhead, the direwolf emblazoned on cloth. Jon lifted his face to the sharp chill, letting it sting him awake. He was Lord of Winterfell, for now at least, and the realm looked to him. The memory of his father's voice echoed in his thoughts. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. He was not alone any longer. This was his pack, Mormonts, Umbers, Glovers, Reeds, and countless others who believed in the Stark name. Their bond, forged in blood and winter, would guide them through whatever horrors still lurked. Roose Bolton might rally again, but the North had tasted victory. They would press on until House Stark was secure. Jon rested a hand on Ghost's thick ruff, feeling the direwolf's heartbeat under his palm. "We're home," he whispered, recalling the words he had spoken the day they reclaimed this castle. It still felt fragile, precarious, but it was real. He gazed out at the swirling flurries of snow, the hard beauty of the land that had shaped him. For good or ill, he would be the Stark that winter needed. And so, as dawn light broke over Winterfell, Jon Stark, no longer Snow, steeled himself for the battles yet to come. The gates of his ancestral home stood firm behind him, and beyond them stretched a north awakening to the memory of what House Stark once was and could be again. Jon woke at first light, heart jostled awake by the memory of the battle just past. Outside his chamber's narrow window, the sky was a watery gray, snow flurries whirling over the courtyards of Winterfell. The hush of cold morning pressed in against the worn stones, and his breath turned to mist in the chill air. For a moment, he stayed still on his pallet, listening to the muted stir of men in the corridors, knowing that war would not let him linger in bed like some lord of old. He thought of the faces of those who had fallen in yesterday's fight, their blood staining the snow. He wondered how many more would die before Roose Bolton's threat was ended. With a low groan, Jon threw off his cloak, pulled on his boots, and rose. A battered metal basin stood in one corner of the room. He scooped up the half-frozen water, splashing his face to chase away remnants of sleep. Ghost watched from a spot beside the door, the direwolf's ears pricked, flanks still bandaged but healing. When Jon finished washing, Ghost padded to his side, pressing a cold muzzle against his hip as if offering silent reassurance. Jon stroked the wolf's head and murmured, "We keep going, boy. One step at a time." He stepped out into the corridor where a pair of Mormont warriors stood guard. They straightened at the sight of him. "My lord," said one, bowing her head in respect. Jon still felt a flicker of unease when people called him that. But he wore the name Stark now, and with it came the duties he had chosen. He made his way to the Great Hall. Already, the vast space hummed with morning tasks, men rebuilding shattered doors, archers fletching arrows by flickering torches, a few wounded propped on pallets. The thick smell of smoke lingered along with the iron tang of blood. The siege was broken thanks to the Umbers, yet the castle still felt half under siege, supplies were low, men were on edge, and no one knew when Roose Bolton might return with a larger army. Galbart Glover stood near the dais, speaking with a cluster of Serwyn soldiers. When he spotted Jon, he crossed the floor with brisk steps. "We've started clearing the eastern outer yard, my lord," Galbart said, voice rough from lack of sleep. "Some Bolton men remain unburied. So do ours." Jon nodded. "See that our dead have proper pyres, or a burial if the ground allows. Treat the enemy's remains with at least enough respect to keep disease away. We can't leave corpses to rot on the snow." Galbart's expression looked grimmer than usual. "Aye, I'll see it done." "We also captured about a dozen more Bolton men who surrendered rather than flee. Most are wounded. We're holding them in the gatehouse tower." Jon grimaced. "Question them gently. They might offer clues about Roose's next move. We'll see if any truly wish to swear loyalty to House Stark or if they're beyond reason." Galbart made to depart, but paused. "One more thing. Morgan Umber wants a council soon. He's outside in the courtyard with some of his men. I think he's eager to push north after Bolton." Jon almost huffed a breath of wry laughter. Morgan Umber was as relentless as a snowstorm. Once he set his mind to something, caution be damned. "I'll speak with him. Thank you." He found Morgan in the middle of the courtyard, where a ring of men surrounded him. The Umber Lord dwarfed half those present, easily identified by his red beard shot through with white. He noticed Jon and raised an arm in greeting. "Stark," he bellowed, voice echoing off the walls. "We gave those Bolton rats a thrashing, eh?" Jon clasped his forearm. "We did, and we owe you. Without the Umbers, Winterfell might still be under siege." Morgan guffawed. "My men enjoyed every minute of it. The chance to bury an axe in a Frey or a Bolton is worth the ride." Then his eyes glinted with renewed fervor. "Which brings me to what I wish to discuss. Roose Bolton fled, but I mean to hound him. If he skulks away to the Drevfort, let's mount up and chase him there. End this now." Some of the men at Morgan's side nodded, eyes lit with bloodlust. Jon, though, felt a cautioning grip in his chest. "We only just broke the siege," he said. "Our numbers have swelled, true, but so have our casualties. And we have limited food. A march on the Dreadfort in the depth of winter would be no small feat." Morgan bared his teeth. "Better to strike now than wait. We let Bolton rebuild, or gather reinforcements from the Freys. We'll face a bigger war come spring." Jon couldn't disagree with that entirely. But the realm was wide, the roads hazardous. "We'll put it to council," Jon said. "Come to the Great Hall after midday. We'll see what the Glovers, Mormonts, Reeds, and Serwins say. Not to mention the Ryswell defectors. If the consensus is a march, we'll plan accordingly." Morgan grunted assent, though impatience shone in his eyes. "Don't take too long with your talk. We've momentum on our side." Jon managed a faint nod. Morgan stomped off, rallying a few of his men. Jon stood in the courtyard for a moment, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. Beneath his feet, the packed snow was stained with old blood. The bodies had been gathered, but echoes of the fight lingered in every corner. He noticed a small group of children, refugees from a nearby village, watching from behind a crumbled wall. They stared at him with wide, fearful eyes. Jon's heart twisted at the sight, remembering how once he was a boy at Winterfell, ignorant of war. He could only hope they'd find peace here someday. The council convened later that day, torches flickering in the drafty hall. Jon sat at a long table rather than upon Ned Stark's seat on the dais. He still found that symbolic throne unsettling. Gathered around him were Galbart Glover, Morgan Umber, Louise Ryswell, and a few of his kin, 2 Mormont women, and half a dozen representatives from the mountain clans and House Serwyn. They all wore weary, closed expressions, bearing the weight of a war that would not end easily. Jon leaned forward, arms braced on the table. "We're here to discuss our next move. The siege is broken, thanks to the Umber's arrival. Bolton's forces have been scattered, but Roose himself escaped. We suspect he'll regroup at the Dreadfort or perhaps another stronghold. Our scouts have conflicting rumors. One suggests he's heading east, another that he might try to join the Freys along the Green Fork. We don't know for sure." Morgan Umber's chair squeaked under his weight. "All the more reason to press him. We can ride to the Dreadfort in a matter of days if we move fast." Galbart Glover spoke carefully. "But we have wounded men and limited supplies. Our best bet might be to hold Winterfell and let the weather grind Bolton down. If he tries to retake the castle, we can hold him off, then crush him once and for all. A march on the Dreadfort in midwinter. That's a gamble." A Mormont warrior rapped her knuckles on the table. "Could we divide our forces? Send a smaller host with Morgan to harass the Dreadfort, keep them pinned, while the rest remain here to secure Winterfell." Jon turned his gaze on Louise Ryswell. "Your family knows the lands around the Dreadfort well. Would a partial siege even be feasible in the snows?" Louise shifted uncomfortably. "It's possible. The Dreadfort is formidable but not invincible. Harassing their outlying hamlets and supply routes might starve them out if we can keep their gates shut. But we risk the Bolton men picking us off in smaller engagements. Still, we can't deny that if Bolton rebuilds, we'll face a second siege." A hush fell. Jon's mind churned. Winterfell was in no condition for a lengthy siege of its own, but if he left it underdefended and marched north, the castle could be vulnerable if a second force arrived from the Freys or from the south. Meanwhile, if he did nothing, Roose might gather enough men to strike again. Or perhaps Bolton would remain at the Dreadfort waiting for the worst of winter to pass. Jon closed his eyes briefly, imagining Ned's steady voice guiding him. He looked around the table. "We do need to stay on the offensive," he said, half-echoing Morgan's stance. "Yet we also need to protect Winterfell. As the Mormonts suggest, perhaps we split. Morgan, you could lead a vanguard of Umbers, some Mormonts, and Ryswell defectors to approach the Dreadfort. Don't mount a full-scale siege, just keep them pressured, raid their supply lines, gather intelligence. If you see an opportunity, take it. Meanwhile, I remain here with enough men to secure Winterfell, gather more allies, and prepare for a final strike. If we get word that the Dreadfort is near falling or that Bolton is pinned, we can march to reinforce Morgan. If the Boltons try to slip away, we can intercept them." Galbart Glover's brow furrowed. "It's risky. Morgan could be outnumbered if Bolton truly has more allies hiding somewhere." Morgan crossed his arms with a determined smile. "I'll take that risk. The Umbers thrive in a scrap." Jon leaned forward. "Choose your company carefully. I can spare some archers, perhaps a small cadre of Serwynfoot. Louise, if you or your kin want to guide them through lands you know, that might be wise." Louise nodded. "Aye, I'll go. This is our fight too." They hammered out details: who would ride with Morgan, who would stay. The Mormonts offered 24 warriors. The mountain clans volunteered a handful. It would be a smaller force, but swift enough, hopefully, to avoid being pinned down. Meanwhile, Winterfell would keep the bulk of its men. The meeting ended with an air of cautious resolve if not enthusiasm. No path was free of peril. After the council, Jon paced the courtyard, the wind biting his cheeks. He watched as men carted supplies to a cluster of packhorses. Morgan's newly formed detachment was preparing to depart within 2 days, once the wounded who could still ride were sorted out. The rest, those too hurt to travel, would stay. From the corner of his eye, Jon noticed Alysanne Mormont approaching, the older sister of one of the Mormont warriors. She had proven a steadfast fighter in the siege. She stopped before him. "I'm going north with Lord Umber. My sister leads the group that stays behind, but I want to be part of the strike force. This war is personal to us." Ramsay Bolton terrorized more than one Mormont village. Jon met her gaze. "You'll do well. Morgan's force needs your skill. Just be careful." She inclined her head. "And you be careful here. Winterfell might still see more blood." He nodded, a weary half-smile ghosting across his lips. "We'll manage. Good hunting." That evening, Jon found himself alone in Ned Stark's former solar, perched on a windowsill that overlooked the snowy courtyard. He nursed a cup of watered wine, eyes drifting across the battered rooftops. Beneath a cloud-laden sky, the silhouettes of men patrolled the ramparts with torches. Their movements reminded him that though he held Winterfell, his grip was not yet secure. The north was still in turmoil. A knock sounded on the door. Jon set aside the cup. "Enter." A Serwyn guardsman bowed, his breath steaming in the cold chamber. "My lord, a rider from White Harbor arrived. Says he bears letters from Lord Wyman Manderly." Jon's heart lifted. "Show him to the hall. I'll be right there." When Jon arrived in the great hall, he found a cloaked courier brushing snow off his sleeves. The man wore a small badge, a silver merman on a field of white, the Manderly sigil. He bowed to Jon, then offered a wax-sealed letter. "Lord Wyman sends his respects, my lord. He begs forgiveness for any delay. The roads are thick with snow and Frey outriders have been spotted near the White Knife." Jon scanned the letter. Lord Wyman wrote in a polite but measured tone, confirming he was most interested in re-establishing the old ties between House Stark and House Manderly. He proposed that Jon, or a trusted envoy, come to White Harbor for a more formal negotiation. Additionally, the letter mentioned that Manderly scouts had captured a small band of Frey men lurking in the wetlands, possibly preparing for another incursion. Jon's mind raced. With the Bolton threat pressing from one side and Frey's sneaking about from another, an alliance with White Harbor became even more crucial. But could he afford to leave Winterfell now? If Morgan was about to march on the Dreffort, if Bolton might strike back. Jon knew the decision would not be simple. But the Manderly alliance could tip the scales. White Harbor was wealthy, with ships and resources that could feed a northern cause. He dismissed the messenger with instructions to rest the night, promising a reply soon. Then he summoned Galbart Glover and the Mormont leaders still in the castle. They gathered in a side chamber near the hall's kitchen, warming themselves around a brazier. Jon explained the situation, Wyman Manderly's invitation, the threat of Frey infiltration, and the need for more allies. Galbart rubbed his jaw. A face-to-face meeting could seal the alliance. But who leads Winterfell if you go? And if the roads are dangerous, you risk capture. The Freys might lurk anywhere. One of the Mormont women, robed in thick fur, gave a curt nod. "We could send an envoy in your stead, my lord. You needn't go yourself. Yet Lord Wyman might expect to see you in person." Jon blew out a breath. "Aye, that's the risk. The Manderlys have always been close to House Stark. A personal meeting might show my sincerity. And a direct approach might secure not just words, but men and supplies." Galbart studied the brazier's flames. "If we're dividing forces anyway, some going with Morgan, maybe we can spare enough men to guard you to White Harbor. I can remain here, along with the Mormonts who aren't traveling north, to hold Winterfell. Between us, we should manage." Jon considered it. "That might work. I'll only take a modest escort so as not to deplete the castle. But I'd like a few good swords at my back, just in case." Galbart nodded. "I volunteer a handful of Glover men to accompany you. Loyal, skilled, and used to the cold." Jon gave a tight smile. "Thank you. Then it's settled. Morgan will ride in 2 days. Soon after, I'll depart for White Harbor. We must move quickly, no telling when another threat emerges." They ironed out details late into the night. By the time Jon retired to his chamber, the castle lay mostly silent, save for the steps of watchmen echoing through the corridors. He collapsed onto his pallet, ghost curling at his side. Sleep claimed him in moments, haunted by half-remembered visions of ice and ravens, of war and whispered secrets he could not quite grasp. The following dawn brought a fresh snowstorm, swirling thick flurries that blotted out the sun. Jon roused the entire garrison early, insisting they gather extra rations for Morgan's northward march. Shouts reverberated in the courtyard as men trudged through hip-deep drifts, leading horses weighed down with grain sacks. Others repaired harnesses, hammered fresh horseshoes, and sharpened swords. The air carried the tang of metal and horse sweat, and everyone moved with the tense efficiency of an army on the cusp of action. Jon made a round at the walls, verifying watch positions and ensuring no sign of lurking enemy forces. The emptiness of the horizon was unnerving, only a few silhouettes of leafless trees and endless white plains. Yet he knew better than to trust it. Somewhere, Roose Bolton might be regrouping, or Frey might be sniffing out weak points. At least for now, Winterfell seemed safe enough. As midday approached, Morgan Umber and his chosen vanguard assembled by the main gate. It was a mixed band, Umbers in heavy furs bearing the giant in chains banners, a handful of Mormonts bristling with axes, several Serwyn archers, Louis Riswell and his kin, plus an assortment of Mountain Clan scouts. Roughly 200 in total. Their horses stamped impatiently in the swirling snow, hot breath rising in clouds. Jon stood by the gatehouse to bid them farewell. Morgan approached, looming in his saddle. "I'll send word as soon as we see what waits at the Drefort," he said. "If the old gods are kind, we'll catch Bolton off guard. If he's gone, we'll follow his trail." Jon nodded, voice firm. "And if you find yourselves outmatched, pull back. Send a raven here, or to any allied holdfast." Morgan's grin shone through his red beard. "Cautious talk. I'll keep it in mind. But I prefer giving the flayed bastards no quarter." Jon offered his hand. "Safe travels. The North rides with you." They clasped forearms in a warrior's grip. Then Morgan bellowed for his men to move out. The gates creaked open and the host poured forth, vanishing into the swirling white. Jon watched until the last banner disappeared from sight, hoping the small column wouldn't run headlong into a larger foe. But he also felt relief. At least now the Dreadfort might face pressure, distracting Roose from launching another siege here. When the gates closed, Jon turned to the tasks at hand, preparing for his own journey to White Harbor. He could not leave Winterfell instantly. There was the matter of the wounded, the new fortifications needed, and the final distribution of what little food remained. Galbart Glover would manage the daily affairs in Jon's absence, with the Mormonts and Serwyn men helping. Still, Jon spent the rest of the day immersed in details, ensuring the castle would remain secure. The hours blurred into a cold twilight, torches glowing in the courtyards as the wind howled. He took a moment to visit the Godswood at dusk. Snow blanketed the ancient grove in silent drifts. The weirwood stood tall, its pale bark faintly luminescent in the gloom, red leaves trembling in the chill. Jon knelt by the trunk, pressing a gloved hand against it. "Father," he whispered, barely audible. "Watch over us. Let me do right by the North." He closed his eyes, inhaling the hush. No answer came, just the soft hush of wind in branches. The next day dawned crisp and bright, the storm having passed in the night. Jon roused early, selecting a small escort of about 30 men. Some Glover riders, a few Serwyn archers, a pair of Mormont warriors, and a handful of others he trusted. They readied horses, a small train of pack animals carrying furs, food, and any modest gifts for Lord Wyman. Jon wanted to bring something to show goodwill. He chose a few crates of smoked fish from the Shivering Sea that a village had donated, plus a battered banner of House Stark that had once hung in the main hall. That banner was symbolic, a statement that the North's rightful house had returned. By mid-morning, Jon stood in the courtyard, clad in boiled leather and thick furs, long claw at his hip. Galbart Glover and a knot of soldiers gathered around. Ghost paced nearby, tail swishing. The direwolf refused to be left behind, ignoring the half-healed wound on his flank. Galbart stepped forward. "We'll hold the castle, my lord. Send word if you need reinforcements. And if Morgan or any ravens come, I'll relay any developments to you." Jon clasped his shoulder. "Thank you. Keep Winterfell safe. The rest of the realm might see you as caretaker, but to me you're a friend and ally. I trust your judgment." Galbart's eyes flickered with gratitude. "The North stands or falls together. I'll do my part." Jon gave a final nod, then swung onto his horse, a sturdy chestnut mare. Ghost padded to his side, ears perked. His escort formed ranks behind him. With a shout, the portcullis rose and they filed through the gates. Outside the walls, the world stretched in brilliant white, sunlight shimmering off drifts. The air was sharp, but the day was calm, no sign of an immediate storm. They set off southeast, heading toward the main road that would eventually angle toward White Harbor along the White Knife's frozen banks. The going was slow, though, as the snow often reached the horses' knees. Jon sent a few scouts ahead while the rest trudged carefully. The quiet weighed on them. Everyone seemed alert, scanning the horizon for any sign of Frey ambushers or Bolton outriders. Yet the land lay still, blanketed by winter's hush. After half a day's ride, they paused at a ruined holdfast to rest the horses. The place had been burned out months ago, an empty shell with blackened timbers and collapsed roofs. Jon dismounted and let Ghost sniff around. He found only charred remains in the courtyard, no sign of living inhabitants. Another testament to the chaos that had racked the north since the Red Wedding. A Mormont warrior muttered curses under her breath, anger in her eyes at the ruin of once proud holdings. They pressed on, though the daylight hours were short. By dusk, they'd made only modest progress. Jon decided to make camp in a sheltered copse of evergreens. A few men scouted for game, returning with a pair of scrawny hares. Better than nothing. They built small fires, mindful not to draw too much attention. The men ate in subdued silence. Jon chewed tough hare meat, half lost in thoughts of what awaited him at White Harbor. He wondered if Lord Wyman would truly commit troops, or if the man's fear of the Iron Throne would hold him back. Ghost curled at Jon's side when he lay down on a bedroll. The direwolf's warmth was comforting. Overhead, stars glittered in an indigo sky. The cold bit deep. Jon was bone-tired but found little rest. His mind drifted to possible traps. A Frey ambush, a band of Bolton loyalists, or even the risk that Manderley might prove false if forced by the Lannisters. That last thought stung, for he wanted to trust in the Manderleys' old loyalty. But recent years had shown how easily oaths could shatter. He dozed fitfully and woke before dawn to the sound of howling wind. The temperature had dropped even further, and men roused themselves slowly, joints stiff with cold. Still, they packed up and continued along the road, pushing through deepening snow. Jon led from the front, scanning the white expanse, Ghost trotting just ahead. Twice, they passed desolate farmsteads, silent with drifts piled high against barn doors. No living soul emerged to greet them. On the third day of travel, they encountered a group of small folk trudging in the opposite direction, dragging sleds piled with meager possessions. The moment they spotted Jon's armed escort, the peasants froze in terror. Jon raised a hand in a peaceful gesture and hailed them. Their leader, an older woman with chapped cheeks, cautiously approached. She recognized the Stark banner pinned to one rider's saddle. "Are you truly Jon Stark?" she asked, voice trembling. "Word spread that you hold Winterfell now." Jon nodded. "I do, with help from loyal houses. Where are you headed in this weather?" She glanced back at her kin, a half-dozen men, women, and children, all looking half-starved. "We're from a village near the river. Frey men came, demanded tribute, then burned our storehouse. We have nothing left. We hope to find safety at White Harbor or somewhere that doesn't bow to the flayed man." Jon's stomach twisted in anger. "You'll find none of Bolton's rule in White Harbor, at least not openly. Lord Wyman stands apart from the Freys. You'll likely find refuge behind his walls. But it's a hard road in winter." She bowed her head. "We have no choice. At least we see you on the path. Is it true what they say, that the North is rising again?" Jon glanced at his men. "We're trying. Go on, then, and travel safely." He passed them a small pouch of dried meat from his own supplies. "It isn't much, but it might help." Her eyes shone with gratitude, and she offered hurried thanks. They parted ways. Jon felt a wave of fierce determination mingled with despair. So many innocents had been turned into refugees, drifting through the cold. If White Harbor was the only substantial city left to offer them a roof, then forging that alliance mattered even more. The next day, they finally approached a fork in the road near the White Knife. Trees thinned and they heard the faint rush of the river under its icy crust. Off to the left lay a route that would lead closer to the water. To the right, the path continued more inland. Jon paused, uncertain which was safer. His instructions from the letter said to meet any Manderley outriders near the bend of the river, but after so many storms, the details could be off. He sent 2 scouts ahead along the water's edge. The rest followed at a cautious distance. Crisp sunlight lit the snow cape, glinting off the half-frozen river. Jon watched for movement on the far shore. Perhaps Manderley patrols were out there, or perhaps Freys. Ghost whined softly, nostrils flaring. After an hour, one scout returned, breath streaming in the cold. "We found tracks of maybe a dozen riders. Hard to say if they're friend or foe. The tracks are fresh, though less than a day old. Jon decided to continue along the water's edge on alert. Sure enough, not long after, they spotted a small party of mounted men in white and blue cloaks on the far bank, the mermen of House Manderley fluttering on a banner. Jon let out a relieved breath and raised his hand in greeting. The men waved back. The two groups circled to a shallower crossing, though it was still treacherous with ice floes. Carefully, they met in the middle, greeting each other on the crunching ice. Their leader was a tall knight with a bushy mustache, wearing a cloak embroidered with the merman sigil. He introduced himself as Ser Daemon Manderley. "Lord Wyman bid us watch the river for your arrival, my lord," he said. "We feared Freys might lurk, but thus far, none but scattered travelers." Jon nodded. "We ran into a few refugees, but no soldiers. We've come to speak with Lord Wyman, as agreed." "How far to White Harbor from here?" Ser Daemon estimated half a day's ride if the weather held. He suggested they skirt the river's edge where the going might be smoother. Eager to reach the city and conclude their business, Jon agreed. The two groups merged, riding in single file along a path that followed the curves of the White Knife. The knights of House Manderley seemed in good spirits, greeting Jon respectfully but also glancing at him with curiosity, this new Stark who had broken his vows to the Watch and seized Winterfell. Jon felt their unspoken questions like a weight on his shoulders. As the afternoon waned, the smell of salt began to mingle with the crisp winter air. Dusk fell quickly, painting the sky with streaks of purple and orange. Then, around a bend in the river, Jon glimpsed the distant walls of White Harbor, tall, pale stone ramparts perched near the estuary's mouth, torches flickering along the battlements. Beyond, the waters of the Bight stretched gray and cold into the horizon. Ser Daemon led them to an inland gate where Manderley guards challenged them. Once they recognized their own commander, they lowered pikes and ushered the party inside. White Harbor was different from Winterfell, with a more urban feel. Cobblestone streets wound through clusters of houses and shops. In the gathering twilight, lamplight glowed behind shuttered windows. Snowdrifts piled in corners, but the city felt alive, with muffled sounds of trade and livelihood. The harbor itself was partially frozen, creaking ice sheets bobbing near anchored ships. A row of war galleys hugged a larger dock, battered by storms but still afloat. Jon and his escort followed Ser Daemon toward the new castle, a fortress-like structure attached to the city's main walls, where House Manderley held court. White walls rose before them, lit by braziers. Crossing a broad courtyard, they passed into a covered entry. Servants rushed forward to take the horses. Jon dismounted, knees aching from days in the saddle. Ghost hopped down from a drift, sniffing warily at the new surroundings. Inside the keep's antechamber, a steward greeted them warmly. "Lord Wyman awaits you in the solar. This way, my lords." They were led through corridors lined with tapestries depicting sea creatures, merlings, and ancient battles at sea. Far different from the wolfish motifs Jon was used to in Winterfell. The air smelled of fish and wax. The floors were laid with polished stone. Jon's boots echoed as he walked, heart beating faster. This was a crucial meeting. At last, they reached a pair of wide doors guarded by two Manderley knights. One knocked, and a muffled voice from within granted entry. The doors swung open, revealing a spacious solar lit by a roaring hearth. Rich blue drapes covered the windows, and a large table stood at the center, laden with fish pies, bread, flagons of ale and wine. Lord Wyman Manderley himself sat behind it, half rising as Jon entered. He was a massive man, well into his later years, with a broad belly and a thick gray beard. His eyes shone with intelligence and a flicker of cunning beneath heavy lids. "Jon Stark," Lord Wyman said, voice booming yet warm. "Welcome to White Harbor. You must be freezing from that journey. Come, warm yourself, eat, and tell me how went." "Urfel fares." Jon bowed slightly. "My lord, thank you. Winterfell stands free of Bolton rule, though not without scars. We fight to keep it so." Wyman's expression turned grave. "Aye, we've heard some tidings, rumors that you shattered a Bolton siege, that you call men to rally beneath the dire wolf again. The city whispers of this day and night." He gestured to the table. "Sit, eat, let us speak as friends." Jon hesitated, mindful that not long ago Walder Frey had used a meal to betray the Starks. But Wyman Manderley was known to hold grudges against the Freys. So Jon stepped forward and took a seat. A few of his men followed while the rest waited in an adjoining chamber to be fed. Servants poured wine, and Jon accepted a cup, warming his numb fingers. Ghost lay near the hearth, keeping watch. Lord Wyman chatted about the winter's severity, the city's trade troubles, and how the Iron Throne's demands had strained White Harbor. He spoke of how shipments of grain from the south had slowed, how the crown demanded taxes. "We're a port," he said, jowls shaking. "But we are also part of the north. This city was built by the Manderleys after the Starks granted us land generations ago. We've never forgotten the debt." Jon seized on that opening. "I come to ask for your help, my lord. The Boltons are wounded but not defeated. The Freys push from the south, and winter's wrath affects everyone. If House Manderley stands with House Stark, we can unify the north and drive out the traitors. But if we stand apart, the Boltons and Freys might destroy us piecemeal." Wyman sighed. "I've no love for the Boltons nor the Freys. Yet I must consider the Iron Throne. Officially, the Lannister boy is king, and the Boltons were named Wardens of the North. If White Harbor openly defies them, we risk condemnation from the crown. The city would be starved of trade or attacked by royal fleets in the summer. My people would suffer." Jon met his eyes. Would the crown truly send an army so far in the midst of winter? "They have their own troubles, I hear. The Tyrells, the unrest in the capital. Let us stand for the north now while winter keeps the south at bay. By the time the snows melt, we can be strong enough that no southern force will move against us lightly." Wyman's gaze turned thoughtful. "You're your father's son, truly." Ned Stark was always pragmatic, even in adversity. He drank from his goblet. "But you were also a man who broke his vow to the Night's Watch. Some might question your honor." Jon felt a flicker of anger. "I did what I had to. I couldn't sit idle while the Boltons defiled Winterfell. My oath to the Watch was to protect the realm. Well, the realm needed protecting from traitors who butchered my brother. Let men judge me how they will." Wyman's mouth twisted in a strange smile. "These are dark times. We all break something, be it vows or hearts. And so long as you fight the Boltons, you'll have my goodwill. But goodwill alone won't feed or arm your men, nor will it keep White Harbor safe if we defy the crown." Jon considered the angle he might play. What if House Stark reclaims its old authority as kings in the north? Would you kneel to a king independent from the Iron Throne, as your forebears once did? Wyman's brows rose. A bold notion. Robb Stark tried the same. We saw how that ended at the Twins. Jon's throat went tight. True, but the mistakes that led to the Red Wedding will not be repeated. And if the North unites behind me, we might stand a chance. I don't crave a crown. I only want to protect our home from the likes of Bolton and Frey. If calling me king in the North unites us faster, so be it. Otherwise, call me Warden, Lord, or whatever suits. The name matters less than the cause." Wyman studied Jon for a long moment, then inclined his head. "You speak plainly, like Ned. I can respect that." He set down his goblet. "I offer you this. White Harbor will send provisions to Winterfell. We'll hide it beneath claims that we're supplying the rightful seat. We'll also send a contingent of men to help hold your walls. In return, we want assurance that you will protect our trade routes, especially if the Freys come by sea or land. If you do indeed defeat Bolton, we want a formal pact that reaffirms White Harbor's freedoms and perhaps a marriage alliance to secure the bond." Jon stiffened. He recalled the earlier hint about a betrothal. "I'm not eager to treat marriage as a bargaining chip." Wyman's eyes gleamed. "Forgive an old man's bluntness, but alliances sometimes need more than words. My granddaughter Willa is young but of good mind. Or perhaps another match, someone from my kin to yours. Think on it. The North needs strong ties if we're to stand as one." Jon could feel the tension in his chest. Every step further into leadership demanded choices he never wanted to make. But the memory of refugees with nowhere to go, or the possibility that House Manderley might remain half-committed, these weighed heavier. "I will consider it," he said at last. "For now, we have more pressing tasks. If you can send men and supplies, that alone may decide the war." Wyman's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Agreed. Then let us seal this in writing. I'll draft a letter guaranteeing 1,000 men, though that number may grow if we muster more. We'll send wagons of grain and salted fish as soon as the roads allow. In return, House Stark pledges to defend White Harbor from any retribution. Should you reclaim the North fully, you'll not forget our loyalty?" Jon nodded. "I won't forget." They spoke long into the night, drafting the terms. Servants brought more food, clam chowder, crusty bread, a thick stew of cod. Jon ate sparingly, mind churning. If the North survived the Boltons, the question of an independent monarchy or renewed war with the South would loom. But that was a problem for another time. When at last they finished, Wyman slumped back in his chair, clearly weary. Stay as my guest, Jon. We have rooms prepared for you and your men. Tomorrow, we can finalize the letters and speak further about future ties. Jon mustered a polite bow. Thank you, Lord Wyman. Your hospitality is appreciated. He and his escort were led to a wing of guest chambers. The corridors were surprisingly warm, heated by a network of flues White Harbor used to combat the coastal chill. Ghost padded along warily, sniffing each corner. At last, they found a suite of modest rooms with beds enough for Jon and a few others. The rest would bunk elsewhere in the keep or in the city's barracks. That night, Jon sat on the edge of a surprisingly soft bed, letting the fatigue wash over him. Ghost curled at his feet. Through a narrow window, he heard the faint crash of the tide against the harbor's docks. White Harbor might be safer than the open road, but he still felt uneasy, as if at any moment the illusions of safety might crack. He wondered how Winterfell fared without him. He wondered if Morgan had reached the Dreffort or if news had arrived from the Umbers. Above all, he wondered when the next betrayal might come. Still, the day's negotiations had gone better than he dared hope. House Manderley would send men and supplies, though it would take time. White Harbor remained an ally in principle, albeit a cautious one. With that fragile success in mind, Jon forced himself to lie down. Sleep came in fits, haunted by half-dreams of storm-lashed ships and flayed men scuttling in the shadows. At dawn, he woke to the sound of gulls cawing outside. Servants had left a basin of warm water which felt like a rare luxury. Jon washed, combed the tangles from his hair, and donned fresh clothes. He found Lord Wyman in the same solar, dictating letters to a scribe. The older man greeted Jon with a jovial wave, setting aside a half-eaten pastry. I trust you slept well, my boy? I have the documents here for your approval. He nudged the scribe, who laid out several sheets of parchment. They bore the Manderley seal and formal language of alliance. I'll dispatch these to Winterfell at once, plus a copy to Deepwood Motte, so the Glovers know of our arrangement. One to Bear Island, too, just to spread the word if you wish. Jon nodded. That's wise. Let the other houses see that White Harbor stands with us. Wyman set down his quill. And if you require anything else before you depart, speak it. I'll begin preparing the first wagons of supplies to send north under guard. As for the men, it may take a fortnight to muster 1,000. We have recruits scattered in fishing villages and around the rills. But we'll send what we can soon. Jon felt a rush of gratitude. I'm in your debt. One more favor, if you have any recent news of Roose Bolton's movements or Frey reinforcements, let me know. We rely on ravens, but half are lost in storms. Wyman's lips curled. We caught a few Freys snooping near our docks last week. Under questioning, they admitted they were waiting for a ship from the south, apparently bringing some envoys. We found no such ship. So perhaps there's more to come. As for Bolton, we heard a rumor that he retreated east from Winterfell, possibly heading to the Dreffort or hoping to link with Karstarks who still resent the Starks after Rickard Karstark's death. But that's unconfirmed. Jon suppressed a grimace. The Karstarks were indeed a wild card. Their lord had been executed by Robb. Some of them might see an alliance with Bolton as vengeance. We'll be vigilant, he said. Wyman nodded, fiddling with the folds of his robe. If you have the time, I'd hold a feast tonight in your honor, but I sense you're eager to return to your seat. His eyes glittered. Besides, we might have the pleasure of welcoming you again soon, under closer ties. The implication of a potential betrothal or marriage was not lost on Jon. Jon forced a polite smile. Perhaps. But for now, Winterfell needs me. They parted on good terms, with Wyman pressing on Jon a pair of sealed letters for the lords at Winterfell, one describing the alliance, the other more personal, praising Jon's leadership. By midday, Jon's escort had gathered in the courtyard of the new castle, the horses freshly fed. The Manderleys escorted them out with polite farewells. Citizens peered from windows, curious at the sight of the Stark banner among them. Some even cheered softly, though it was subdued. No one wanted to provoke the crown's ire. Outside the city walls, the snows glimmered beneath a wan winter sun. Jon steered his mount onto the main road leading north. Ghost trotted behind, footprints on the crisp white ground. The men carried new supplies in saddlebags, a small but meaningful boon from Lord Wyman. Jon gazed back once at the walls of White Harbor, wondering if these new alliances would hold firm under pressure. Then he set his face toward Winterfell, spurring his horse onward. The journey back was slightly smoother, thanks to the parted snows on the road. But the threat of ambush remained. Each night, Jon posted double guards. He couldn't shake the sense that Freys lurked at the edges of sight. Twice they saw columns of smoke in the distance. Once, the scout reported a group of armed men, but the tracks vanished among rocky outcrops. Perhaps brigands, or perhaps Bolton outriders. Either way, they avoided contact. On the 4th day out from White Harbor, they stopped in a wooded glen for camp. The men set up a ring of small fires and tarps to keep out the worst of the wind. Jon stood watch at the perimeter, scanning the dark tree line with a hawk's vigilance. Ghost prowled silently, muzzle lowered. The forest was quiet but for the groan of frost-laden branches. After an hour, Jon was relieved by a Serwyn archer. He returned to the center of camp. He found 2 Mormont warriors hunched near a fire, speaking in low voices. When they noticed Jon, they rose. One was the same woman who'd accompanied him from Winterfell. She cleared her throat. "My lord, there's something you should see." Jon's gut tensed. "What is it?" She handed him a scrap of cloth pulled from the pocket of a captured traveler earlier that day. Just a vagabond passing through, but suspiciously well armed. The cloth bore the twin towers of House Frey, though half-burned at the edges. He claimed he found it in the snow, but under questioning, he admitted to seeing a Frey patrol in these woods just last night. 10 men or more. They might be following us or scouting for another target. Jon frowned. They're bold to be this far north, possibly searching for the same rumors we are, or trying to harass supply lines. The warrior nodded. "What are your orders, my lord? We could hunt them or press on." Jon's instinct was to press on. Winterfell remained too precious to delay, and chasing scattered Freys in the dark was risky. "We continue our journey at first light," he decided. "Keep the watches tight tonight. If the Freys attack, they'll regret it." She saluted, and Jon handed back the cloth. He moved to the fire, gazing at the flames in silence. The symbol of the Freys stirred his anger. He saw again the images of the Red Wedding, his brother murdered, their mother's screams. Those butchers still walked the land, thinking they could claim the north. Let them come. Jon would stand against them even if it cost him his life. The night passed quietly, no ambush came. At dawn, they broke camp and pressed on. By midday, they reached the same ruined holdfast where they'd stopped on the way south. This time, a few fresh footprints and horse tracks marred the snow near the gate, but no sign of their owners. Quickly, the party moved on, determined to reach Winterfell by nightfall if possible. Twilight deepened, and a purple gloom cloaked the sky. Jon's breath rasped in the chill air as he urged his horse onward. Familiar landmarks began to appear, the low ridge of hills, a fork in the path leading west toward Deepwood Motte, the skeleton of an old windmill he remembered from childhood hunts with Robb. Finally, after hours of trudging through half-frozen roads, they crested a gentle rise and saw the silhouette of Winterfell's walls against the dim sky, torches flickering on the battlements. A wave of relief coursed through Jon. Yet as they drew closer, he noticed something amiss. The gates were open, and lights flared in the courtyard, more than usual. The watchers on the walls seemed to be in heightened activity, calling to one another. Jon spurred his horse to a canter, ghost bounding ahead. A Serwyn archer beside him muttered, "Trouble!" They reached the gate, and a guard recognized Jon's face by torchlight, waving him in. Inside, the courtyard churned with commotion. Jon spotted Galbart Glover near the steps to the Great Hall, deep in conversation with a group of Mountain Clan scouts. When Galbart saw Jon, he strode forward, relief and worry warring on his features. "You've returned." "Good," Galbart said hurriedly. "We've news. Morgan Umber's men sent a raven 2 days past. They reached the Dreadfort outskirts, skirmished with Bolton scouts. It seems Bolton has mustered a fresh force within the walls. They're calling on the Karstarks and possibly some Ryswell loyalists." Morgan was pinned down, forced to pull back. Jon's heart pounded. "Casualties?" "Some, but Morgan is holding a position near an abandoned hill fort east of the Dreadfort, waiting for reinforcements or instructions. He begs you to come if we're to stand a chance. Otherwise, Bolton may sally forth and crush them. Worse yet, there's talk the Freys might be sending men that way to support Bolton." Jon felt a surge of anger and urgency. "We also encountered signs of Freys near the White Knife. We've an alliance with Manderley now. He's sending men and supplies. But it won't matter if Bolton wipes out Morgan's host. We need to act." Galbart nodded. "We've begun mustering more forces here, including those Manderley sent ahead of you. Only a few dozen so far, but more are on the way." Jon gripped his sword hilt. "Time is short. We can't let Morgan face Bolton alone. We'll gather everything we have, march on the Dreadfort, and smash Bolton before the Freys arrive in force." Galbart's eyes flickered with resolve. I'll alert the men, but we'll need at least a day or two to organize. We'll be marching hundreds, maybe more if the Manderley wagons come in time. Jon gazed at the hoarfrost clinging to the walls. He recalled his conversation with Wyman Manderley, all that talk of forging alliances, of starving out the Boltons. But events had moved too quickly. Morgan was in danger now. We muster what we can as fast as we can, Jon said. Send ravens to Bear Island, Deepwood Motte, the mountain clans. If they can spare any swords, now is the moment. Galbart bowed. Aye, my lord. As men scrambled to follow instructions, Jon dismounted, letting a stable hand lead his horse away. Ghost stuck close, ears twitching. Exhaustion weighed on Jon, but there was no time to rest. He entered the great hall, which had become a bustling command center. Tables were strewn with maps, half-burned candles dripping wax. Groups of soldiers huddled, discussing ration counts. The air buzzed with tension. Jon set his hands on a table bearing a large map of the north. He traced the route from Winterfell to the Dreadfort. Even in fair weather, it was days of travel. In this winter, it might be more. If Morgan was already pinned, they had to move swiftly. Every moment could mean more of his men lost. He turned to those assembled, Mormont captains, Serwyn knights, Ryswell defectors, and new Manderley arrivals with sea-green cloaks. We march in 2 days, he declared, voice echoing. All who can ride or walk. Bolton wants the Dreadfort to be his bastion of power. We'll break him there. A Manderley sergeant spoke up. My lord, some of our wagons are en route from White Harbor with supplies. They're a day behind me, maybe less. If we wait for them, we'll have more food, possibly more men. Jon's jaw tightened. We'll wait as long as we can, but no more than 2 days. If we leave too late, Morgan might be overrun. A quiet settled, heavy with the knowledge of the coming battle. Jon exhaled, glancing at the battered Stark banner hanging from a beam. Rest while you can. We'll be on the march soon. The crowd dispersed, men hurrying to do what needed doing. Sharpen blades, gather horses, portion out rations. Jon remained by the table. Ghost settled at his feet with a low thump, resting his muzzle on crossed paws. From somewhere in the hall, a wounded soldier groaned, the healers speaking in hushed tones. War never ended. Galbart approached again, voice subdued. We lost some men to sickness this past week, fevers, frostbite. The castle larders remain thin, but hopefully the Manderley wagons will help. Also, a raven came from Bear Island. Lady Meads can intend to send more fighters if they can. But they too must contend with winter seas. Jon nodded gratefully. Any ally we can muster. We'll need them all. Galbart touched Jon's arm. You look spent. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll finalize the host. Jon recognized the wisdom in that. He rubbed grit from his eyes, feeling the aches of travel. A few hours, at least, he murmured. Wake me if anything urgent arises. He found his old chamber, the same one he'd taken before traveling south. Much as he longed for rest, his thoughts churned with the weight of imminent war. At last, he sank onto the bedroll, Ghost curling beside him. Darkness tugged him under, though even in sleep he felt his mind drifting to memories of the Red Wedding, to glimpses of Ned Stark's face, to the looming shape of the Dreadfort. The next morning dawned bitterly cold, wind whistling through the crack. Chaos in Winterfell's battered walls. Runners pounded through corridors, calling men to muster in the courtyard. Jon rose, donning fresh layers of fur and leather. He visited the makeshift war room where newly arrived Manderley soldiers conferred with Serwyn officers about strategy. A cartographer had sketched a rough plan for approaching the Dreadfort, factoring in partial roads and known hazards. By midday, good news arrived. A column of Manderley wagons had reached the outskirts of Winterfell bearing salted fish, grain, and even barrels of pickled vegetables. With them came another 100 men, household knights, and trained levy. Jon personally rode to greet them in the courtyard. The men wore cloaks of sea green or salt-stained leathers, their breath misting as they gazed around the half-ruined castle. One knight stepped forward with a scroll from Lord Wyman. Lord Manderley sends these provisions with blessings. May they sustain House Stark's cause, he read aloud. Jon thanked them, feeling a surge of gratitude. He ordered the supplies to be quickly inventoried and distributed among the men who would march. As barrels were rolled off wagons, hungry soldiers eyed them with relief. At least no one would starve before meeting the Boltons in battle. In the hustle and bustle, Jon paused to breathe. The courtyard teemed with movement, Glover men hoisting crates, Mormont warriors checking weapons, new Manderley arrivals stamping their feet to ward off the cold. It was not the grand army Robb once led, but it was something an alliance of Northmen from all corners united under the dire wolf banner. This might be the largest concentration of northern forces since the Red Wedding. And all of them looked to Jon for leadership. He called a final council in the afternoon. The great hall was so full that some men stood against the walls. A swirl of voices quieted when Jon stood at the dais, though he still disliked that vantage. Maps were spread on a table below and men leaned in to see. Jon spoke bluntly, "In the morning we march east to relieve Morgan Umber. The Dreadfort is our target. We'll face no possibly hidden foes. Roose Bolton is cunning, he may sally to meet us on the field or lock himself behind those walls. Either way we stand together. House Manderley, House Glover, House Mormont, House Serwyn, the Mountain Clans, the loyal Riswells, and any who remember the honor of House Stark. The time has come to end Bolton's menace." A roar of approval rippled through the hall. Fist-studded tables, men shouted "Stark" in unison. Jon lifted a hand, letting their energy swell. Then he signaled for them to quiet. "Train hard tonight, gather your strength. Tomorrow at first light, we ride." Another cheer, loud and fierce, rattled the walls. Men bustled out, some to fetch last-minute rations, others to pray in the godwood or simply sharpen steel. The tension was tangible. Jon lingered, feeling the weight of 1,000 anxious souls. They believed in him. He had to deliver victory or die in the attempt. Ghost sidled up, bumping Jon's leg. Jon scratched the direwolf's ears, trying to soothe his own nerves as much as Ghost's. Then he stepped down from the dais and returned to the war table, scanning routes and notes. Galbart joined him, along with a Manderley knight and a Mormont warrior, discussing final details. Who would form the vanguard, who would guard supply wagons, how to flank if Bolton met them in open battle. Each answer was partial, so much depended on conditions they couldn't fully predict. Night descended, final tasks occupying every minute. Fires glowed in braziers as men checked armor or dozed in corners, saving energy for dawn. Jon had no appetite for a large meal, but forced himself to eat some of the salted fish. He drank water from a skin, ignoring the mild burn of thirst. The half-burned tapestries on the walls seemed like watchers from an older time. At last, close to midnight, Jon wandered into the courtyard to clear his head. Snow drifted lazily, a stark contrast to the flurry of activity indoors. The moon hung low, silver against the black sky. He walked the perimeter, hearing the crunch of his boots. Ghost padded behind. Passing the stables, he reached a portion of wall that overlooked the godswood. He thought about venturing inside, to kneel before the weirwood again. But exhaustion pressed on him, and he decided to pray silently. The old gods would hear him anywhere, if they cared to listen. He gazed across the courtyard, imagining how it might look a year from now if he survived and if the North truly unified. Perhaps the ramparts would be repaired, the halls rebuilt, small folk returning to plant gardens. Perhaps the children cowering in corners could run and laugh again. Perhaps. But first, they had to topple Roose Bolton, he who orchestrated the betrayal of Robb Stark, who had unleashed his bastard on the land. Rage flared in Jon's chest at the memory of Ramsay's cruelty, overshadowed only by the urgent threat Roose still posed. Tomorrow, the reckoning began in earnest. Jon closed his eyes, inhaling the cold, bracing air. He was no Lord Commander with decades of experience, no war-hardened king. He was just Jon, a former bastard, forging a path he hoped would honor Ned Stark's memory. Yet he felt a strange calm in that realization. Win or lose, he would face the coming fight on his own terms. "Ready yourself, boy," he whispered, though he didn't know if he spoke to Ghost or to himself. The direwolf gave a low whine, breath steaming. Then Jon turned and headed back toward the keep, footsteps echoing in the silent night. Dawn would come soon, and with it, the next chapter in the North struggle, a march to the Dreadfort, where swords would clash and blood would stain the snow. He only prayed the old gods would grant them victory, that the vile legacy of the flayed man might finally be ended. Dawn broke across Winterfell in a pale haze, the sky streaked with thin clouds that glowed peach and pink at the horizon. The breath of hundreds of men and horses misted in the courtyard as they prepared for departure. For all the bustle and urgency, a hush lay over them. Everyone seemed to sense that once they left these walls, few certainties would remain. They would march east to the Dreadfort to pit their strength against Roose Bolton in what could be the final reckoning. The stakes had never been higher. Jon emerged from the keep with Ghost padding at his side, the direwolf's ears alert. Men parted to let him pass. Jon wore boiled leather beneath thick furs, and around his shoulders was a black cloak trimmed with gray wolf pelts. He moved like a man who knew eyes were upon him, though it still felt strange to be called my lord or Lord Stark by so many. He paused at the base of the keep steps, scanning the commotion, Glover soldiers lifting crates into carts, Serwyn knights adjusting saddle straps, Mormont warriors checking the edges of their axes, newly arrived Manderly men hunching against the cold. A swirl of movement and low voices speaking in a dozen accents of the north. Galbart Glover stood near the gatehouse, giving instructions to a cluster of men gathered around him. He wore a fur mantle pinned by a brooch shaped like a mailed fist, and his breath puffed in the crisp air as he spoke. Nearby, 2 Mormont women tested bowstrings, occasionally frowning at a horse that refused to stand still. At intervals, others trotted through the yard to deliver last-minute messages or gather spare supplies. Jon's horse, a sturdy chestnut mare, waited by the stables. He stroked her neck before mounting, and she snorted a pale cloud of air. Ghost stood close, but the dire wolf did not need reins or tack. He followed on his own terms. Across the yard, banners rippled in a chill breeze. The dire wolf of Stark, the tall pine of Glover, the bear of Mormont, the merman of Manderly, the Serwyn battleaxe, and the smaller insignias of mountain clans. The men holding them clustered in loose ranks. It struck Jon that the yard looked far more crowded than it had in recent memory, a reflection of the alliances that had grown since he first reclaimed Winterfell. He guided his horse to the gatehouse, where Galbart turned at his approach. "We're almost ready," Galbart said by way of greeting. His voice held an undercurrent of determination. "The bulk of our forces will leave as soon as your signal is given. We'll have a few wagons trailing behind with supplies and the slower elements." Jon nodded. "Good. You'll ride with me in the vanguard." Galbart gave a crisp nod in return. "Of course." A short distance away, a Manderly knight in a salt-stained cloak conferred with a Ryswell defector, each leaning over a map spread atop a crate. They glanced up as Jon approached, stepping back with bows of respect. Jon took in the lines of the map. It showed the White Knife, the Drefort, scattered hamlets. One of them tapped his gloved finger near a cross drawn in charcoal. "We think Morgan Umber is holed up here, in a small hill fort near an old ruin. The Raven said he'd attempt to hold that position if pressed." Jon looked over the scrawled distances. "That's still 2, maybe 3 days hard ride from Winterfell, depending on drifts. If we push, we can make it in 2, but we'll arrive exhausted." A second Manderly man, older, with a battered helm under his arm, spoke grimly. "The longer we delay, the more chance Roose has to strike Morgan or fortify the Dreadfort." The message said Bolton's men have been harassing Morgan's scouts daily. Jon exhaled. Every decision cut both ways. "We'll keep a strong pace, but not so punishing that we lose half our men or horses on the road. We can't fight if we're dead in the saddle." He thanked them and swung himself onto his horse. Galbart echoed a shout, and horns sounded along the walls, a deep, brassy call that spurred the entire courtyard into motion. Knights climbed into saddles, foot soldiers checked boots and buckles. A line of archers formed behind a cluster of baggage carts. The men from the mountain clans, dressed in piecemeal furs and leathers, strapped on crude but serviceable weapons. Over by the eastern gate, a Mormont fighter carefully placed a small, painted stone totem of a bear god on a wagon seat, a quick prayer for safe travels. Jon surveyed them all. This was the largest force he'd yet led, far from the grand armies once commanded by Robb Stark, but still formidable in its own right. He suspected there were around 1,000 or so, though he had no precise count. Another 100 might catch up by the second day or might remain to guard Winterfell. For a moment, anxiety tugged at him. All these lives and hopes hung on his decisions. But he shoved the feeling down. There was no turning back. A fresh horn blast. The portcullis rose with a groan of iron. Through the gateway, white fields stretched east, touched by the early glow of morning. The shadows of the ramparts wavered across the snow. Jon shifted in his saddle, turning to address the assembled columns. "Forward!" His voice rang out. Riders clucked at their horses, infantry slogged behind, and a great rumble ensued as the host trudged out. Ghost bounded through the gap first, a white blur against the glimmering snow. The banners followed, and so the march began. They traveled in a long, winding column, occasionally dividing around thick snowdrifts or frozen gullies. Scouts fanned out ahead and to the flanks, scanning for any sign of hidden foes. The wind was mercifully light, but the cold sank deep into bones and breath. It was a quiet march at first, broken only by the crunch of hooves and boots. In the distance, bare trees stood like skeletal sentinels. Small flurries kicked up whenever a breeze passed. Midday arrived with no sign of enemies, though the ground beneath grew more uneven as they continued east. Jon and Galbart consulted with the Mormont leaders about places to camp. The plan was to press hard until dusk, then rest, then do the same tomorrow. If all went well, by the second evening they might reach Morgan or at least come close enough to send outriders. Everyone seemed to share the same tension, the knowledge that somewhere ahead men were already fighting and dying. By late afternoon, the winter sun sank lower and the snow assumed a bruised, purplish hue. The columns halted in a shallow valley by a half-frozen creek. Though the wind picked up, they found a spot with a mild natural slope and a thicket of pines for partial shelter. Soldiers stamped about, clearing snow for tents. Fires sprang up, their light dancing on battered shields. Smoke twisted into the cold air. Jon sat on an overturned log near the central fire, stretching his stiff legs. Ghost dozed at his feet, muzzle draped over paws. A manderly man brought a skin of water and some dried fish, and Jon thanked him. Nearby, Galbart Glover supervised a pair of sentries posting at the valley's rim. Others gathered kindling or hammered tent stakes into the hard ground. As the twilight deepened, a hush fell upon the camp. Men huddled close to the flames, murmuring speculation about the dread fort. Some had never seen it, but those who had described a grim castle of pale stone, an ancient fortress rumored to contain dungeons more terrible than any in the realm. Whispers told of hidden passages, savage guard dogs, iron rings set into the floors for the flaying of prisoners. Jon listened and felt the hair on his neck stand up. Could there be any limit to what Roose and Ramsay had done within those walls? A group of Mormont warriors chanted an old battle hymn, low and guttural, as they passed around a flask. Someone near them cursed the name of Ramsay Snow, recounting stories of how that bastard had terrorized the countryside. Others cursed Roose for fathering such a monster. The talk only fueled the men's resolve. They were braving cold and hunger so they could at last punish the traitors who had inflicted such cruelty. Jon, exhausted from the day's march, retired early to a small shelter of lashed pine boughs. He laid down with ghost Karhold beside him, though the ground's chill seeped into his bones. He recalled nights in the Night's Watch, sleeping atop the wall or on a frigid mountainside. This was no more pleasant, but he was used to it. Soon enough, he drifted off, visions of the dread fort dancing in his mind. At some point near midnight, shouts broke the quiet. Jon jolted awake, hand flying to Longclaw's hill. Ghost rose beside him, ears pricked. Outside, men ran with torches, calling warnings. Jon crawled out from under the pines, breath fogging, heart hammering. Had the Boltons found them? A scout raced up. "My lord, intruders at the ridge," he panted. "We saw movement." "Maybe a few men. Could be a small party. They fled when we approached." Jon's pulse still thumped. Could be a Frey patrol or Bolton outriders. Or maybe Morgan's scouts. "Could you see any sigils?" The man shook his head. "Too dark. They scattered into the trees. We've more men searching, but we might lose them in the snow." Jon swallowed, scanning the line of dark pines at the valley's edge. Nothing moved now, the silhouettes of trees motionless. "Tell the men to double watch. No one sleeps unguarded tonight." The scout nodded and hurried off. Galbart Glover arrived, sword half-drawn. "What's happening?" Jon relayed the report. "We can't risk chasing them blind in the woods and stumbling into an ambush. We'll stand ready until dawn in case they try a raid." Galbart's mouth flattened. "We're too close to the Drefort for comfort. Bolton might have men roving far. Let's stay vigilant." No more disturbances came that night, but sleep was fitful. A biting wind whistled through the camp, snapping tent canvas and rattling armor. Men sat by dying embers, heads nodding in and out of wary dozing. Ghost prowled the perimeter with hackles raised. Once or twice he let out a low growl, but no intruders appeared. At first light, Jon conferred with the lead scouts again, who confirmed they found only footprints leading away through wooded hills. Whoever had come near the camp knew the terrain well enough to vanish. With no choice but to move on, Jon had the horns blown, rousing the men. Sore-limbed and bleary-eyed, they packed tents and harnessed horses. The march resumed, the column winding through narrow defile. The day was a little warmer, enough to melt the top layer of snow into a slushy mess. Horses slipped, curses rose. Shortly before midday, a pair of outriders galloped back from the van. They reined up in a spray of slush, approaching Jon and Galbart. One of the riders wore the Serwyn sigil, the other the Manderly colors. Both looked tense. "We found signs of a skirmish ahead. Bodies, a burned wagon," the Serwyn men said. "Could be Umber men, some wore the giant in chains. They were left in the snow, partially stripped. Maybe 6 or 7, all dead." Jon's chest tightened. "Did you see any sign of who killed them?" "Footprints, hoofprints. Hard to read in the churned snow, but we saw no banners. Might be Bolton scouts or reavers." The man swallowed, as if unsettled by the scene. "No survivors. The wagon was torched." We also found scattered tracks leading east, further on. Jon exchanged glances with Galbart. We push on. Carefully. I want outriders on all flanks, no one traveling alone. As they moved forward, the column passed the site of the skirmish. Jon dismounted to examine it with a few others. The bodies lay stiff in the snow, men of various ages. One had an umber patch on his cloak. The survivors had taken their gear, shields, swords, anything useful. The wagon's charred husk gave off a faint reek of ash. Flies, too cold to buzz, clung to smears of blood. Ghost stood over one corpse, sniffing it warily. Jon knelt by the body of a young man whose face was contorted in pain. A half-finished bandage wrapped his arm, suggesting he'd been wounded before he died. Perhaps they'd been stragglers or a small supply party. Anger and sorrow twisted in Jon's gut. Morgan must have sent them for a reason, maybe to find help or gather food. Now they lay butchered in the snow. He rose, gesturing to the soldiers behind him. Bury them or burn them. We can't leave them for crows. A few men stepped forward grimly, already used to such tasks. Jon dusted off his gloves. His gaze swept the horizon, where rolling hills led east. The Dreadfort was out there, and in its shadow, Roos's men prowled. They marched on, hearts heavy. By late afternoon, they entered a region where the hills rose steeper. The road, barely more than an old trail, wound along ridges and deep clefts. Snow piled waist-high in places. Some men had to dismount and lead their horses. The pace slowed to a crawl. That evening, they made camp beside a frozen stream, not daring to push further in the dark. The mood was somber, overshadowed by the murdered Umbers. Scouts reported more footprints in the distance, fleeting glimpses of shapes among the hills. Jon ordered extra patrols. Men hunched around fires, muttering about ghosts in the darkness. Some kept their weapons in hand, half expecting an ambush at any moment. Jon himself slept in fits again, fully dressed, Longclaw at the ready. Ghost prowled circles around the campsite. The wind howled across the ridges, at times sounding almost like screams. No attack came, yet no one felt secure. By dawn, a few men were shivering from the cold, complaining of numb fingers and toes. The nights were turning crueler, as if winter's heart grew deeper with each passing day. On that third morning of travel, a fragile sun peeked through thinning clouds. The column ascended a slope so steep the horses struggled for footing. At the top, an expanse. A vista opened before them. Rolling, white-capped hills stretching east. A bleak tapestry of snow and rock. Far beyond, half lost in haze, rose a shape that might have been the Dreadfort itself. It looked small at this distance, but the sight of those dark spires clenched Jon's stomach. Finally, after so many days, they were nearing their goal. Soon after, a horn sounded from a scout on a higher ridge, a signal for friendly riders approaching. Jon and Galbart spurred their horses forward, accompanied by a handful of Mormonts and Manderleys. They discovered a small group of battered horsemen picking their way through the snow, a pair of Umbers plus Mountain Clan archers and some Risswell defectors. Their cloaks were torn and faces lined with exhaustion, but relief brightened their eyes at the sight of the Stark banner. One of them, a bruised, bearded fellow, raised a hand in greeting. "My lord, you've come. I'm Halder Umber. Morgan holds a hill fort about 4 miles east, but we've been under constant harassment by Bolton men. He sent us to look for you or any relief. He feared you might not arrive in time." Jon reined up, heart pounding. "We're here with a sizable force. Is Morgan safe?" Halder grimaced, revealing a swollen cheek. "Safe enough for now, but Bolton's men lurk all around. Karstark riders, too. We've tried to sally out, but they pick us off with arrows or lure us into traps. Morgan guessed you'd be on this route. We're damned glad to see you." The mention of Karstark sank a spike of alarm in Jon's chest. So they joined Bolton, as feared, wanting revenge for their lord's execution at Robb's hands. This would complicate matters. "Take us to Morgan," Jon said. "We have supplies and fresh men. We'll break Bolton's hold on these hills." With a curt nod, Halder turned his horse, leading the way. The scouts rejoined the main column, which churned forward over the ridge. They descended into a broad hollow, where a small cluster of trees grew around a partially collapsed watchtower. Passing it, they climbed again, until at last they glimpsed an old hill fort. Little more than a low stone wall circling a rocky knoll, with a few wooden structures inside. Smoke curled from fires within. At the sight of the approaching host, men atop the crude ramparts cheered. raising spears and axes in salute. The gates were makeshift, fashioned from logs. As they creaked open, Jon saw Morgan Umber standing in the courtyard. Snow clung to his red beard, and his eyes were ringed with fatigue, but a wide grin split his face when he spotted Jon. "Stark!" he roared, stomping forward, ignoring the battered state of his heavy fur cloak. "You made it!" Jon dismounted and clasped Morgan's arm. "We came as soon as we could. I'm sorry we found some of your men dead on the road." Morgan's grin dimmed. Bolton's mongrels are everywhere. We've lost too many. But at least you're here now. We're near the Dreadfort, 2 hours ride if the path is clear. Problem is, Bolton's men hold the ravines between here and there. Hard to get through without a fight. Galbart entered behind Jon, surveying the cramped courtyard. It was crowded with wounded men, cook fires, and piles of snow-shrouded supplies. Some warriors wore bandages around heads or arms. Others had hollow eyes from too many nights of shallow sleep. A sense of desperation lingered. "We've got enough men to push through," Galbart said carefully. "But we should plan properly." Morgan agreed. "Come inside, warm yourselves, and we'll talk." The hill fort's main structure was a squat building of stone and timber, half buried in drifts. Inside, the air was smoky from a hearth that vented poorly through a hole in the roof. Jon's eyes stung. Still, it was warmer than outside, and he welcomed the heat. Morgan cleared a rough-hewn table, brushing aside maps and a chunk of frozen venison. Louis Riswell, who had traveled with Jon, joined them. So did a few Mormont and Serwyn officers. Halder and another Umber set up small stools. In the flickering light, they traced out the terrain around the Dreadfort. Morgan stabbed a finger at the parchment. "Here is where Roose Bolton's outriders are thickest, along this ravine. We tried to dislodge them twice, lost men each time. If you come in from the southwest, you'll still face the same ravine, but maybe with your numbers we can force them out." Jon studied the line of drawings. It might be better to split. One force drives into that ravine head-on, drawing their attention. A second force circles around these hills, hits them from above. If we can take control of the high ground, Bolton's outriders will be pinned. Galbart nodded. "You can lead the main assault. I'll take Manderly's and half the Glovers on the flank. Or whichever arrangement you prefer." Morgan smacked the table, jostling the cups. "Yes, that might work. Once we break through, we'll be in sight of the Dreadfort's outer fields. If we move quickly, we can set up a siege or at least force Bolton to face us in open battle." Louis Riswell frowned. "And if the Karstarks are inside with him, that might be an added few hundred men. We still have more, but a siege in winter can be slow going." Jon tapped the table. "Better than letting Bolton pick us off in these hills. We'll drive him back to his castle, then decide if we assault or starve him out. The key is to unify our forces now, not let them fight us in scattered groups." Everyone agreed. They settled details: who led which flank, what signals to use, how best to guard supply wagons. Morgan insisted on leading the vanguard alongside Jon, his mood swinging between fierce anger and relief. "I thought we'd be doomed out here," he admitted in a quieter moment. "But we stuck it out, hoping you'd come. Bolton wants to frighten us into retreat. He won't succeed now." They broke from the table to gather men. Outside, the day's light was already fading. Snow had begun to fall again in gentle drifts. Jon ordered only a brief rest. They'd press forward at dawn. Tonight, they would combine Morgan's battered forces with the main host, reorganizing them for a decisive push. War horns echoed across the hills as the rest of Jon's men filled the hill fort or established tents along the slope outside. It became a sea of activity. Scouts ventured out in small parties to keep watch for Bolton outriders. At one point, they brought in a half-frozen prisoner, a scruffy man with a Karstark badge under his cloak. When questioned, he spat in their faces, refusing to speak. Eventually, the guards locked him in a small storehouse with rope around his hands. He glared at Jon as they dragged him away. Night came quickly. The combined camp ringed the hill fort with fires. The men tried to warm themselves on rations of stew or charred meat. Morgan's surviving Umbers reunited with old friends from Glover or Serwyn lines. Now numbering well over 1,000 fighters, the camp felt more confident than it had in days. Still, the freezing wind knifed through every gap in armor or cloth, and the knowledge that Bolton lurked nearby weighed on them. Jon conferred with his captains in a cramped corner of the main structure. They had a final look at the sketches. Tomorrow, they would leave at first light, dividing into 2 groups for the ravine assault. Jon would lead the center, Morgan at his side. Galbart would circle with Manderleys, some Glovers, and a handful of Mormonts. Louis Riswell would remain near the supply lines to guard them. Everyone was to watch for horns or flags signaling success or retreat. They parted wearily, each returning to his men. Jon found a small alcove near the hill fort's outer wall where an old cot had been placed. He sat on its edge, removing his gloves. Ghost settled at his feet. The direwolf had picked up a small cut on one forepaw, likely from a jagged rock, so Jon dabbed it clean with snowmelt. Then he let the wolf rest, his mind churning with all that lay ahead. Another night of half-sleep. Another night bracing for dawn's violence. He dozed, slipping in and out of anxious dreams. Sometimes he saw Roose Bolton's pale eyes staring from a darkness laced with flayed skin. Other times he remembered Ned Stark's voice, quiet but firm, guiding him. The swirl of images left him rattled. At last, the faintest light crept into the sky and horns sounded, 2 short blasts, 1 long, the signal to gather. He rose stiffly, pulling on his furs. Ghost watched him with unwavering red eyes. Outside, men shuffled about in pre-dawn gloom, stifling yawns, pulling on mail or fastening straps. The smell of smoke and sweat mingled with the crisp tang of pine. Above, the sky began to pale, clouds tinted a dull orange. A hush settled over the assembled warriors as Jon, Morgan, and Galbart took their positions. Horses whinnied, breath steaming. The entire host moved with grim resolve. An Umber soldier raised a battered war horn, gave it 3 blasts. The gates opened. Column by column, they descended the slope and disappeared into the swirling morning mist. It had begun, the final approach to the dread fort, the push that might decide everything. Jon rode at the forefront with Morgan. On Jon's other side was a Mormont woman carrying the bare sigil. Ghost bounded ahead, sometimes veering to sniff at the edges of the path. They advanced in near silence, the crunch of snow almost deafening in the hush. An occasional flicker of wind stirred the pines above. The temperature felt milder than the previous day, though that only meant the snow softened, sucking at boots and hooves. Eventually, the ground sloped downward. Ahead, the land cleaved into a ravine, its sides steep, lined with scraggly brush and bare-limbed trees. A shallow creek trickled along the bottom, partially frozen. The path that followed the creek was their route toward the Dreadfort. On a normal day, it might be a scenic gorge. Now it was a potential killing ground. Some men muttered about the high ridges on either side, perfect for archers or ambush. Jon waved a gloved hand, halting the column. He scanned the ravine's entrance. No movement, no visible foes. But that meant little. Morgan glanced to him, expression set. "I'll lead the left flank," he said. "We'll come in from below. You push the center. We'll keep close enough for mutual support." Jon nodded, turning to a Mormont captain. "Signal Galbart to begin circling. Once we engage, he should attack from above." The captain lifted a small horn, giving 2 short blasts. Far behind, an echoing note answered. They edged into the ravine. The creek burbled under ice. Shadows blanketed the rocky walls, despite the morning sun. Jon's breath felt tight. The column advanced, forced into a narrower formation by the terrain. Archers kept arrows nocked, scanning every ledge or overhang. The tension weighed like a physical presence. A stray crow cawed overhead. Jon's horse shied at a loose rock tumbling from a ledge. Nothing. Then, out of nowhere, a harsh shout erupted. Figures popped up along the ravine's ridge, silhouettes flinging themselves into position. A flurry of arrows whirred down, the first wave clattering off shields, striking men or horses with vicious accuracy. Men cried out, stumbling. Horses reared, bucking riders into the snow. "Shields!" roared Morgan. Archers, return fire. Chaos erupted. The column tried to form some semblance of a shield wall in the narrow space, but the terrain worked against them. Arrows thudded into flesh. One Mormont soldier fell at Jon's left, an arrow lodged in his neck. His blood sprayed across the churned snow. Another arrow ricocheted off Jon's bracer. Ghost let out a feral snarl, hackles high. Jon raised his sword. "We have to push forward. Break through." He spurred his horse, ignoring the sting of a glancing arrow that nicked his thigh. Men around him surged in a disorganized rush, returning arrow fire whenever they had line of sight. Some bows twanged, sending arcs of arrows upward. Now and then a Bolton or Karstark shrieked and tumbled from the ridge. But the enemy was positioned well. More arrows rained. From the corners of his vision, Jon glimpsed a man with a Karstark badge leaning out from behind a boulder, taking careful aim. A Glover soldier was struck in the chest, toppling with a strangled cry. Jon cursed, urging the men onward. If they stayed pinned, they'd be whittled down. He spotted a slope to the right that might offer a route up. "Form on me," he called to the nearest group, some Mormonts and Serwans. "We'll charge that slope." They obeyed, heads ducked behind shields. Under the hail of arrows, they rushed for the slope. Rocks shifted underfoot. One man slipped and tumbled, losing his shield. Another arrow took him in the back. Gritting his teeth, Jon dismounted. No horse would climb this easily, and scrambled upward, Longclaw in one hand. Ghost bounded beside him, snarling at any shape overhead. A Mormont woman pressed forward, raising her shield to catch an arrow meant for Jon. It struck the wood with a hollow thunk. At the top of the slope, a Bolton soldier lunged with a spear. Jon sidestepped, bringing Longclaw down in a savage arc that bit through the man's collar and deep into flesh. Blood splattered the rocks. Ghost sprang at a second foe, bearing him down, teeth tearing at his throat. Another man tried to stab at the direwolf's flank. Jon whirled, slicing through chain mail in a spray of crimson. The soldier dropped, gurgling. Suddenly, the line of defenders wavered. Morgan Umber's bellow rang from below, followed by a triumphant roar. Jon realized that the Umbers had also gained partial ground on the left, pushing up the ravine's slope. Trapped between two thrusts, the enemy began to yield. A few jumped from the ridge and ran deeper into the hills, while others tried to regroup. Jon saw a Karstark banner flutter as it withdrew. An arrow hissed past Jon's ear. He raised his sword and pressed forward, men at his side. They engaged a knot of Bolton archers who attempted a last stand behind a rocky outcrop. Steel clashed, shields banged. Jon took a glancing blow on his shoulder that numbed his arm. Gritting his teeth, he struck back, driving the tip of Longclaw through an archer's gut. The man's eyes bulged and he collapsed with a choked gasp. Then it was done. The ravine's ridge fell quiet, save for moans of the wounded. Snow was churned and blood-stained. Pockets of bodies lay strewn about. Down below, more bodies, men, and horses showed where the initial arrow volleys had exacted a grisly toll. Jon panted, wiping sweat and grime from his brow. His breath plumed in the cold. Ghost returned to his side, muzzle smeared with red. The direwolf's eyes blazed, but he pressed close as if looking for reassurance. "Easy," Jon whispered, resting a hand on Ghost's neck. "We made it." He looked around, scanning for survivors. A handful of Bolton men had thrown down weapons, cowering behind a boulder. Serwan soldiers marched them away under threat of sword. Morgan approached from the left, leaning on his great sword. A fresh cut bled down his temple and an arrow jutted from his shoulder armor, though it seemed not to have penetrated fully. He grimaced when he saw how many of their own were fallen. "Bastards had us pinned good. But we took the ridge." Jon's eyes flickered to the ravine bottom, where stragglers from their column regrouped. Some still knelt over wounded companions. "We paid for it," he said softly. "But we hold the route now. Let's clear out the rest of them and move on." They reorganized, sending men to fetch the supply wagons that had lagged behind for safety. Others scouted up and down the ravine, gathering prisoners or finishing off those who fought back. A Serwan knight reported that they captured at least 10 Karstark archers. One had boasted they'd soon see the Stark usurper flayed alive. The knight spat in disgust. "We should hang him for that talk." Jon set his jaw. "Put him under guard. We have no time to waste with a hanging now. Let's keep moving." They advanced again, the battered but still resolute column threading through the ravine. From vantage points high on the ridges, Manderly scouts signaled that the area ahead looked clear. Presumably, Galbart's flank had done its job. There was no sign of further ambush. Once beyond the ravine, the land flattened into a wide, snowy plain. Bare of major hills, it sloped gently downward toward a distant bend in the weeping water. And there, looming in the east, was the Dreadfort. Jon paused atop a small rise, letting others catch up. His first impression of the castle was how stark and cold it looked, even from afar. High walls of pale stone, studded with towers that seemed to slash the sky. A moat wrapped around it, likely frozen but still formidable. The flayed man banner would be visible on those ramparts if one looked closely. Jon felt a knot in his chest. This was it. The seat of House Bolton, centuries old, rumored to be older even than Winterfell. Shadows moved on the walls, perhaps watchers or archers. Galbart Glover approached on horseback, his flank having rejoined them. We routed their outriders on the upper ridge. They fled back toward the Dreadfort. No doubt they know we're coming, he said. Morgan gave a sardonic laugh. We're not exactly subtle, are we? Good. Let them tremble. Jon studied the terrain. We'll likely have to lay siege. Storming those walls without a plan is suicide, especially if the moat is intact. Galbart sighed. We can't linger forever. The men are tired and supplies only last so long. On the other hand, if we force an assault prematurely, we'll lose half our force. Morgan scratched his beard, glancing over the gathered columns that stretched back into the ravine. We could encamp around the Dreadfort, cut off any approach, and starve them. Louis Risswell joined them, shaking his head. It's deep winter. Starving them might starve us too. But maybe they have fewer stores than we think. They've been feeding outriders after all. If we can sever any supply lines from the Karstarks or the Freys, we might force a quick surrender. Jon's mind churned. We saw signs of Karstarks. There could be more inside, maybe 100 or 2. Roose might also have Frey reinforcements en route. Time is not on our side. We'll surround the castle, yes. But we need to find a way to weaken them quickly. They conferred a while longer, deciding to approach the Dreadfort by day's end, set up a perimeter just out of arrow range, and see how the defenders responded. If Roose tried a sally or if reinforcements approached, they'd meet them in open battle. Meanwhile, they'd send small parties to harass any movement near the roads. It was a precarious approach, but no other option shone clearer. So they marched across the snowy plain, the Dreadfort looming ever larger. The midday light seemed to drain color from the land, turning everything gray and white. Ghost ranged ahead at intervals, occasionally returning with fur bristling. He clearly smelled the presence of enemies. The wind shifted east, and the tang of old smoke drifted from the distant fortress. Once, the ground changed from thick snow to a slick crust of ice, likely old floodwaters that had frozen solid. Horses slipped, cursing riders lost their seats. Progress slowed. By late afternoon, the host spread out in a loose semicircle around the Dreadfort, staying beyond arrow range. The moat was visible now, a ring of ice around the base of the walls, though it might be thin or partially broken. Turrets jutted like fangs. Guards paced the ramparts, men in flayed man livery scurried along the battlements, reinforcing or setting crossbows. Flags whipped in the wind, one depicting the flayed man in Stark R. Edition. Another banner fluttered on a tower, 2 pale towers on a field of gray, the Karstark sigil. Jon frowned at the sight. So it's confirmed. The Karstarks are with him. That alone might tip the scale if they're well provisioned. He turned to Morgan. Set up the main camp just out of range. We'll anchor on that ridge. He gestured to a gentle rise about half a mile from the fortress. Galbart, spread your men along the south side. We need watchers on every approach. No one in or out. They scrambled to comply, horns sounding. Men trudged through drifts, staking out positions. Some attempted to build crude palisades from any spare lumber they had on wagons, though the supply of wood was meager. Others tended to the wounded from the morning's skirmish. Archers tested lines of sight, hoping to see if any vantage might allow them to strike at the walls, but it seemed too distant. Jon found a vantage point with a partial view of the main gate. He peered through a battered old-looking glass borrowed from a Manderley scout. The gatehouse was stout, flanked by 2 towers. He saw shapes of men patrolling the wall walk, likely peering back at him in turn. The Dreadfort's windows appeared few and narrow. Truly a fortress built for defense. At dusk, the temperature plummeted. Clouds rolled overhead, blotting out the last of the sun. Fires sprang up across the siege perimeter. Jon, gathered with Morgan, Galbart, and the others, considered whether to demand a parley. In the end, they decided to hold off until morning, best not to approach the gates in darkness, where an arrow or crossbow bolt could cut them down. The men huddled in the cold, piling snow to form windbreaks. Pessimistic mutter spread. A siege in the dead of winter was a grim prospect. Shortly after full dark, an alarm rose, shouts from the southern flank. Jon and Galbart rushed over, stumbling through deep snow. They found a group of sentries crouched behind a cart, peering into the blackness. One pointed. Lights out there flickering. Could be riders or a small group. We saw torches vanish behind that rise. Jon scanned the gloom. Sure enough, a faint glow bobbed and disappeared. Maybe a dozen or more. They might be Bolton or Karstark scouts or some band of Freys trying to slip in. Keep watchers posted. If they approach, we meet them. If they try to outrun us, let them try. He repositioned archers along that flank. The men stood with arrows nocked, breath steaming. But no attack came. The torches never reappeared. Some speculated that the group circled around to the east. Others believed it was a trick. Eventually, all that remained was the howling wind and the flicker of the dread fort's distant torches. Despite the tension, no large-scale confrontation happened that night. In the morning, Jon rose stiff-limbed from a half-dug shelter in the snow, teeth chattering. His body ached from the previous day's fighting. But duty called. He joined Morgan and Galbart at the forward position where they decided to send a messenger to the gates under a white flag demanding Bolton's surrender. It was a formality, a chance to gauge the defenders. None expected compliance. A Serwyn knight volunteered to be the messenger. Accompanied by 2 riders carrying a stark white cloth, he rode across the snowy field toward the gate. The entire siege line watched tense. Archers along the walls aimed crossbows, but no bolts flew. The Serwyn knight halted a short distance from the moat, raising his voice. Even from across the distance, Jon could hear faint echoes of his challenge, calling upon Roose Bolton to face justice for betraying House Stark and the North, inviting him to surrender or come forth to parley. A moment's silence, then the gates parted. A single rider emerged, leading a black horse draped in deep red. This figure wore a helm shaped like a snarling hound. He rode halfway to meet the Serwyn knight. They exchanged words too distant to hear. Then the figure pointed to the sky and shook his head. The Serwyn knight barked something in response, rearing his mount around. Both parted ways, returning to their lines. Jon strode forward, anxiously watching the Serwyn knight dismount. "Well," he demanded. The knight pulled off his helm, face flushed. They refused. That was a Bolton captain. He said Roose Bolton has no intention of surrendering to bastard scum. He added that we'll all freeze or starve before we lay a hand on the dread fort's walls. Morgan spat on the ground. "We'll see about that." But he glanced uneasily at the sky, thick with clouds. Another storm might roll in soon, and the days were short. The Bolton captain's threat of letting them freeze was not idle. Thus began the siege. Jon's men surrounded the fortress, establishing watch points day and night. Occasionally, the defenders loosed crossbow bolts or hurled stones from small catapults if anyone ventured too close. A few bold archers from Jon's side tried to pick off guards on the walls, but the distance was too great and the defenders had ample cover. Once, a small group tested the ice on the moat, creeping closer, but came under a hail of arrows. 2 died before they scrambled back to safety. Days blurred together, each a trial of cold and hunger. The watchers on the walls seemed vigilant, but not overly eager to fight. Snowstorms struck, burying tents and forming waist-high drifts. Men spent more time shoveling and digging windbreaks than brandishing swords. A gloom settled among the besiegers. If Bolton simply waited out the winter, they might all starve. Yet Jon refused to relent. Each morning, he mustered patrols that scouted the surrounding roads, ensuring no supply caravans reached the dread fort. They captured or killed a handful of Bolton riders who tried to slip in with sleds or contraband, but a few might have succeeded in the dark. Each success was offset by the knowledge that more might be out there. On the siege's 4th day, a band of Bear Island warriors arrived. Perhaps 50 men and women, led by a grizzled Mormont woman with frost-caked hair. They carried bows and short spears, faces stoic. They had marched through harrowing snow, losing some on the way, determined to fight the Boltons. Their arrival boosted morale, but conditions were dire. Food was rationed strictly, and many men coughed in the frigid air. Morgan urged Jon to try an assault on the gate. "We can break it down with rams, if the moat's ice holds." But the moat was thick in some places, thin in others, and the defenders likely had oil or pitch. A direct assault could be slaughter. Jon insisted on patience, though it felt like a slow strangulation of hope. He walked the lines each day, speaking with men, urging them to hold fast. Some recognized him from Winterfell, seeing a reflection of Ned's quiet fortitude. Others whispered behind his back that this was folly, that a Real king would find a quicker victory. On the 7th day, the weather turned savage. Swirling wind, driving sleet that stung like needles. The entire camp huddled in ragged tents, half buried by drifts. That night, the temperature dropped so low that the edges of beards froze solid. Tents crackled with ice, and the moans of frostbitten men filled the darkness. A group of Glover soldiers found a half-dozen men from the mountain clans dead in their sleep, huddled around a fire that had gone cold. The next morning, The gloom was palpable. Jon stared at the fortress through a film of sleet, his eyes gritty with exhaustion. The defenders showed no sign of giving up. If anything, their high walls and enclosed halls shielded them from the worst cold. The watchers taunted the besiegers occasionally, shouting insults about traitor crows, bastards, and the Red Wedding's rightful winners. After that brutal night, Jon called a council in a large tent that served as their command post. Morgan, Galbart, Louis Riswell, the Mormont leaders, and some Manderly captains gathered around a flickering brazier. Their faces were drawn, cheeks raw from windburn. Jon didn't mince words. "We can't survive many more nights like this, not out in the open. We need a new plan. If we keep at this siege for weeks, half our men will freeze or starve." Morgan's lips peeled back in a snarl. "We can't just go home. We've come too far to let Bolton laugh at us from inside his cursed walls." Galbart eyed the damp canvas overhead. Drips of meltwater kept falling. "What if we attempt a stealth approach? A small team crossing the moat under cover of darkness, setting fire to a portion of the gate or sabotaging something from within. Risky, but if it succeeds, the defenders might be forced out." A Manderly captain rubbed frost from his beard. "They'll expect that, though. And the moat ice is uncertain. If it breaks, we drown or freeze." Louis Riswell suggested something else. "We might bribe or coerce someone inside." "Not all Karstarks or Boltons share Roos's loyalty. If we can get a gate opened or sabotage done, we'd have a chance at surprise. Word is that some of Bolton's men fear him more than they hate us. They might be swayed." They debated vigorously. Meanwhile, the wind howled beyond the tent flaps and men huddled closer to the brazier. Finally, they resolved to attempt two plans: intensify the blockade, keep striking any supply attempt, and simultaneously dispatch a small infiltration group to test the moat and walls at night. If they found a weakness or gate left poorly guarded, they'd exploit it. Otherwise, they might need to risk an open assault soon. Jon volunteered to join the infiltration. "No one knows how the moat will hold, but I have experience in stealth from my days with the Watch. I won't ask men to do what I wouldn't do myself." Galbart frowned. "You're too valuable to risk. We need you for command." Morgan nodded his agreement, but Jon stood firm. "This is my fight too. Besides, we'll only send a handful and I'll have Ghost with me. If we succeed in opening the gates or sowing chaos, you'll see our signal, torches, or horns, then drive forward. If we fail, you can still mount a general assault with the main host." They tried to dissuade him, but Jon would not yield. In the end, they selected a small band of about 10, some Mormonts with skill in climbing, a couple of Manderly knights adept at quiet infiltration, a Serwyn scout who had once served as a poacher. The plan: circle around to the fortress's less-watched eastern wall, cross the moat if possible, and see if there was any neglected postern door or sally port. Meanwhile, the rest of the siege lines would keep eyes on the main gate, ready to attack if an alarm rose inside. That same night, they prepared. The temperature had eased slightly, but flurries still blew across the plain. Under the cover of darkness, Jon and his infiltration party set off from camp, each wearing dark cloaks to blend with the gloom. Ghost slunk beside Jon, ears pricked. They moved slowly, crouching low to avoid being silhouetted against the snow. Occasionally, the wind died, letting them hear faint shouts from the castle walls. At length, they reached a low depression near the fortress's eastern flank. The moat was visible as a dark, curving band. This side of the castle had fewer lights flickering on the battlements, perhaps deemed less vulnerable. Or so they hoped. A half-dozen watchers might still prowl those walls. They crawled forward on their bellies for the final stretch, using a slight ridge as cover. The moat's ice gleamed in patches. Jon slid close enough to test it with a gloved hand, pressing gently. The ice felt thick, but one crack could doom them. He glanced back at the others, gesturing them to wait. Then carefully, he stepped onto the moat, distributing his weight. No immediate crack. He advanced a few more feet. Still solid, though his heart hammered with every step. Behind him, the infiltration team followed in a line, each testing the ice in turn. A Mormont woman carried a coil of rope slung around her shoulders. Two Manderly knights had grappling hooks and short climbing picks. Their breath hissed softly in the hush. Above, the walls rose forbidding and tall. Not a single arrow slit glimmered with light. Perhaps the watchers had grown lax. Or perhaps a crossbow bolt would greet them any second. Halfway across the moat, Jon heard a faint scraping noise, someone's boot skidding on a slick patch. He froze, certain the sound would echo to the ramparts. But no alarm came. They continued. Ghost's paws slid a bit. The dire wolf let out a soft whine. Jon hushed him with a calming hand. They reached the base of the wall. Pale stone sword overhead, battered by centuries of cruel winters. Searching by touch and faint moonlight, they found no convenient door. The mortar seemed thick, the stones large. The question was whether there was a sally port, half-hidden, or a drainage tunnel. One Manderley knight used a small chisel, tapping lightly to see if any section rang hollow. It all sounded solid. Another discovered a drainage grate near the corner tower, but it looked small, barely wide enough for a child. Jon's hope sank. If they couldn't find a concealed entrance, scaling the wall might be the only option. But the walls were slick with frost, and climbing would be perilous under the best conditions, let alone by night with watchers potentially overhead. The infiltration party huddled under the overhang of a small buttress, exchanging worried glances. Just then, Ghost lifted his muzzle, sniffing. He emitted a low growl, hackles stiff. Jon tensed. Footsteps above? A faint glow wavered on the rampart as if someone held a lantern, moving along. The infiltration team froze in place, hearts pounding, pressed tight against the cold stone. Jon lightly placed a hand on Ghost's fur, urging silence. After a moment, the light drifted away. No voices, no alarm. Perhaps it was just a lone guard making rounds. The group let out cautious exhales. The Mormont climber touched Jon's shoulder, indicating she'd attempt the wall. She uncoiled the rope, then affixed the grappling hook. Jon nodded, gesturing for the others to maintain absolute silence. She swung the hook upward, but it scraped the stone and fell back with a dull clink. Jon winced, scanning the ramparts. No shouts. The second try caught on something, maybe a merlin or a gap in the crenellations. The Mormont tugged gently, testing. It held. She began climbing, boots seeking tiny footholds. The rest watched anxiously. She ascended about halfway when the grappling hook jerked free. She slipped, crashing down onto a ledge a few feet below. A muffled grunt of pain escaped her, but she managed not to cry out. The hook rattled down. Jon swallowed, sure the noise would draw attention. But again, silence. The watchers must be patrolling elsewhere or deafened by the wind. The Mormont woman carefully climbed back down, breath trembling. Damned ice on the stone, she whispered. I can't get a secure hold. One of the Manderley knights tried next. He swung the hook to a different area, hooking onto what might have been a protruding stone. But after he climbed a third of the way, the rope shifted dangerously. He too came back down, cursing softly. We need a better approach or better gear. This wall is near impossible in these conditions. Jon's mind raced. The infiltration was failing. They could try the corner tower, but that likely had watchers. The drainage grate? Too small to allow entry. Perhaps if they chipped away at the mortar, but that would take hours and make noise. And the risk of being discovered soared with every moment. He turned to signal a retreat, maybe they'd search along the wall further, when Ghost stiffened, ears snapping upright. The dire wolf stared at a patch of wall that looked a bit recessed, as if the stone had shifted. A faint line of black separated two large stones. Could it be a hidden seam? Jon inched closer, gingerly brushing snow aside. The mortar here seemed cracked or chipped away. A narrower gap led behind the buttress. The Serwyn scout slipped forward, carefully pressing an ear to the seam. He parted ice-sheathed vines with a gloved hand. It feels like a door behind this. Or a shutter. Very old. Might not have been used in ages. Jon's pulse quickened. Try to pry it open. Quietly. The scout drew a thin crowbar from his belt, wedged it into the seam, and gently levered. For a moment, nothing. Then a stone shifted with a soft scrape, revealing a narrower wooden panel behind it. The wood looked rotten in spots. Another man helped. With painstaking care, they pried the boards apart. A gap large enough for a man's shoulders began to form, opening into blackness. The infiltration team exchanged triumphant glances. Ghost whined, sniffing at the gap. The smell beyond was stale, as if it led to a disused corridor or store area. One by one, they slipped inside, stooping low. Jon's heart pounded like a drum. The darkness closed around them. A faint must of damp rot filled his nose. It was definitely some old passage, maybe once used for smuggling or as a secret exit. The infiltration team lit a single shuttered lantern, careful to angle it so minimal light spilled out. Crouching, they advanced. The passage led about 20 feet before turning. The floor was slick with slime. Overhead, rotted beams sagged. At one point, the Manderley knight had to break away a spiderweb of debris that threatened to block the path. After several bends, the corridor opened into what looked like a small stone chamber. Perhaps an old storeroom. Dust layered everything. The faint echo of dripping water indicated some fissure in the wall. Jon motioned for the group to spread out, searching for a door or hatch. They found a short flight of steps leading upward. At the top, a battered door with rusted hinges. The Serwyn scout pressed an ear to it. No sound from the other side. He slowly lifted the latch. It gave with a groan that made them all freeze. Again, no immediate reaction. He pushed it open, revealing a dim corridor lit only by the infiltration's flickering lantern. The corridor beyond was narrow, the floor flagged with cracked stones. A few paces down, it branched left and right. Ghost crept forward, nose twitching. Jon followed, long knife in hand. Longclaw was too long for these cramped halls. The infiltration team split, half explored one direction, half the other, planning to regroup if they found signs of guards. Jon's group took the right passage, moving slowly, heart hammering so loudly he worried it would echo. The walls were damp, sporting patches of black mold. They passed a barred door that led nowhere, then a small flight of steps ascending to another corridor. Footsteps above made them freeze. Two men passed overhead, their voices muffled. After a tense moment, the sounds receded. They climbed the steps. At the top, a single torch flickered in a bracket. This area seemed more used, or at least partially so. They heard a moan from somewhere, someone in pain. Could be a prisoner, or wounded man, or just the wind. The Dreadfort's infamous dungeons might be nearby. Jon felt his skin crawl, imagining the horrors inflicted here. He steeled himself. They needed to find a way to open a gate or tower door from within, let the main host surge in. Ghost suddenly halted, ears flattening. A shape emerged from a side passage, a Bolton guard in partial plate carrying a half-burned torch. He stopped short, eyes widening at the sight of strangers in the corridor. Before he could shout, Ghost sprang on him. The guard's torch flew, clattering on the floor. Jon lunged, driving his knife up under the guard's chin. The man gurgled, blood sputtering, and collapsed. Jon froze, listening. Had the guard cried out? No immediate alarm sounded. But someone might have heard the scuffle. They dragged the corpse into a dark alcove. The infiltration group pressed on, pulse pounding. Rounding the next corner, they spotted a heavy wooden door banded with iron. Possibly a side entrance to the yard or a stair tower. The Manderley knight tested the latch. Locked. The Serwyn scout produced slender picks, hands shaking with adrenaline. He knelt at the lock, working hurriedly. Footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Another guard? The infiltration team flattened themselves against the wall, weapons at the ready. But the steps faded away. The scout let out a hiss of relief, then returned to picking the lock. A soft click, success. They pushed open the door to reveal a stairwell that descended. From the smell of fresh, cold air drifting up, it must lead to the outside. Perfect. They slipped down, Ghost leading, until they came to a small archway. Peering through, Jon saw a portion of the courtyard. Snow dusted the cobblestones. Dim torches flickered on the walls. A half-dozen shapes in flayed man livery clustered by a gate mechanism, possibly the inner mechanism for raising and lowering the drawbridge or portcullis. If they could reach that mechanism, they might let the main host in. Jon signaled the infiltration team to prepare. The courtyard was partially enclosed by stables or outbuildings. Another path likely led to the main gate. They had to strike fast and quiet or risk an alarm that would bring the entire garrison down on them. He took a steadying breath, nodded at his companions. They rushed out from the stairwell, swords drawn, Ghost bounding ahead. The Bolton guards realized too late. A Mormont warrior slammed one guard's helm with a mace, dropping him in a heap. The Serwyn scout shot an arrow point blank into another guard's throat. Jon lunged at a third, parrying a desperate sword swing before ramming his blade under the man's armpit. Blood spattered the snow. One guard managed to shout enemies before a Manderley knight cut him down. Another guard bolted, running for a door that led deeper into the castle. Ghost pursued, dragging him down. The man's screams died as the direwolf's jaws closed around his neck. Silence fell, broken only by the infiltration team's ragged breathing. No time to waste. The mechanism for controlling the portcullis and drawbridge stood nearby, a large wooden winch with iron gears. If the moat truly had a drawbridge, raising it from inside might let the main siege force cross, assuming they recognized the signal. Jon seized a lever, scanning the contraption. It was jammed in place with an iron bar for security. One Manderley knight yanked the bar free while another tried to turn the winch handle. A rattling chain overhead signaled something was moving. "We're doing it," the knight said, veins bulging in his neck as he heaved. "Damn, it's stiff. Help me quick." Two Mormonts joined, straining at the handle. The gears groaned, squealing with rust. The infiltration team prayed the main host outside heard or saw the drawbridge shift. The courtyard's gate to the outside was still closed, though. Possibly a portcullis blocked the path as well. They needed to open that from the inside if they could. Jon dashed to a smaller gate door, found it bolted. He shot the bolt back, opening onto a short corridor that ended at the outer portcullis. More guards waited there, 3 or 4, wide-eyed at the sight of armed intruders. One guard yelled, drawing steel. Jon rushed him, parrying desperately as sparks flew from crossing blades. Another infiltration member followed, skewering a second guard from behind. The last guard threw down his weapon, raising trembling hands. In the confusion, Ghost lunged at the guard Jon was fighting, locking his jaws on the man's arm. The guard screamed, flailing. Jon delivered the killing blow to the guard's exposed side. Blood sprayed across the corridor. The final unarmed guard cowered. The infiltration team pinned him to the wall. Jon thrust at the lever that operated the portcullis. "Open it or die." Trembling, the guard complied, yanking on a chain that caused the portcullis to grind upward. Now, presumably, the main outer drawbridge was lowered. The infiltration team sent a Mormont to the courtyard to wave a torch overhead as a signal. Hopefully, watchers from the siege line would see. Shouts echoed from deeper in the castle. Now someone realized intruders were inside. Time was short. Suddenly, the corridor shook with the thunder of footsteps. More Bolton men, maybe Karstarks, streamed in from a side passage. The infiltration team formed a defensive line behind the half-raised portcullis. Steel clashed. Cries and curses rebounded in the narrow space. Ghost prowled near Jon, leaping at any foe who strayed too close. The infiltration group was outnumbered, forced to give ground. A Manderly knight fell, a sword buried in his side. A Mormont woman took a blow to the thigh, staggering. But out in the courtyard, the large gate mechanism kept turning. The Mormonts and Serwyn men at the handle refused to stop. They roared with effort. Chains rattled, echoing across stone. If the main host saw the gate open, they would charge inside. Sure enough, a horn blast sounded outside, muffled but distinct. Jon's heart leapt. The siege lines must have seen the portcullis rising. They were responding. Now, if only the infiltration team could hold long enough. Bolton men pressed the corridor, led by a burly figure wearing the Karstark sigil over chain mail. He snarled, killed the rats, and swung a two-handed axe. The Serwyn scout took the blow on his shield, splinters flying, then lunged with a dagger into the Karstark's belly. The man howled, falling to his knees, but even then tried to strike again. Ghost lunged for his throat, silencing him in a gout of blood. Jon fought another opponent, swords ringing off each other. He recognized the flayed man on the soldier's surcoat. Their blades locked momentarily. The soldier spat, "Traitor bastard." Jon twisted, freeing his blade, and thrust through the man's chest. Warm blood poured over his hands. The soldier collapsed, choking. Jon yanked out his sword, breath ragged. Then the corridor shook as the main gates boomed open. A rush of cold air and snowy light flooded in, accompanied by the war cries of their allies. Serwyn foot soldiers and Mormont warriors poured through the gateway, weapons glinting. The infiltration had succeeded, the drawbridge was down, portcullis up, letting the main force swarm inside. The Bolton men recoiled, caught between two fronts. Panic flared in their eyes. "Forward!" Jon shouted, pressing the advantage. Morgan Umber's booming voice echoed from the courtyard beyond, further north. Men in direwolf, pine, and bear sigils flooded the courtyard, dispatching scattered Bolton defenders. More Karstarks tried to form a shield wall near the stables but were overwhelmed by the sudden tide of northern fury. Within minutes, fighting erupted throughout the fortress yard, clang of steel, the thud of arrows, the screams of the dying. Bolton archers rained fire from the walls, but no coordinated defense emerged. Ghost wove through the chaos, snapping at legs. Mormont axe-wielders battered down any pockets of resistance. Shouts of "Stark" rose above the din. The infiltration team, battered but alive, found themselves joined by dozens of new arrivals surging in. Freed from the corridor, they spilled into the yard, stepping over bodies and broken weapons. Jon glimpsed men racing up a flight of stairs to secure the ramparts. The defenders there were brave but disorganized, uncertain how so many intruders had gotten inside so fast. Every minute, more of Jon's forces poured in, forming squads to clear towers and corners. Morgan, red-bearded and roaring, led a group smashing into the keep's main doors. Others battered aside side entrances. The momentum was unstoppable. Still, pockets of fierce resistance flared. Karstark men refused to yield in some corners, fighting with raw bitterness over their lord's death by Robb's hand. One group pinned a cluster of Glover archers in an alley until a Manderly charge broke their lines. In the stables, a small group of Bolton knights tried to mount horses for a countercharge, but Mormont spears spooked the animals into a panicked stampede. Blood sprayed across the straw-strewn floor. Jon directed men to block any passages that led deeper into the fortress. He wanted to prevent Roose Bolton from escaping. Over the clamor, he heard a horn blast from the ramparts, perhaps a call for the defenders to rally or surrender. Hard to tell. Everywhere was chaos. He found himself near the keep's main doors, where Morgan and others had splintered the heavy oak with axes. Now they pushed through the entry hall. Echoes of fighting rang from the corridors within. Ghost bounded at Jon's side, muzzle smeared red. Jon advanced, longclaw in hand. Torchlight revealed a broad stone hall with high arches. 2 Bolton men tried to hold a position at the top of a short stair, but a volley of arrows cut them down. Freed from that obstruction, Morgan's men stormed upward. Jon followed, checking each side corridor. Shouts of "Find Bolton" rose from the crowd. A wave of men, thirsting for vengeance, forced their way into the upper floors. More pitched battles erupted in dusty halls. Some defenders surrendered, dropping weapons. A handful refused, preferring to die with steel in their hands. The acrid smell of smoke drifted from somewhere, possibly a knocked-over brazier or lamp fueling a small fire. Ghost sniffed, then darted down a narrower passage. Jon chased, uncertain what the wolf sensed. He found himself passing locked doors, hearing moans and sobs from within, dungeons or cells, no doubt. At one corner, they startled a Bolton guard who flung a spear at them before turning to run. The spear clattered off stone, and Ghost gave chase, but Jon called him back. "Leave him. We need to find Bolton." Another corridor, another set of stairs leading up. Halfway, they encountered 3 Karstark soldiers with bloodied swords, guarding a door. At the sight of Jon in his battered furs, a fierce hatred shone in their eyes. "We'll avenge Lord Ricard," one snarled. They charged. Jon parried the first man's thrust, slamming him against the wall. Ghost sprang on the second, dragging him down in a flurry of jaws. The third, a tall man with a battered helm, swung wildly, nearly clipping Jon's shoulder. Jon ducked, driving Longclaw into the man's gut. The Karstark staggered, coughed red, and collapsed. The fight ended in moments, bodies splayed on the stairs. A low voice echoed from behind the door they'd been guarding, familiar, in a chilling way. Jon pressed an ear to the wood. He heard a mutter, then a shuffle. Could it be Roose Bolton himself? Possibly. Jon wrenched the door handle. Locked. He stepped back, aimed a heavy kick at the latch. The wood groaned but held. Another kick, another, until the frame cracked. He rammed his shoulder, bursting the door inward, stumbling into a shadowy room. Ghost followed, snarling. Torchlight from the corridor spilled in, revealing a tall figure turning with a startled expression, pale eyes, thinning hair, cold face. Roose Bolton. He wore black leather, a cloak trimmed with fur. On a table behind him sat a single candle. He had a dagger in hand, as if he'd been waiting. His eyes flicked to Ghost, then to Jon. A faint curl touched his lips. "Jon Stark," he said softly. "The bastard of Winterfell. I suppose this was inevitable." Jon's heart hammered. He raised Longclaw. "It ends here, Bolton. Throw down your weapon." Bolton's mouth curved in a dry, humorless smile. "Your father taught you mercy, did he not? That was his downfall. Yours too, perhaps?" His voice exuded calm, but his posture was tense. He flicked a glance to a side door. Jon stepped sideways, blocking that route, Ghost baring teeth. Roose inched backward, dagger low. "You and your horde have broken into my keep. You realize the crown will brand you traitors. Your lies and betrayals ended any pretense of loyalty," Jon snapped. "You butchered my brother at the Red Wedding. Did you think we would forget?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Bolton's face. "Your brother was a fool. War is not a chivalrous game." He turned half the realm against him. "I merely chose the winning side. Or so I thought." His gaze roamed, looking for an opening. "But perhaps not so winning now, is it?" Jon advanced, brandishing Longclaw. "Give up. This castle is lost. The North will never bow to you again." Roose's eyes narrowed. "I do not surrender. I served the North for years under Ned Stark, under Robb, and learned how short-sighted honor can be." He lunged suddenly, dagger flashing at Jon's chest. Jon parried with a quick pivot, steel scraping against steel. Ghost sprang, but Bolton twisted aside, delivering a shallow cut across Ghost's shoulder. The direwolf yelped, staggering. Rage ignited in Jon. He swung Longclaw with lethal force. Roose ducked, the blade biting into a bedpost, splintering wood. Bolton was fast, feinting again with the dagger, forcing Jon to pivot. They traded blows in the cramped space, weaving around furniture. Ghost tried to lunge, but the small space limited him. Roose hissed, slashing at Jon's arm. Jon jerked back in time, feeling the dagger's edge slice his sleeve. Ghost managed to snap at Bolton's leg, forcing him to shift. Jon seized the opening. He feinted high with Longclaw, then slammed his foot into Bolton's knee. Roose stumbled with a gasp. Jon brought Longclaw down in a savage arc. Bolton twisted away enough that the blade carved across his ribs, sending blood spraying. He hissed in pain, face contorted with fury. "Damn you," Roose snarled, staggering against a cabinet. Blood seeped through his leather doublet. Jon followed, not letting up. He hammered aside Bolton's dagger, smashing the older man's arm with the pommel. A crack signaled bones fracturing. Roose let out a short, strangled cry, dropping the dagger. He slumped to his knees, blood trickling from his mouth. Jon stood over him, breath ragged, every muscle trembling. "That's for Robb," he whispered. "And for all the North you betrayed." Roose's eyes flicked up, filled with cold hatred. "You'll never be a true Stark," he rasped. "No matter what you claim." Jon's jaw clenched. He brought Longclaw around in a swift, merciful slash. The Valyrian steel sheared through Roose's throat. Blood poured, and Bolton toppled sideways with a final twitch. The room went silent save for Jon's labored breathing. He stared at the corpse, a swirl of relief, sorrow, and fury tangling inside him. Another monstrous chapter of the North's torment was ended. Ghost limped to Jon, sniffing at Bolton's body with a low growl. Jon knelt, stroking the direwolf's fur, checking the shallow cut on Ghost's shoulder. The blood was bright but didn't look too deep. He exhaled, hearing the muffled din of fighting still echoing beyond the walls. But the worst was done. Roose Bolton would haunt the North no more. Jon shouldered open the side door, verifying it led only to a storage chamber. No threats remained. He stepped back into the corridor where a group of his men rushed up, breathless. They saw Bolton's corpse in the room behind Jon, and a hush fell. Then a Mormont warrior let out a cheer. "Bolton is dead." The word spread like wildfire through the castle. In the courtyard below, defenders wavered at the news, some throwing down arms, others trying to flee or fight to the death. The Allied forces hunted them room by room, corridor by corridor. By nightfall, the Dreadfort was theirs. Fires burned in a few corners where the fighting had grown fierce, but men formed bucket lines to douse the flames. The battered Northmen raised the dire wolf banner over the highest tower, ripping down the flayed man's standard and casting it into the snow. A roar of triumph reverberated. "Stark! Stark!" Jon stood in the courtyard, leaning on a spear for support, exhaustion dragging at his limbs. Blood streaked his cloak, some his, some from others. Ghost lay at his feet, panting softly. The courtyard was littered with debris, scattered bodies, and flickering torches. Overhead, the sky was a tapestry of swirling clouds, but the wind had eased as if the North itself exhaled a long-held breath. Morgan Umber approached, battered and bloody but grinning fiercely. "Roose is truly gone?" he asked, voice husky. Jon nodded. "He fought. He's dead. He won't trouble us again." Morgan let out a bark of laughter. "That's the best news I've heard in years. By the gods, we've reclaimed the Dreadfort." Galbart Glover arrived with Louis Riswell, each bearing minor wounds. They gazed around in wonder at the fortress that had symbolized terror for centuries. "The flayed man's standard is torn down," Galbart said, fatigue lacing his tone. "We have prisoners locked up. Karstarks, Boltons, some from lesser houses. Many surrendered. The rest, well, there's enough blood on the snow." Jon swallowed, recalling the vow he'd made to rid the North of Bolton rule. It felt surreal to stand here in the heart of that house's power, having overthrown it. The cost was dear, but it was done. "We'll see to the wounded," Jon said quietly. "Bury our dead with honor. The rest can wait until morning." Men started chanting "Stark," again, brandishing weapons in exhausted exultation. In that moment, Jon felt a wave of sorrow for all who had perished, mingled with fierce pride. This was for Robb, for Ned, for every family ravaged by the flayed man's cruelty. The North would remember. Ghost nudged Jon's leg, letting out a soft sound. Jon knelt, pressing his brow to the direwolf's. "It's over," he murmured. "We're free." But even as he said it, he knew the realm's challenges were not fully ended. Freys might still lurk, the Iron Throne might object, the Karstarks might seek vengeance. Yet, in the hush of the Dreadfort's courtyard, that sense of liberation shone bright. They had broken the Bolton menace. Winterfell and the North were, at last, in Stark hands. With weary determination, Jon rose, nodding to the men around him. "Begin the cleanup," he said. "Tend the wounded, secure the castle. Tomorrow, we plan for what comes next. But tonight we can finally breathe." A ragged cheer rose once more, echoing off the grim walls. The night's cold pressed in, but it could not quell the fire in their hearts. Step by step, they would rebuild the North from these ashes. And Jon Snow, Jon Stark, would stand as the wolf who defied the flayed man, claiming a future his family had been denied for too long. He exhaled a cloud of frost, turning his gaze upward to the rolling sky. Somewhere, he hoped Ned Stark was watching, proud of the justice done here. And so, at the Dreadfort's battered gates, the dawn that followed found the dire wolf banner raised high above the pale stones, fluttering in a wind that smelled of blood and fresh beginnings. The Bolton line was shattered, the flayed man cast down. For Jon and his allies, it was neither the end of all struggles nor the end of winter's trials, but it was a victory beyond measure, a sign that the North could indeed rise again, united under the Stark name that would not be broken. A network error occurred. Please check your connection and try again. If this issue persists, please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com. The Dreadfort's courtyard lay hushed under a thin pall of drifting snow, broken corpses, and flickering torches. Shouts still echoed through the ramparts in fading bursts, cries of triumph from the new victors and the final, desperate resistance from those Bolton and Our Stark men who refused to yield. Jon remained near the charred remnants of a toppled brazier, leaning on long claw as though it were a walking staff. His body ached in a dozen places. The killing of Roose Bolton had come at a cost. His arm was numb where Bolton's dagger had sliced through the leather. Some part of him was still reeling with disbelief. After so many months, years even, of Bolton power crushing the North, the Dreadfort was theirs. Ghost paced beside him, limping on that wounded foreleg. A line of dried blood discolored the white fur of the direwolf's shoulder. Jon knelt to examine it once more. He pressed a hand gently on the area, feeling for deeper gashes. The wolf let out a low whine that rumbled in his throat but did not snap or shrink away. "Easy," Jon murmured. "We'll have someone properly stitch it soon. You've done enough for one day." Ghost only blinked his red eyes, solemn and unflinching. Nearby, Morgan, Umber, Galbart Glover, and a knot of Mormont captains clustered over a prone figure half buried in the snow. The body wore ragged Karstark livery, a tall man with a tangle of black hair. Morgan nudged the corpse with his boot. "This one died cursing us," Morgan said, spitting onto the ground. "More fool he. The Karstark's hatred of the Starks runs deep," Galbart Glover said quietly. "I suppose none of us should be surprised. Lord Ricard's execution by Robb cut them to the bone. Some old loyalties can't be mended." Jon rose, hand resting lightly on Ghost's back. He couldn't help recalling the Karstarks from his boyhood, families invited to feasts at Winterfell, men who once revered Ned Stark's sense of justice. Now they had turned on the Starks fully, casting their lot with Roose. It was possible that pockets of Karstarks still remained loyal or at least neutral, but these were clearly the ones who had come to fight for the flayed man. Behind them, the last of the battle's chaos slowed to a close. A group of Manderley knights dragged out a small cluster of Bolton survivors who had been cornered in the keep's stables. In the ruined gateway, Serwyn's soldiers helped carry their wounded from the courtyard, stumbling over the uneven stones. The entire fortress stank of fresh blood, smoke, and old fear. But it was their fortress now. Jon tried to remember the last time any friend of House Stark had stepped foot here without trembling. A swirl of snow brushed across Jon's face. He saw how battered his men looked, smeared with ash, spattered in gore, their eyes hollow with fatigue. They had marched through storms, endured a siege, and now had stormed the dreaded seat of House Bolton. Whether they believed in the old gods or the seven or none at all, every last one of them looked as though they'd emerged from a season in the underworld. Morgan, noticing Jon's distant expression, waved him closer. "We should gather in the hall," Morgan called, raising his voice above the moans of the wounded. "We need to take stock. Who's alive, who's surrendered, and who's still at large? Some of the Karstarks may be hiding in the dungeons. Or the old towers if they're as labyrinthine as rumored." Galbart Glover nodded. "We'll want to muster a record of the day's cost. And we have prisoners to question to see if the rest of the Karstarks will keep fighting or if their spirit's broken." Jon cradled the hilt of Longclaw against his side and exhaled a ragged breath. "All right. We meet in the Great Hall, if such a hall even exists here in a place like this. But first, let's see to the wounded." He paused, scanning the battered yard, feeling the tug of duty weigh heavier than ever. "And someone find the maesters or healers if any remain in the fortress. If they serve the Boltons or not, we'll see. We can't let our men bleed out in the snow." A flicker of relief touched Morgan's broad features, overshadowed by grief. "Aye, we'll see it done." He jerked his head at a cluster of Umbers. They moved off to gather the wounded, guard the newly captured. The swirl of movement had begun to settle into a tense calm, a sense that the battle was ended but the war's consequences had only just begun. Jon summoned a few Mormont women and asked them to check on Ghost's injuries. They lowered themselves to examine the wolf's foreleg. Though no maester, one of them had enough skill to cleanse and wrap the wound. Ghost lay still under her ministrations, his ears folded back, but he did not protest. Jon crouched near, stroking the wolf's flank. The sense of relief that Ghost was alive and still at his side was a small comfort. "You'll be well," Jon murmured, half to Ghost, half to himself. Across the courtyard, men had begun to haul away Bolton corpses, piling them in a corner near the walls. Some wore the flayed man badge, others the Karstark sunburst. There were also bodies in Stark or Umber or Manderly colors. Jon knew well that the cost to the north had been steep again. He felt the same hollowness he'd known at Winterfell and in the ravine. Each victory stained the snow red. When he rose, a Manderly knight approached. "My lord, we found a row of cells beneath the keep," the knight reported. "Some men are locked up in there. Prisoners from the fighting, or maybe earlier. And they look half-starved, ragged. Not sure if they're small folk or old captives from Bolton's reign. Should we free them?" Jon nodded at once. "Yes. But be careful. Some might be half-mad or wounded. Bring them blankets, water, food. If they can walk, guide them outside. If not," he trailed off, imagining the worst. The knight saluted and hurried away. At last, Jon gestured for Galbart, Morgan, and Louis Riswell to follow him deeper into the keep. The fortress hall was no grand affair like Winterfell's great hall. It was smaller, gloomier, with thick pillars that cast long shadows in the torchlight. The battered wooden doors had been flung wide open after the fight. Blood and scorch marks marred the stone floor from the assault. A handful of Glover men stooped in the corners, rummaging through crates or battered furniture. Torches set in iron brackets lit the place with a smoky glow. The air smelled of dust and old rot as if the ghosts of centuries lingered here. Jon and his companions stepped inside, flanked by a few guards. Off to one side, they found a half-broken dais with a tall chair carved from some pale wood that had likely served as the Bolton Lord's seat. The flayed man's sigil had been painted on the back, now chipped and peeling. Morgan scowled at it. "Ugly throne for an ugly line," he muttered. He turned, seizing an axe from one of his umbers, and with a swift blow, cleaved the back of the chair, splintering the painted sigil. Splinters rained across the floor. "That's for the Red Wedding," Morgan spat, turning away. "Let the crows pick the rest." Galbart shook his head, though not disapprovingly. "We should keep searching. There must be a solar or a council chamber. We need a table, seats, something to gather around." They ventured through an archway to a secondary chamber that might once have served as a dining room or lesser hall. The old rushes on the floor were damp and rotting. Flickering torchlight revealed a battered table enough to seat a dozen men. The group nodded to one another. It would suffice. The men spread out, searching for candles or leftover torches to light the corners. Before long, they had a meager circle of illumination. A battered candelabrum found in a dusty chest was set in the middle of the table. Its half-melted candles gave a fitful, weak glow. Jon lowered himself into a creaking chair, wincing at the sting in his arm. The others joined him, Morgan Umber, who slid into place with a grunt, Galbart Glover, whose face remained drawn with the burdens of command, Louis Riswell, looking haunted. A few Manderly, Serwyn, and Mormont captains hovered near the walls, quietly awaiting instructions. The swirl of battlelust had given way to a tense exhaustion. "We have the fortress," Jon said, breaking the hush. His voice echoed strangely in the half-empty room. "But what next? Roose Bolton is dead and his men scattered. We still have living Karstarks here. Also, we must confirm whether Roose's wife or children." He stopped, remembering fleeting rumors that Roose had taken a Frey bride. If she lived, or if there were any Bolton heirs, they might complicate matters. "We need to find them," he finished. "Or at least discover their fates." Galbart spoke first. "I've men combing the keep, searching every tower and cellar. If any of Bolton's kin remain, we'll know soon." He looked at Jon intently. "We also have prisoner matters. Some surrendered. Others were taken alive after the fight. The question is, how do we handle them? We can't keep them all locked in a single storeroom forever." Morgan made a low, savage noise in his throat. "We treat them as traitors. They butchered the Starks at the Twins or aided that butchery. They stood by while Ramsay murdered and flayed. I've half a mind to do the same to them. An eye for an eye." Some of the men standing by the walls muttered in agreement. Others shifted uncomfortably. Jon felt that old pang, Ned Stark's sense of honor stirring in him, reminding him that justice could not be mere vengeance. "We can't stoop to flaying," Jon said evenly, "or we become them. But we can pass judgment. If men are proven guilty of murder or atrocity, we have enough cause to execute them. Yet we should let them speak first. There might be some who had no choice but to fight or who were forced. The North is too battered for mindless slaughter." Galbart exhaled. "Well said. We'll hold them for questioning. Separate the ringleaders from the small folk conscripts. As for the Karstarks, many fought fiercely. We lost men to them. Some might never yield. Louis Riswell drummed his fingers on the table. We can't easily contain them. This keeps dungeons are gods know how monstrous, but they exist. We might store them there for a short time. Morgan's scowl deepened, but he didn't openly argue with Jon's approach. Fine, he muttered. As long as they don't get the chance to slip away. Jon nodded, relieved that cooler heads prevailed. We'll do that. Now the big question, the Karstarks who aren't here. Lord Rickard was executed, yes, but he had kin. Some allied with Roose. They might gather in the Carhold or roam the countryside. If we leave them free, they could cause more trouble. You think we should march on Carhold next? Morgan asked, eyes glinting. Let them know the flayed man has fallen. The notion weighed heavily on Jon's mind. Perhaps, but we should see if they'll bend the knee first. Maybe there's a chance for peace. If they persist in open rebellion, we'll have no choice but to stop them. Still, I'd rather not put the North through more bloodshed unless we must. He let that settle a moment, aware that Morgan Umber was never shy about pressing advantage through brute force. But even Morgan recognized the North's precarious state. Houses had been battered by war and winter. The fewer new battles, the better. A Mormont woman near the wall cleared her throat. My lord, what of the Freys? We keep hearing rumors a Frey force might attempt to move north in the spring, or maybe even sooner with small raiding parties. Now that Bolton is gone, do we expect them to stand down? Jon barked a bitter laugh. The Freys have never been known to stand down unless forced. They'll likely claim we are traitors to the crown, though that crown was bought by betrayal. If they bring men into the north, we'll face them as well. A heavy silence fell. The men exchanged glances. The prospect of fighting the Freys, once allied with the Boltons, filled them with grim resignation. Many still seethed at the Red Wedding, hungering for vengeance on House Frey. But winter blanketed the roads. If the Freys tried to send an army, the storms might hamper them. Yet come spring, a southern host could well cross the neck. Morgan's broad shoulders rose and fell in a shrug. Then let them come. We'll bury them like we buried Bolton. The North is ours again. Let them see how the wolves wage war. Jon rubbed at the tightness in his chest. He felt the bruise on his left arm throbbing beneath the cloak. One thing at a time, he said quietly. We'll secure the Dreadfort, see to the Karstarks, and watch for Frey incursions. Also, I'd like to send word to White Harbor and Bear Island, let them know Roose Bolton is no more. The rest of the North should hear as well. This is a victory we can't hide. The men nodded, though each looked bone-weary. They had no illusions that the realm's troubles ended with the fall of the Dreadfort. Still, it was a monumental step. Morgan, a bit steadier now, thumped a fist on the table. Agreed. The North will cheer the news that the flayed man is cast down. We'll hold the Dreadfort in the Stark name and quash any lingering pockets of resistance. That might deter the Freys or the Karstarks from trying something foolish. Jon rose slowly, feeling the grind of fatigue in his muscles. It's settled then. We fortify, gather what supplies we can from the castle stores, tend the wounded. We'll sift through the prisoners, question them fairly. If any Karstarks or Boltons remain loyal to us, we'll see what they have to say. If they're unrepentant killers, well, the laws of the North still stand. Execution might be the only sentence. We'll reconvene soon, daylight tomorrow, perhaps. For now, do whatever must be done. And let's not forget the men we lost here. Galbart, Morgan, and Louis agreed. They rose from the table with a scraping of chairs and the assembled captains bowed. With that, the command gathering dispersed. Jon lingered a moment, letting the hush of the smoky chamber seep into him. The battered table, the flickering candelabrum, the acrid tang of old blood in the air, it felt surreal, as though he stood in the lair of some monster that had finally been slain. He recalled how Ned Stark once spoke of the ancient enmity between the Starks and Boltons. How centuries ago the Boltons supposedly wore the skins of dead Stark lords in open defiance. That cruelty had outlived so many generations. Now at least the chain had been broken. But the cost never vanished. With a weary sigh, Jon set out to wander the keep. Ghost followed at a slow, limping pace. They walked through corridors lit by torches, some newly placed by the victors. Along the walls, dusty tapestries or flayed man insignias had been torn down. Footsteps echoed off stone. At intervals, Jon passed small groups of his men searching rooms or carting away debris. A few offered quiet greetings, my lord, or Lord Stark. Jon nodded in acknowledgement, but he found no joy in their deference. He had seen enough horror to overshadow any sense of triumph. He found the old fortress Solar on the second floor, a cramped chamber with arrow-slit windows and a hearth that sputtered feebly. Possibly Roose Bolton once used this as a vantage point to survey the courtyard. Now, the windows looked out onto drifting snow and a swirl of men dragging corpses toward pyres. The remains of a meal lay on a table, likely Roose's last meal. A cold joint of salted pork, half a loaf of bread, congealed gravy in a bowl. Jon's stomach turned at the sight. That man had feasted while so many starved or cowered in fear. Jon's gaze flicked to a chest in the corner, presumably containing papers or valuables. He made a note to have it opened under watch. Perhaps there were letters, orders, or secrets worth knowing. He pressed onward, discovering a corridor that led to a row of bedchambers. One door had been forced open. Inside, a cluster of Manderley knights rummaged carefully. They straightened and saluted as Jon entered. "We found no sign of Bolton's wife or any children," one reported. "But there are garments here, women's dresses, a few sets of smaller clothing. Could have been a child's. Looks like they haven't been worn recently." Jon's brow furrowed. "Roose Bolton took a Frey bride, I recall. Could she have fled? Or did they keep her locked away somewhere?" Another knight shrugged. "We questioned a serving woman we found in the scullery. She said the Lady Valda, Roose's wife, was taken away weeks ago. Something about being sent to a safer location after the siege at Winterfell was lost. She might be at the Twins or somewhere deep in the east." The serving woman wasn't sure. Jon nodded grimly. "Then we'll keep an eye out. If she's a Frey, the southern lords might try to use her as a rallying cry. For now, see if there are any documents or letters. We need every scrap of information." The knights bowed, returning to their search. Jon lingered, letting his gaze pass over the room. A child's toy, a carved wooden doll, lay abandoned near the hearth. A wave of bleakness passed over him. Another innocent pulled into the swirl of war. If there was a child Bolton or a child Frey, the realm might remain haunted by the flayed man's legacy for a generation yet. Eventually, he made his way to the cells below, where he heard moans echoing along dank corridors. Torchlight revealed a series of heavy doors with iron grates. The stench of rot clung to every stone. Soldiers milled about, prying open locks or ushering out the living. Two Mormont women carried a limp figure between them, an older man who looked delirious from hunger. Another cell contained 3 half-starved small folk who cowered until the men assured them the Boltons were gone. Jon oversaw the release of these innocents, instructing the men to bring them to a warmer part of the fortress for food and blankets. Some might never recover from the torment. He felt a swell of anger at the cruelty inflicted here. He paused at one dark cell that had apparently been used as a torture chamber. Racks, chains, flensing knives left lying about. The smell of dried blood was choking. Jon turned away, feeling his stomach churn. Even after all he had seen, this place tested his limits. A short while later, a Serwyn guard ran up, panting. "My lord, we found a cell with Karstark men locked inside. Says they tried to desert and the Boltons threw them here. They claim they want to serve House Stark now. Beg for mercy." Jon furrowed his brow. Deserters from the Karstarks or from Bolton's forces? Both, it seems. Hard to parse their story. But they claim they never had a taste for Bolton. They want to speak to you. Should we bring them? Jon hesitated. Aye, but keep them under guard. Bring them to that lesser hall on the first floor. I'll speak with them there. If they're telling the truth, we might glean valuable news. Yes, my lord. The guard hurried off. Jon sighed. Another ordeal of balancing vengeance and mercy. He reminded himself that Ned Stark had always said, "The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword," but also that men deserve a chance to speak before punishment is dealt. Jon wondered if he was strong enough to wield that authority. But he had no choice. By donning the Stark name, he had accepted the mantle of leadership. He found the lesser hall, the same place with the battered dais, overshadowed by a ragged tapestry of the long night. At least a fire had been lit in a small hearth, bringing some measure of warmth. The guard soon arrived with a cluster of Karstark men, perhaps 5, each looking gaunt and frightened. 2 Serwyn soldiers flanked them with drawn swords. Ghost lurked at Jon's side, growling softly. One of the Karstarks, bearded and with a bruised face, stepped forward. "My Lord Stark," he said, voice trembling. "We were forced to join Bolton after House Karstark turned cloak. But we never wanted to fight you. When we tried to desert, Bolton locked us away. We'd have died there if not for your victory." Jon studied the man's eyes. He saw desperation but also sincerity. "Your house turned on mine. Many of your kin died attacking us. Why should we believe you are any different?" The man bowed his head. "Our lord, Rickard was killed by King Robb. Many of my cousins wanted revenge. Some of us believed it folly, that we'd lose the north entirely if we allied with the Boltons. But we had no voice in the matter. We followed orders. I saw what Ramsay did, what Roose did. We lost our stomach for it." Jon's chest tightened. "I can't pretend the Karstarks didn't wound the Stark name deeply, or that our men haven't died to Karstark blades. Are you saying the rest of your house might lay down arms if I approach them?" The man and his 4 companions exchanged uncertain looks. "I can't speak for the others. Some are too deep in hatred to yield. But if you go to Carhold, you might find some who will bend the knee, who will set aside old grudges. Not all Karstarks are beyond reason." Jon considered that. Another path opening, though fraught with risk. "What do you want now? To serve me? Or to simply be allowed to leave?" The man swallowed hard. We can serve if you'll have us. Let us redeem ourselves. Or if you'd prefer we go away, we'll do so. We only beg that you spare us, my lord. We've had our fill of death." Jon exchanged a glance with Ghost, who watched the Karstarks with unblinking intensity. Then he waved a hand. "Very well. You'll remain under guard for now. If your actions prove your loyalty, we'll grant you a place. Otherwise, you'll face the same justice as the rest." He raised his voice so all could hear. "I won't flay you or torment you. But if you betray your vow, you'll lose your head." Relief washed over their faces. They bowed in gratitude, repeating their pledges. The Serwyn guards led them away to be given some meager rations and a corner to sleep. Jon exhaled, feeling drained. Another wave of men would come soon enough, others with pleas or confessions. He half dreaded it, but he had to see it through. Night fell fully. Outside, in the courtyard, large pyres burned for the fallen from Jon's side. The Bolton and Karstark dead, many of them anyway, were heaped in separate piles, awaiting their own disposal. Some might be burned as well, or perhaps buried in mass graves. The wind carried the acrid tang of smoke and roasted flesh. Men walked with heads bowed, their breaths forming soft plumes in the flicker of torchlight. Jon found a quiet spot against the ramparts. A rough parapet overlooked the plains around the dread fort. He hunched there, arms folded against the biting cold, Ghost pressing beside him. The snow had slowed, leaving the night sky a deep, bruised purple. Stars shimmered faintly. In the distance, faint horns or voices echoed. But for the moment, a measure of stillness held the fortress. He thought of Ned Stark, the father who had taught him that justice must be tempered with mercy. He wondered if Ned would approve of what he'd done. He imagined his father's voice. "A ruler must put honor and the good of the realm first. You have done your duty." But the cost in blood weighed heavy. Jon closed his eyes, feeling a memory of the red wedding creep in. Robb's face, pale and spattered with blood, the image etched into the North's memory. Tonight's victory did not erase that horror. Yet it might be the beginning of a healing. If the North was to survive winter, betrayals had to be put aside, or answered once and for all. As the pyres crackled, the night wore on. Jon eventually returned to the lesser hall, where a hasty feast of sorts was offered. Stale bread, boiled salt pork, a cask of ale found in the cellar. Men ate, wanting to stoke themselves with a sense of celebration, but the mood remained subdued. Too many were missing from the ranks. There were hugs and murmured toasts in memory of fallen brothers. A few men tried to lift spirits with quiet songs about the direwolf kings of old. Ghost lay near Jon's feet, dozing, occasionally jerking awake from some dream. Morgan Umber, tankard in hand, joined Jon by a guttering fire. "You did it," Morgan said quietly, cheeks flushed. "Your father'd be proud, I think. The Boltons have threatened the North for centuries, and you ended them." Jon stared into the embers, images swirling in his mind. Ramsay's smirk, Roosa's cold eyes, the corpses in the courtyard. "It's not just me," he said. "All of us fought. You, Galbart, the Mormonts, the Manderleys, everyone." Morgan's grin was tinged with sadness. But they wouldn't have come if not for you carrying the Stark name. The men needed a symbol, something to believe in." He cleared his throat. "I believed in you from the moment I saw the determination in your eyes at Winterfell. You have Ned Stark's fire in you, though you keep it banked behind that solemn face." He clapped Jon's shoulder affectionately. "Now rest, for the gods' sake. We'll sort out the next mess tomorrow." Jon managed a small smile. "Perhaps I will." But even as he tried to settle on a bench near the fire, he couldn't banish the whirling thoughts. Twice he nearly dozed, only to jolt awake with the memory of the infiltration, of Roose Bolton's dagger flashing. Ghost was curled at his side, half dozing. Finally, Jon gave up on sleep and rose, deciding to walk the corridors once more. He discovered that many men had claimed corners of the fortress to bed down. Others stood watch on the walls or rummaged through storerooms for anything edible. He offered murmured thanks to them, urging caution if they found suspicious barrels or locked chests. More than one Bolton trap could remain. Some nodded, bleary-eyed. A solitary Manderley soldier approached Jon near the old tower stairs, bowing slightly. "My lord, a moment? We found a ledger in what appears to be the steward's chambers. It lists food stores, weapon inventories, some references to, well, we're not sure. Possibly payoffs to keep men silent about atrocities." Jon took the ledger, flipping a few pages. By torchlight, he saw columns of numbers, scrawled names, cryptic remarks about deliveries or punishments. "Good work. Keep it safe. We'll examine it more thoroughly soon. Could be evidence we need to sway other houses or discredit certain collaborators." The soldier saluted and withdrew. On a sudden impulse, Jon climbed the tower stairs to the top. The wind hit him like a knife. He stepped onto the battlements, gazing out over the snowbound fields. His men had positioned torches around the perimeter, forming a ring of flickering orange around the pale fortress walls. A swirl of black smoke rose from the pyres. The cold air stung his lungs, but the view was stark and beautiful in its own bleak way. The Dreadfort, once a symbol of terror, was quiet under the stars. Footsteps sounded behind him. He turned to see Galbart Glover approaching, cloak flapping in the breeze. "Couldn't sleep either, my lord?" Glover asked wryly. "Hard to rest after a day like this." Jon nodded, gazing out. "I keep thinking there's more to do. Perhaps I'm waiting for a new threat to appear on the horizon. I can't quite believe we've succeeded." Galbart came to stand beside him, resting his forearms on the parapet. "We have, though the victory is fragile. The Karstarks remain a threat, and the Freys might come. But for now, we've achieved what once seemed impossible. The Boltons are ended. Let yourself feel some relief." Jon took a breath of icy air. "Thank you. I'll try." They lingered, two silhouettes against the starlit sky. In a calmer moment, Jon recognized how grateful he was for men like Glover. Practical, steadfast, each bearing their own losses but still pressing on. It was the North's way. At last, exhaustion overcame adrenaline. Jon returned to the lesser hall, found an unoccupied patch of floor near the dying fire, and lay down with Ghost. He wrapped himself in a cloak, ignoring the ache in his shoulders. Darkness tugged him under, though his dreams were uneasy. He dreamed of Winterfell's gods wood swirling with white leaves, and of an endless corridor in which flayed men chased him, chanting the old songs of death. He jerked awake more than once, breathing hard. When morning came, a thin, white sunlight crept through arrow-slit windows. The fortress was a hive of activity again. Men patrolled the walls, tidying the mess of the siege outside. Others rummaged in the cellars. The yard was a slush of trampled snow and soot from the pyres. In the lesser hall, Morgan, Galbart, and Louis Riswell awaited Jon, along with a few captains. They broke their fast on stale bread, watery ale, and lumps of questionable cheese, whatever could be scrounged from the Dreadfort's neglected stores. Jon forced it down, mindful that a leader had to keep up appearances of fortitude. He noticed many men stared at him with a mixture of respect and expectation. They wanted guidance for what came next. Before Jon could speak, an excited cry rang from the courtyard. Everyone tensed. Moments later, a guard rushed in. Riders approach, my lord, bearing the Manderley sigil. Looks like a column of them, maybe more supplies or men. Jon and the others exchanged hopeful glances. Open the gates, Jon ordered. Let them enter. We'll see who it is. They made their way outside, stepping carefully over slush and debris. The main gates, still battered from the previous night, creaked open. In rode about 20 Manderley knights, escorting a train of small wagons. Their banners flapped in the cold wind, the white merman on a teal field. At their head was Ser Daemon Manderley, who had guided Jon to White Harbor some time ago. Ser Daemon reined in, scanning the fortress yard with visible awe at the carnage and the evidence of a recent siege. He dismounted, bowed low. Lord Stark, we bring word from White Harbor and a modest supply train, though I see you've already had your victory. The news reached us that you marched on the Dread Fort and we decided to follow. Jon clasped the man's arm. Your help is welcome, though we succeeded 2 nights ago. Roose Bolton is dead, the fortress taken. A ripple of relief and excitement passed through Ser Daemon's knights. Ser Daemon's face split in a grin. That's good tidings indeed. Lord Wyman had hoped to send more men sooner, but the roads are treacherous. We came as swiftly as we could. We bring some fresh provisions and letters from White Harbor. Also, he paused, lowering his voice. We heard rumors that some Freys might be stirring. No large force yet, but enough to cause alarm. We saw no direct sign on the roads, though. Jon's jaw tightened. More reason to remain vigilant. Come inside, he said, beckoning. We'll talk in the hall. It's warmer. Inside, around the same battered table, Ser Daemon handed Jon a sealed scroll bearing Wyman Manderley's crest. Jon broke the wax, scanning the contents. Wyman expressed joy at the rumored downfall of the Boltons, confirmed that White Harbor was continuing to muster men, and cautioned that southern politics might still hamper them. He ended with a reaffirmation of alliance, that House Manderley recognized Jon's claim as a Stark no matter his bastard birth and would stand with him against the Freys or any crown meddling in the north. Jon felt a mixture of gratitude and weariness. He read passages aloud to the assembled men and murmured approval spread. Then came the next question, how soon might more Manderley soldiers join them and what was the plan for the broader realm? Ser Daemon estimated that another 100 or so Manderleys could arrive within 2 weeks if the weather held. Wyman might come personally in the spring. For now, they wanted to ensure the Dread Fort was truly secure. When the immediate flurry of conversation died down, Ser Daemon ventured quietly, what of Lady Valda Bolton or the child rumored to be in her belly? Did you find them here? Jon shook his head. No sign of her. From what we hear, she left weeks ago. Possibly heading to the twins or some safe retreat. If she remains with child, the Freys may use that as a rallying cry. We must be prepared. Ser Daemon grimaced. Aye. The Freys might claim that child is the rightful heir to the Dread Fort or the entire north by some twisted royal decree. Mark my words, they'll not go quietly. Jon closed his eyes briefly, steeling himself. We'll handle them if they come. The rest of the north is with us or soon will be. If the Freys cross the neck, they'll find a land united under the dire wolf banner, not a scattering of frightened houses. Thus, the day became one of fortifying the Dread Fort for the near future. The Manderley supplies were a welcome boon, barrels of salted fish, some fresh bread, casks of ale, dried fruits. Not enough to feast, but better than what they'd found in Bolton's larders. The men ate gratefully and morale lifted a little. Ser Daemon's knights integrated easily, some of them reuniting with old friends from the earlier battles. All the while, the new lords of the Dread Fort tested the fortress's defenses, repaired the battered gates, set watchers in the towers. They even ventured beyond the walls, patrolling to ensure no hidden pockets of Karstarks or Boltons waited to strike. Some skirmishes flared, desperate men refusing to yield. But each time, the Northmen overcame them, taking more captives or finishing off those who wouldn't surrender. On the second day after Ser Daemon's arrival, a raven came from Bear Island. Lady Meage had sent word that a few more Mormont warriors might join them soon, but urged caution about the Karstarks. She also mentioned increased sightings of outlaws or brigands near the western coasts, possibly Ireborn stragglers. The realm was fracturing in the cracks left by the war, it seemed. Jon sighed. Could there be no end to the list of troubles? A greater question loomed. Should they remain at the Dread Fort indefinitely, or move on to Carhold and demand the Karstarks bend the knee? Morgan wanted to ride out at once, strike while the memory of Bolton's downfall was fresh. But Galbart urged a more cautious approach, ensuring they had enough men to quell Carhold if it refused. Jon hesitated, torn between finishing the matter quickly or consolidating what they had. In the end, they agreed to bide their time for a fortnight. Reinforcements from White Harbor or Bear Island might arrive, giving them a sure advantage. Meanwhile, they would send ravens to Karhold, informing the Karstarks that the dread fort had fallen and offering them one chance to bend the knee to House Stark. If no answer came, or if the answer was defiance, they would march. Thus the fortress settled into an odd routine. Part garrison, part staging post, part graveyard for old horrors. Men patrolled the walls daily, scoured the countryside for caches of supplies, and occasionally found stray Bolton men hiding in barns or cellars. The captives were brought before Jon, Morgan, or Galbart for questioning. Some were condemned for known atrocities, others were put to manual labor, helping bury the dead or clear debris. Jon spent much of his time in the old fortress Solar, which the men had cleaned up slightly. Maps were laid out on a table, pinned under candlesticks to keep them from curling. The ledger from Bolton's steward was studied, revealing shipments, hush money, references to a toll paid to certain Karstark bannermen. It proved that some had grown rich off the Boltons' tyranny. These records might become a weapon if certain lords tried to deny their guilt. Ghost often dozed in a corner, the bandage on his foreleg changed regularly by the Mormont healers. He was healing well, though he sometimes whimpered in sleep as if remembering the fights. Jon stroked his fur whenever he could, silently thanking the wolf for saving him countless times. 2 weeks passed in slow, tense quiet. The northern winter pressed on them with savage storms. Drifts piled outside the walls, limiting how far the Watchers could patrol. No large armies approached, neither from the south nor from Carhold. Some scouts reported small groups of Karstarks lurking, but none tried a direct assault. It seemed a standoff. The men grew restless, cooped up in a fortress they loathed, hungry for decisive action. Morgan's urging to march on Carhold grew louder. Then, on a bitterly cold dawn, a horn sounded from the gates. Jon, huddled over a map with Galbart, looked up sharply. Typically, that horn pattern signaled visitors, perhaps allied riders or a small group approaching. They rushed out into the courtyard, half expecting more Mandoli or Mormont men. Instead, they found a half-dozen riders under a white flag, wearing Karstark sigils. One carried a scroll. They halted a few yards from the gates, raising empty hands to show peace. Jon, Morgan, and Galbart ventured out, surrounded by a throng of watchers with bows half-drawn. Snow whipped across the ground, stinging eyes. Ghost prowled at Jon's side, his limp nearly gone. The lead Karstark dismounted with care, pulling back his hood to reveal an older man with a frosted beard. He lifted the scroll. "My lord, I come from Carhold to deliver a message from Lady Alis Karstark." His breath wreathed in the cold. "She wishes an audience with you to end this bloodshed if possible." Jon's heart lurched. Lady Alis Karstark, was that the name of Ricard's surviving daughter or niece? He recalled vague mentions of a younger generation. "I'm listening," he said carefully. The rider bowed. "She acknowledges that the Boltons are gone. She does not condone certain extremes inflicted in Lord Ricard's name. She wonders if you will accept her pledge of loyalty, provided certain conditions are met. She begs you not to bring war upon Carhold's gates." A rush of relief warred with caution in Jon's chest. Another piece of the puzzle. If the new Karstark leadership wanted peace, the North might avoid another bloody confrontation. But it could be a ruse. He looked to Morgan, whose face set in a scowl. Galbart's eyes flicked in silent calculation. "What conditions does she demand?" Jon asked. The rider shifted, stamping his feet against the cold. "She requests safe passage for herself or a Karstark envoy to meet you. She says that if House Stark offers a full pardon for her people, those not guilty of heinous crimes, they will swear fealty. Perhaps a marriage alliance might seal the bond." He winced, as if bracing for rejection. Jon's pulse quickened. Another talk of marriage. This again. He'd already faced the prospect of a manderly match, uncertain if that was truly what he wanted. Now the Karstarks dangled the same possibility, presumably to unify the realm. "If Lady Alis is serious, we can speak. But no demands are guaranteed. We can't simply pardon men who butchered and burned for the Boltons." The rider nodded hastily. "She understands. She only pleads for those forced to fight. Let the true criminals face justice, and let the rest kneel in peace." He extended the scroll. "Here is her letter, my lord." Jon took it, scanning the neat handwriting. Alice Karstark's words were earnest, asking for forgiveness for her house's wrongdoing, though she placed some blame on her late father's obsession with vengeance. She invited Jon or his representative to a meeting near a halfway point between the Dreadfort and Karhold. She promised to come with a small retinue under a white flag. The letter closed with a formal expression of respect for Jon Stark, rightful Lord of Winterfell. Jon lowered the parchment, fighting the swirl of emotions. He recalled how the Karstarks had nearly destroyed them at the Dreadfort, how they'd inflicted casualties in the siege. And now they wanted amnesty, but it might also prevent another war. He exchanged a glance with Morgan, who was already shaking his head, looking unconvinced. Galbart, however, spoke first. A meeting might be worth it, if it spares more northern blood. We can judge them in person. If she's sincere, we gain a valuable ally. If she's lying, we'll see it soon enough. We'll bring a strong guard. Morgan glowered but grunted in reluctant agreement. Don't let them string you up. This could be a trap. Jon turned back to the Karstark messenger. Tell Lady Alice that we accept her invitation. We will meet at that halfway location in 4 days' time, provided the roads allow it. We'll come with an escort. If it's a trick, we'll repay treachery in kind. Relief shone in the man's eyes. He bowed, pressing a fist to his chest. Thank you, my lord. I will carry your reply at once. He and his riders left soon after, galloping into the swirling snow. The watchers closed the gates behind them. Morgan spat into the slush. We best assemble a strong force. I don't trust them. Not after how many they killed. Jon nodded, understanding the anger. I know, but if there's a chance, we must take it. The North can't afford endless war between houses, not with winter tightening its grip. I'll meet her, with enough men to stay safe. Thus the next days were spent preparing for that meeting. Some men needed to remain at the Dreadfort to hold it, but a contingent would accompany Jon to the designated location. Morgan insisted on coming with a squad of Umbers, citing his vow to protect the Stark banner. Galbart believed it was wise but also readied his own Glover men. They would be sure to bring archers and a few Mormont warriors. All told, perhaps 100 riders, enough to deter an ambush, but not so many as to appear provocative. The morning they departed, a fresh snowfall glistened on the battlements. Jon left instructions with Louis Riswell and Ser Daemon Manderly to guard the fortress in his absence. If the Freys or any rogue Karstarks appeared, they'd hold fast. Louis, for his part, pledged to keep the watch. He seemed uneasy about letting Jon ride into unknown territory. Yet he recognized the necessity. We'll keep your seat warm, my lord, Louis said quietly, and pray for your safe return. Jon appreciated the humorless pun about seats. The Dreadfort was hardly a seat he desired, but it was vital to the security of the realm. With that, Jon and his chosen force rode out through the battered gates. The sun shone with a pale, wintry glare, half hidden by wispy clouds. Ghost loped alongside, the bandage removed. Though the wolf still favored his leg, he refused to be left behind. They traveled slowly, mindful of hidden drifts that might swallow a horse. Each night, they camped in whatever shelter they could find. An abandoned hamlet, a patch of woods, a hollow near a frozen stream. The cold was biting, but they had grown accustomed to it by now. Jon felt a cautious dread building. He'd met Karstarks on the battlefield, never across a negotiating table. On the third day, a storm blew in, forcing them to huddle in a half-ruined barn until morning. Luckily, the next dawn was calmer, allowing them to press on. By midday, they reached the designated meeting ground, a broad clearing near a bend in a frozen river, with a stand of pines on one side. Fresh snow draped everything in pristine white. No footprints marred the clearing yet. They saw no sign of Lady Alice Karstark. "Are we early?" Morgan growled, scanning the treeline with suspicion. "Or have they tricked us?" Jon gestured for the men to hold a defensive stance. They waited, breath steaming in the cold. A hush settled across the clearing. Then, just as the wind picked up, shapes emerged from the far side. A column of riders, no more than 30 or 40, approached under a white banner. At the front rode a slim figure in a heavy fur cloak, accompanied by older knights with the Karstark sunburst on their shields. The group halted a stone's throw away, tension thick. Jon, flanked by Morgan and a few others, advanced cautiously. The slim figure dismounted, pulling back her hood to reveal a young woman with pale skin, dark hair braided around her head. She looked to be in her late teens or early 20s. Her posture was rigid but not timid. This, then, must be Lady Alice Karstark. She took a breath, exhaling a plume of white. "My Lord Stark," she said, voice carrying across the still air. "I am Alice Karstark, daughter of Rickard Karstark, who was executed by King Robb. I come in good faith." Jon nodded gravely. "Lady Alice, I accept your invitation. I trust you've brought no hidden archers waiting to ambush us." She shook her head. "We are few, as you can see. I seek peace, not more blood." From behind Jon, Morgan let out a low grunt of warning. Jon, ignoring it, gestured to the clearing. "Shall we speak here, or in the shelter of those trees?" Alice glanced around, wariness in her eyes. "The trees, if you wish. Let's not freeze while we talk." Her knights stirred, obviously tense about stepping away from their horses. But at a gesture from Alice, they followed. Jon, Morgan, and a handful of others accompanied Lady Alice and her retinue into the edge of the pine grove, where the wind was gentler. There, they arranged themselves in a loose circle. Ghost padded behind Jon, baring teeth if any Karstark man stepped too close. Alice's expression flicked to the direwolf with a spark of unease, but she composed herself. Alice inhaled and spoke. "I know the Karstarks inflicted grievous harm upon House Stark. My father's thirst for vengeance consumed him. He allied with the Boltons, and many of our kin marched under that traitorous banner. But my father is dead, as are many Karstarks who supported him. The rest are weary and frightened. I do not wish to see Carhold burned or my people slaughtered for a sin we didn't all commit." Her voice trembled slightly on the last words, but she held Jon's gaze. He studied her, seeing the flicker of sincerity. She was no older than a girl on the cusp of womanhood, forced to bear a house's burdens. "If you truly want peace, let your men lay down arms and swear loyalty to House Stark," Jon said. "No more harboring outlaws or resisting our rightful rule." Alice nodded. "I will. I'll command it. But you must show mercy, my lord. Don't punish all Karstarks for the crimes of a few. Many were forced into the Boltons' war under threat of flaying. Give them a chance to prove their loyalty." Morgan snorted softly. "A chance they denied us at the Dreadfort." Jon silenced him with a glance. "And the guilty? Those who butchered our men, or participated in atrocities? Will you surrender them to face justice?" Alice pursed her lips. "If you have proof, yes, I will. Let them answer for their deeds. I only ask that the rest be forgiven. If we are to survive the winter, the North must stand as one." Jon weighed her words. This was the same argument he had used for forging alliances. If Karhold joined them, the North would grow stronger. Fewer houses would remain in limbo or outright rebellion. And what of House Karstark itself? You are its lady now, presumably. Do you ask we restore your title and lands unconditionally? She hesitated. "I know we lost your trust. You have every right to strip Carhold from us. But that would breed new resentments. If I remain lady, I swear never to act against you, to uphold House Stark's authority. I'll even—" She paused, glancing at an older knight who nodded encouragement. "I'll even consider a marriage alliance, if that's what you require, to bind our houses." Jon felt a flush of discomfort. Another marriage proposition. For the Manderleys, it had been about uniting White Harbor to Winterfell. Now, for the Karstarks, it was about forging peace out of betrayal. He'd never sought political matches. It reminded him of Sansa's forced betrothals, or how Robb had tried to navigate alliances. But the realm was a swirl of desperate needs. "That is a serious offer," he said slowly. "I can't decide that on the spot. I already have other alliances to consider." He thought of Lord Wyman's granddaughter, though no formal betrothal had been sealed. Alice lowered her gaze briefly. I understand. The point stands. House Karstark will do what it must to prove loyalty. I want no more war. Too many have died already. Silence weighed on them, except for the soft hiss of wind in the pines. Jon felt Morgan's tension. He knew some men wanted to punish the Karstarks harshly. But he recalled the battered lines of refugees, the broken villages, the fact that the Karstarks had once been loyal bannermen to the Starks for centuries. If there was a path to unity, perhaps it was better than more destruction. He drew a breath. All right. We'll accept your oath of loyalty on the condition that you and your people disavow all claim to vengeance for Rickard Karstark's death. You'll hand over any who committed murder or flaying under the Bolton cause. In return, we'll let you keep Carhold and your titles, if your loyalty proves true. But if you break faith again, I'll have no illusions, Alice said quietly. I won't break faith. Jon glanced at Morgan, who looked unconvinced, but said nothing. Then he extended a gloved hand toward Alice. Swear it here face to face. Swear by the old gods, or whichever gods you keep. She set her jaw, pulling off a glove. She clasped Jon's forearm, meeting his eyes. I, Alice Karstark, swear by the old gods and the new that House Karstark will serve House Stark from this day forward, that we renounce all vengeance and wrongdoing, and that we pledge ourselves to the peace and unity of the North. Let the gods strike me down if I break this vow. Jon felt the tension in her grip. He nodded. Then I, Jon of House Stark, accept your fealty, on behalf of all who stand under the dire wolf banner. May the North find healing in this, or may the gods judge us. They released arms. A wave of relief seemed to pass through the Karstarks behind Alice. Morgan let out a slow breath. We'll see how it goes, he muttered, crossing his arms. Jon turned to Alice. We'll confirm this arrangement, but know that I'll send men to Karhold to verify the oath is upheld, to ensure no criminals hide among you. You'll remain your people's leader, under our authority. If all is well, there'll be peace. If not, war. She dipped her head, lips pressed thin. Understood. I give you my word. You'll find no hidden traitors. Only those who want to live through the winter in one piece. They discussed details, logistics for handing over known criminals, ways to coordinate caravans or relief if Carhold faced starvation. Some of the older Karstark knights chimed in with subdued acceptance. A newly hammered pact formed in that cold pine grove, sealed by exhaustion and the faint hope that the North might unify. Jon felt a measure of cautious optimism. Perhaps they'd averted another bloodbath. Yet a swirl of other concerns still lurked. The Freys, the Iron Throne, the question of alliances and marriage. At least for the moment, they had found a way to bring the Karstarks back into the fold. When the meeting ended, Alice offered a small, sad smile. Thank you, Lord Stark. Perhaps we can end this cycle of grief. Jon tried to smile in return. I hope so. The North has had enough funerals. They parted ways. The Karstarks rode back east toward their stronghold. Jon's company turned west, prepared to return to the Dreadfort with the news. Morgan's men relaxed minutely, though some maintained a suspicious watch on the Karstark column until it vanished among snowy hills. As they rode, Morgan cantered up beside Jon, scowling. I still think we should have marched on Carhold, forced them to kneel at sword's point. But I trust your judgment if only because it's kept us alive so far. Jon gave him a weary shrug. We can't keep killing. We need the North's houses to stand together, especially if the Freys or the Crown decide to make trouble. If the Karstarks are sincere, we've gained an ally instead of another ruin. If they're false, well, we have the advantage now. Morgan grunted, reining in his horse. Aye. Let's see how they repay our mercy. They pressed on through the snowy terrain, glimpsing faint sunlight through ragged clouds. Ghost trotted near Jon's stirrup, tail swishing. The men's breath rose in clouds, their mounts plodding carefully. No ambush materialized. By dusk they were well on their way back, hearts a bit lighter for having avoided another war for now. When they reached the Dreadfort 2 days later, they found the fortress quieter than when they'd left. The soldiers had settled into a routine, patrolling the walls, distributing rations. The captains greeted Jon with relief, anxious to hear how the parley went. Jon gathered them in the lesser hall and explained, watching their reactions. Some looked skeptical, others cautiously hopeful. The official stance was that House Karstark had bent the knee, pending a thorough accounting of any criminals in their ranks. If we can restore old loyalties, that's fewer swords turned against us, Jon concluded, eyes traveling the circle. And now the North grows stronger. Let the Frey see that we aren't a fractious region. We stand under one banner again. Morgan seconded him, though grudgingly. Galbart nodded. One more reason for them to hold back, or for us to unify before spring breaks. That night, perched once again at the ramparts, Jon felt a small seed of relief. The Karstarks had come around, at least in words. The Boltons were crushed. The Umbers, Manderleys, Glovers, Serwins, Mormonts, nearly all the major northern houses had aligned. Only the question of the Crown's response or the Frey's ambitions remained. For the first time since retaking Winterfell, Jon truly sensed that House Stark was on the verge of healing the North's wounds. The memory of Robb and Ned weighed on him, but it no longer felt quite so crushing. He stared at the star-pierced sky, letting the cold wind wash over him. Ghost stood guard at his side, ears perked. A swirl of old snow danced across the courtyard below. Inside the keep, men feasted on meager rations, telling stories of final victories. Perhaps there was a chance the North could indeed endure the storms yet to come. Jon thought of the other threats, the rumors of the undead beyond the wall, the uncertain politics of King's Landing. But for now at least, the North stood as one realm under the Stark banner. He had made the vow to his father's memory to protect these lands no matter the cost. Somewhere beneath the battered stones of the Drevfort, ghosts of flayed victims might linger, but the living hearts of the North beat stronger than ever. The new dawn might hold more perils or heartbreak, but the direwolf had triumphed here. Jon closed his eyes, whispering a silent prayer to the old gods. Let them guide the North's future so that the blood spilled was not in vain. Let the lost rest easier now that the flayed man's shadow was lifted from the land. And let House Stark's name resonate once more, unbroken in winter's harshest night. Jon woke at the first gray wash of dawn over the Dreadfort's frost-rimed battlements. The sky outside his arrow-slit window was a muted silver, clouds layered high above the plains. He levered himself off the thin pallet, rolling his shoulders to chase away stiffness. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since he first claimed this fortress, putting an end to Roose Bolton and casting out the flayed man's reign of terror. Snowdrifts clung to the courtyards, half-frozen puddles glimmering under torchlight. The long winter still pressed down with relentless cold, and though the days had grown a hair longer, it was a meager reprieve. He washed in a basin of frigid water, gritting his teeth at the shock. The old solar he had appropriated served as both council room and bedchamber, thick with the smell of stale smoke and damp stone. Maps littered the table. Wax seals and half-burned candles added to the clutter, remnants of frantic nights spent poring over charts and letters. Ghost, who had been curled near the hearth, opened one red eye. Though mostly healed, the direwolf's limp was still faintly noticeable when he rose. Jon ruffled the thick white fur around Ghost's neck, murmuring a soft greeting. If not for Ghost, he might have died a dozen times over. Sunlight touched the fortress yard as Jon descended the winding stairs. Soldiers already formed up around a cook fire, stamping their feet in the cold, spearing lumps of stale bread. Some paused to call out, "My lord," or "Lord Stark," and Jon answered with a nod. It still jarred him at times, this sense of belonging, of authority. He thought of how Ned Stark had walked among the folk of Winterfell, always greeted with respect that carried an undercurrent of warmth. Jon tried to mirror that quiet humility, though he felt the weight of every new burden. Beyond the gates, an expanse of blowing snow stretched toward the horizon, pines and broken farmland dotting the landscape. The roads to Carhold, White Harbor, and the Neck remained half-blocked by drifts. Another supply train from White Harbor was rumored to be on the way, though no one knew precisely when it would arrive. Meanwhile, watchers patrolled daily, scouring for sign of Frey outriders or Karstark holdouts. Word had spread of his meeting with Lady Alice Karstark and the arrangement they had forged. So far, there had been no sign of treachery, no raiding parties attacking from Carhold. That was a hopeful step. In the courtyard, Morgan Umber stood near a brazier, talking in low tones with Galbart Glover. Both men looked up as Jon approached. Morgan's red beard bristled in the wind, and snow clung to the edges of his furs. Galbart gave a respectful dip of his head. They were so different in manner, Morgan coarse and boisterous, Galbart measured and calm, but they had united behind Jon with unwavering resolve. It still awed him at times. "Bad tidings or good?" Jon asked quietly, noticing their serious faces. Morgan spat into the slush. "A bit of both, maybe. We've had a raven from one of our scouts near the Neck. They saw a small column of armed men heading north, carrying some sort of Frey banner, or so the scout swears. No more than 30 or 40, not a great army. Looks like they might be aiming for White Harbor or possibly further north if they're truly mad. Galbart let out a breath, visible in the cold air. Hard to say if they're simple messengers, envoys, or part of a raiding force. The north remains half-frozen. Not many large armies can push through these conditions, but a smaller party might manage. Jon's jaw tightened. The Freys had not shown open aggression since the fall of the Boltons, but the tension remained. "I'll send word to White Harbor," he said. "Let Lord Wyman know. If they approach him by land, he'll be ready. In the meantime, we stay on guard. If these Freys try to slip into the Dreadfort's lands, we'll deal with them." Galbart nodded. "We also have the matter of the Iron Throne. Another raven arrived last night, some official writ from King's Landing, though the writing was half smeared by snowmelt. It demands that you, as a self-styled Stark, reaffirm loyalty to King Tommen or face censure as a rebel." The language was scornful. Jon had half expected a note like that. King Tommen Baratheon, really a Lannister puppet, and his council would hardly welcome the toppling of their chosen wardens of the North. Let them send their censure. If they want to press the matter with swords, they can try. Winter stands between us and them. Still, we shouldn't dismiss it. They might be forging alliances with the Freys or others. Organ's eyes gleamed with anger. Let them come. The North is no friend to the men who butchered our kin under guest right. The Lannisters can keep their pretty crowns. Jon suppressed a weary sigh. Another thorn to address. I'll pen a reply. We'll couch it in polite terms, but we won't cede any ground. The North stands under House Stark's authority. If the Crown wants to negotiate, they can do so from a position of respect. Morgan grunted approval while Galbart rubbed at his jaw. That done, they turned to more local issues, distribution of rations, rotation of watch shifts. The day's tasks loomed. More caravans must be arranged. The fortress needed further repairs. And Jon still had not thoroughly examined every parchment in Bolton's old study, which might hold glimpses of hidden allies or bribes. They parted ways, and Jon made a circuit of the yard, checking on the men. He came upon a cluster of Manderley knights practicing sword drills under a wooden awning. Nearby, some Serwyn archers tested bows, mindful that cold stiffened bowstrings. All of them looked determined, though many wore the pinched expressions of men who longed for home. Yet they stayed, bound by oath and necessity. Jon felt that prick of guilt again, holding them in a fortress that once represented all they hated. But the Dreadfort was vital to controlling the eastern roads. Without it, the North might fracture anew. Around midday, a hush fell across the courtyard as a horn resounded from the walls. An outrider galloped in through the gate, hooves spattering slush. The man, one of the Mountain Clan scouts, slid from the saddle, stumbling toward Jon, breathless. "My lord, riders approach 50 or 60. They bear Stark banners, but also one I don't recognize. Some sort of black lion. Possibly Mormonts or offshoot families. Hard to say from a distance, but they wave a white flag." Jon's tension loosened slightly. Stark banners are a welcome sign. Let's greet them. He motioned Morgan to assemble a small party. They trooped up onto the ramparts to watch the approaching column. Sure enough, he saw the familiar gray dire wolf standard, though the second banner did not ring any immediate bells. Some stylized cat or lion, though not the Lannister crimson. As the group neared, they could see glimpses of riders in thick furs. Jon ordered the gates opened, instructing the men on the walls to remain alert. The approaching riders cantered in, led by two figures at the front. One wore plain mail and an old-fashioned helm, the other a tall woman with a roguish bearing, her cloak pinned by a carved wooden brooch. The wolf banner fluttered behind them. As soon as they halted in the courtyard, the lead rider removed his helm, revealing a weathered face framed by streaks of gray in his beard. He swung down, heavy boots squelching. He bowed with enough courtesy, though his stance was that of a seasoned warrior. "My Lord Stark," he called, voice carrying across the yard. "Greetings from the clans of the Wolfswood and from certain others who stand with you now." Jon stepped forward, flanked by Morgan and Ghost. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Welcome. I'm told you carry Stark banners, but I don't recall your sigil. Who might you be?" The man offered a faint smile. "I am Brandon Norrie, sworn to the mountain clans near the Wolfswood. My companion, Lady Rella, belongs to a lesser branch of the Grey Starks, an old line that some believed extinct. We come to pledge ourselves to House Stark and bring what men we can muster." Jon's pulse quickened. Grey Starks? He'd heard ancient tales of a cadet branch of House Stark, long vanished or rumored to have been lost in feuds centuries ago. So perhaps some scattered remnants remained in the deep forests. "You're welcome here," Jon said carefully. "And your men are doubly welcome if you truly intend to unite with us. The North needs every loyal house." Lady Rella dismounted with a fluid motion. She was tall and lean, her hair braided back. Her voice had a warm timbre. The Greystark line has hidden among the deepwoods for generations, overshadowed by the Great Wars. We heard of your stand at Winterfell, your defeat of the Boltons, and that you call yourself Stark without shame. Some of my kin believe the old lines must come together or risk vanishing forever. Morgan scowled, hands resting on his hips. We've never heard a Greystark in these parts for ages. Why show yourselves now? Rella met his gaze squarely. Because the north bleeds and we can't abide in the shadows while traitors or foreign kings carve up our lands. We may be few, but we'd rather fight beside House Stark than skulk in the wilds. Or would you have us remain ghosts? Jon lifted a placating hand. No. If you offer honest aid, I accept it. Let's speak inside. You must be weary from the road. He nodded to the guards. Help stable their horses, find them a place by the fires. The new arrivals murmured thanks, some dismounting stiffly after days in the saddle. Their ranks included a dozen or so clansmen in mismatched furs and leathers, a handful of archers, and a few individuals who wore simpler surcoats bearing that black lion silhouette, presumably the Greystark symbol. Jon's men eyed them with curiosity. Mountain clans had joined the fight against Bolton, but the mention of the Greystarks set off a low hum of whispers. Legends told that House had once warred with the main Stark line centuries past, only to vanish, perhaps exiled or destroyed. Jon led Brandon Norrie and Lady Rella into the lesser hall. There, they set aside their cloaks, letting warmth seep into their limbs. Servants poured mulled ale into cups, though the supply was limited. Galbart arrived, taking note of the newcomers. Ghost lay near the hearth, blinking lazily. Brandon Norrie studied the rough tables, the battered dais, the stark gloom of the dread fort's interior. You've made quite the mark here, Brandon observed, gesturing at the place. The seat of the flayed man. Overturned by a bastard turned Stark. My old father would never have believed it. Jon's chest tightened. Call me bastard if you wish, but I stand for the same name my father upheld. We can't undo the tragedies the Boltons wrought, but we can shape what's ahead. You said you come to pledge men. How many? Lady Rella exchanged a look with Brandon. In total, we have perhaps 300 scattered among the Wolfswood, hidden villages, small pockets of old clan strongholds. Not all can travel easily in winter, but they're determined to throw off the memory of Bolton and Frey rule. With the roads so poor, we brought a fraction here, some 60, the ones who could ride. The rest might follow in smaller groups once the snows ease, or if you call them. Morgan let out a grunt that might have been a laugh. 300 is not an army, but it's welcome. The bigger question. Do you want anything in return? Only that we be recognized as part of the North again, Brandon replied calmly. We won't claim holdings we once lost or stir up old feuds. We ask for your protection and the chance to stand with you if the Freys or the Lannisters come. Jon nodded. That's straightforward. If you truly stand with us, I'll see that your people aren't persecuted for old grudges. You've come at a fitting time. Peace has to be forged from all corners. We have the Karstarks returning to the fold, the Umbers, Glovers, Mormonts, Serwyns, Manderleys. Now the Greystarks and Norreys. One day, we might see a North truly unified. Galbart, listening quietly, spoke with his usual measured tone. You'll remain here for a time, or ride on. We can find lodging, though it's no palace. The dread fort is cramped with a large garrison. Lady Rella shrugged. We can set up tents in the yard if need be. We're accustomed to rough living. The true question is what you intend next, Lord Stark. Will you remain in the Dreadfort to guard against Freys and southern threats? Or do you aim to retake your seat in Winterfell? Jon's voice dropped a notch. Winterfell is still my seat, but the Dreadfort is strategically important. We can't abandon it. Some men will remain. But I won't lie. A time may come soon when we consolidate again at Winterfell, especially if we expect moves from the crown. For now, we watch. And if the Freys appear, we meet them with steel. Rella sipped her ale thoughtfully. Then count us in your watch. My people have no illusions about comfort. Better the open courtyard here than hiding in root cellars. They spent the next hour conferring about supply lines, how best to feed more mouths, and how to integrate these newcomers into the existing watch rotations. Brandon and Rella displayed a calm competence, suggesting positions their archers might occupy on the outer walls or near the stables. Jon felt a flicker of optimism. This show of unity, however small, was precisely what the North needed. When the meeting ended, Morgan escorted the pair on a brief tour, showing them the yard and storehouses. Jon lingered behind with Galbart near the hearth. The older man studied Jon with a faint smile. "You bring them into the fold as if you were born to lead," Galbart said softly. "I recall Robb was more brash, though he had a certain magnetism. You have your father's quiet sense of justice." Jon managed a small laugh. "I only hope it's enough. The realm has so many scars." Galbart's gaze shifted to the dais. "We can't heal them all at once. But perhaps we're on the right path. The North grows stronger each day. Even if the Freys come, they'll find a land not so easily broken. And I suspect the Crown will think twice about crossing the neck in deep winter." Jon wished he shared Galbart's certainty. The Red Wedding had taught him how betrayal could shatter illusions of safety. Still, he allowed himself a flicker of relief. With Carhold pledging fealty and scattered clans joining, the North might indeed stand as one realm. That was all Ned Stark had ever tried to protect. At dusk, Jon took a solitary walk through the fortress corridors, checking that the newcomers had found corners to unroll their bedding. Some men crammed into storerooms or the old guard barracks. Jon's senses prickled each time he passed the deeper dungeons. He could almost feel the lingering dread. He thought of how many had died screaming in those cells. The Boltons' legacy of cruelty would never fully wash from these walls. But the living had reclaimed it, and that mattered more than ghosts. He ascended a narrow tower to the top walkway. Outside, the sky burned with the last streaks of sunset, orange and pink, fading rapidly to purple. The wind was sharp. Snow crunched underfoot. Lanterns along the parapets revealed watchmen in heavy cloaks, their silhouettes hunched against the cold. From this vantage, the plains around the dread fort resembled a limitless sheet of white. The scattered black shapes, perhaps pine copses or old barns, dotted the distance. High above, ribbons of pale green shimmered in the twilight, and aurora swirling in ghostly arcs. It reminded Jon of the first night he'd decided to desert the watch a lifetime ago when the northern sky had flared with color. He closed his eyes, feeling the sting of wind and memory. Behind him, footsteps approached, soft. He pivoted to see Alysanne Mormont, one of the Mormont captains who had traveled with him from Winterfell. She was a strong figure, clad in boiled leather and a bear paw cloak pin. Her face bore a faint scar across the cheek. She inclined her head in greeting. "My lord," she said. "Couldn't sleep?" Jon shook his head. "Not yet. There's a restlessness in the air. Or maybe just in me." Alysanne stepped beside him, bracing her hands on the cold stone. "I feel it too. I can't pretend this fortress sets my spirit at ease. The old horrors cling to every corner like shadows that want to creep back. But at least we hold it in your name now." Jon watched the shifting lights overhead. "I wonder if it's wise to stay here so long, or if we should push back to Winterfell come spring. The Dreffort is crucial, but it's also a reminder of everything that's gone wrong." She let out a breath that plumed white. "We do as we must. House Mormont stands with you. Our island is no paradise in winter either. Yet we endure." He nodded, lips curved in a faint, grateful smile. "Thank you." They stood in companionable silence for a time, the wind tugging at their cloaks. Then Alysanne cleared her throat softly. "Is it true about the Karstark lady offering a marriage pact? Some of the men talk about it, how she might wed you to seal the alliance." Jon's posture stiffened. Rumors traveled fast. "She mentioned it, yes. But I've made no commitments." The Manderleys hinted at something similar. "Everyone sees marriage as a tool to bind the North." Alysanne studied him. "It can be that if you choose. Or a prison if you don't." Jon sighed. "I have no taste for forging such alliances with a wedding vow. I'm not Robb, and I recall how that turned out. But maybe the North needs it, some public sign of unity." Alysanne shrugged. "You'll decide. If you wait, you risk leaving your alliances uncertain. If you leap into a forced match, well, you might resent it." She folded her arms. "Lady Alice Karstark is said to be young and earnest. The Manderley granddaughter, Willa, I believe people say she's clever and sweet. Either might do. Or perhaps you'll surprise us all and choose a third path." Jon huffed a short laugh that had no humor. "A third path, like ignoring politics entirely, or vanishing again into the snow. I doubt that would do the North any favors." She inclined her head, a small grin tugging at her lips. "Still, the choice is yours, my lord. You carry your father's name now. Use it as you see fit. The men and women of the North trust you, not some strategic marriage. Keep that in mind." Jon thanked her for the counsel, though the knots in his mind hardly eased. 1,000 old anxieties twisted inside him, the weight of leadership, the memory of duty, the possibility that his choices might drag the North into yet another tragedy. Still, he appreciated Alisane's directness. Sometimes hearing a voice that spoke so plainly was a gift. They parted ways. Jon lingered on the walkway, gazing at the swirling aurora until the cold seeped too deep into his bones to ignore. Then he trudged down to the lesser hall. Men had begun to set up sleeping pallets in corners, the flickering hearth casting dancing shadows across battered walls. Ghost found a spot near Jon, nosing at a ragged blanket. Jon lowered himself onto a cloak piled with straw, letting the day's tension drain from his shoulders. Sleep eventually took him, and he dreamed of swirling green lights, of ancient trees that whispered in Ned Stark's voice, calling him onward. Morning arrived with fresh flurries. Runners from the Outer Watch reported no unusual activity. The Dreadfort continued its uneasy existence, a place of battered stones filled with determined hearts. Jon spent much of that day rummaging through the old ledgers in Bolton's Solar. Frustration mounted, so many references to hush money, blackmail, even rumored shipments of captives. Some lines alluded to Frey cooperation, a cryptic mention of guests from the twins who bring coin for the wolves. He gleaned that Walder Frey had once considered sending a small retinue to help Roose enforce order in the north, but the plan never materialized. The timing might have overlapped with the events at Winterfell. Jon ground his teeth. So the Freys had toyed with the notion of a deeper occupation. Another reason to watch them closely. He asked Galbart to copy relevant passages for future use in case they needed proof against the Freys. The day wore on. By nightfall, a new flurry of excitement rattled the fortress. A small band of Bear Island warriors arrived, guided by 2 women wearing the Mormont sigil. Lady Meage Mormont herself had not come, but she sent more fighters to strengthen the Stark cause. Jon welcomed them in the courtyard, exchanging greetings. The men's eyes lit with grim humor at the mention of the Bolton downfall. They were hardy folk, used to harsh conditions. Despite the gloom of the Dreadfort, they seemed almost jovial at the chance to unify the region. More days blurred. Scouts left regularly, venturing to the edges of Carhold's domain or south toward the White Knife. Some returned with news of scattered bandits, leftover Bolton loyalists who had refused surrender. Others discovered small hamlets relieved to see Stark men instead of the flayed man. Jon's band expanded to nearly 1,000 now, though hardly all concentrated in one place. Some patrolled, some garrisoned outposts, some secured the roads. The north was vast, the threats far-flung. Halfway through the 3rd week of these routines, the watchers on the ramparts sounded horns again. This time it was no small band. Men shouted and the fortress bristled with tension. Jon, clutching Longclaw, rushed to the walls, heart pounding. He feared a Frey force at last. But upon peering out he saw a large contingent approaching under a bright green banner, the Mermen of House Manderley. Another, smaller banner displayed the crownless wolf of House Stark. And behind them dozens of wagons, horses, men trudging on foot. The column stretched a good quarter-mile, wending its way across the snow-laden plain. Jon's spirits lifted. Perhaps the main Manderley forces had finally arrived. He called for the gates to open, ensuring a welcoming posture. The men on the walls lowered crossbows, replaced tension with excited murmuring. In they came, a grand and weary procession, over 100 men in Manderley livery, plus smaller retinues from associated White Harbor families. The wagons appeared loaded with barrels, crates, and cloth-wrapped bundles of unknown contents. At the head of this caravan rode Ser Marlon Manderley, the same cousin to Lord Wyman who had delivered messages months ago. He was flanked by a stout man in fine furs, his cheeks ruddy with cold, wearing a short white beard. That must be Lord Wyman's steward or a close advisor, judging by the embroidery on his collar. Jon descended to meet them in the courtyard. The new arrivals halted in a swirl of churned snow and stamping hooves. Ser Marlon leaped from his horse, beaming. "My Lord Stark, apologies for the delay. The roads are monstrous in winter. But behold, we've brought more men and enough supplies to feed an army for a month, should you ration wisely." Jon clasped his arm in gratitude. "Well met. Your presence is a boon. We feared we might starve if the winter storms worsened. And you've come in force, I see." Ser Marlon waved a hand at the column. "Indeed. Another portion of men is behind us by a day or 2. Our Lord Wyman sends his regrets that he cannot come personally. He's dealing with vital matters in White Harbor, among them the forging of new ships. But he sent me with 200 men and more supplies to bolster your garrison. We are yours to command." Jon let out a breath. "That's better news than I could have hoped for. You've arrived just as we feared we might run short on bread. Thank you." A large group of onlookers had gathered, murmuring approval. Morgan Umber stomped forward, offering to help the Manderleys store their goods. Galbart guided wagons toward the keep's storerooms. The courtyard bustled with renewed energy. Jon asked Ser Marlon to join him inside for a proper talk, leaving the rest to unload and settle in. In the lesser hall, now more crowded than ever, Jon seated Ser Marlon near the hearth. Servants brought warm spiced wine, a recent treat from White Harbor's shipments. Ghost lurked by Jon's side, as always. The flicker of torches lit the man's exhausted yet satisfied face. Lord Wyman was delighted to hear of your triumph at the Drev Fort, Ser Marlon said once they'd settled. He circulated the news widely, claiming the North stands under the Stark banner once more. White Harbor grows bold in defying the Crown's official stance that the Boltons were wardens. Now no one truly acknowledges that nonsense. The city is abuzz with talk of your leadership. They call you the Wolf Reborn, or so I've heard from a few storytellers. Jon felt a flush creeping into his cheeks. Let them call me what they will. I'm just a man trying to unify these lands. But their support is invaluable, truly. Ser Marlon nodded eagerly. It is, and it will remain so. Lord Wyman also renews his interest in a, how shall I say, closer bond between your houses. I know we've discussed it before, but he's politely inquiring if you've given more thought to a marriage alliance. His granddaughter Willa Manderly is of age and eager by all accounts. She's heard tales of your valor. Jon set his cup down, a swirl of conflicting feelings rising. Lady Alice Karstark had offered the same. He'd done nothing about it, hoping to keep his options open. He could not help reflecting on how marriage had undone Robb's alliances. Yet the North expected him to follow Ned Stark's example, forging strong ties. He pressed his lips together. I appreciate Lord Wyman's continued interest. But I haven't decided anything. The North stands in precarious times. I fear that leaping into a wedding solely for politics might bring more trouble than good. Yet I also see how it might unite houses. Ser Marlon offered a sympathetic shrug. No one would force your hand, my lord. But the Manderleys remain devoted. This union would quell any doubts southern traders have about White Harbor's loyalty. It would also demonstrate that House Stark endorses White Harbor as the principal city in the region. A show of faith. Perhaps think on it. Jon sighed. I will. For now, let's focus on more pressing matters, the Freys rumored near the neck and the Iron Throne's threats. Ser Marlon's expression grew serious. We know that a smaller band of Freys indeed lurks near the King's Road. White Harbor's scouts have glimpsed them, but they keep their distance. Some suspect they might be envoys sent to sow doubt among northern lords or to bribe smaller houses into turning on you. So far, no open fights, but it's a concern. As for the Iron Throne, King Tommen's court is, well, in chaos if rumor is correct. The faith militant stirs in King's Landing, the Lannisters fight among themselves, the Tyrells are uncertain. Hard to say if they can muster a large northern campaign. Jon listened, a swirl of relief and caution mingling. The more disorganized King's Landing became, the less likely a full-scale invasion of the North. But it also meant no stable diplomacy from the Crown. Then we watch. If the Freys try anything, we answer with steel. If the Crown demands our submission, we politely refuse unless they meet our terms. Winter is our shield. Ser Marlon found that notion sensible enough. They spoke for a while longer, refining how White Harbor might send additional shipments in the coming months, how the Manderley Navy could watch the eastern coast for any Ironborn raids. The conversation left Jon feeling more secure about the realm's immediate future, yet also anxious about the unsteady foundation beneath each new alliance. Later that evening, the fortress was livelier than it had been in weeks. The Manderleys mingled with Umbers, Mormonts, Serwyns, mountain clans, and the newly arrived Grey Starks, a patchwork host, all bound by the desire to see House Stark lead. The lesser hall bustled with conversation. Men swapped tales of the recent battles or boasted of old glories. Jon found himself on the dais, fielding a steady stream of questions. About Carhold, about the rumored union with the Manderleys, about whether Sansa Stark might still live, somewhere in the south. He answered as best he could, though he had no certain knowledge of his half-sisters or half-brothers. That pang of worry never truly left him. Amid the swirl, Lady Rella from the Grey Starks approached, bearing a small cup of mead. She offered it to Jon with a faint smile. Drink, my lord. Not everything must be gloom. A small toast to new friendships. Jon accepted, taking a polite sip. The mead was strong with a floral hint. His cheeks warmed. Thank you. And thank you for bringing your clan to our cause. I never expected to see a Grey Stark in the flesh. My father rarely spoke of that ancient branch. Rella shrugged. We were overshadowed, perhaps mistrusted. There was an old feud centuries ago, but it's long dead. Once our line tried to carve independence. We paid dearly. Since then, we survived as hunters and wardens of the deep woods. A rumor more than a house. But your retaking of the north from the Boltons inspired us. The old divisions must end. I couldn't agree more. Jon felt the mead's warmth seeping into his chest. I only hope we can weather the next storms. The Freys may decide they can't abide our independence. Even if they fail, the crown might. Yes, Rella said, lifting her cup. But let them break themselves on our winter if they dare. I see the loyalty in your men's eyes. No cloak-turner among them. That's worth a kingdom of swords. Jon gave a small laugh. I'd rather not face a kingdom of swords if I can help it. They shared a moment of quiet understanding. Then Rella bowed her head slightly and moved on to mingle with others, leaving Jon alone at the dais with Ghost dozing near his feet. Far across the hall, a group of Manderly soldiers sang softly about the waves of the Bight, a low, melodious chant that clashed with the Dreadfort's grim ambience. Some men tapped feet in time. Others simply slumped, bone-weary, letting the rare moment of fellowship lull them. It was not a feast by any grand measure. Rations were still limited, and the hall itself was a battered relic of terror. Yet in that mingled hush of voices, Jon sensed hope flickering. The North was forging unity from the ashes of betrayal. Perhaps that was the truest victory they could claim. He retired late, sifting through letters by candlelight, half-dozing. Ghost curled at his side. Dreams came again, scattered and vivid, glimpses of the godswood at Winterfell, the heart tree's red eyes weeping blood, Ned Stark's voice echoing in the leaves. Some nights, Jon dreamed of Robb in the midst of the Red Wedding, calling his name in silent anguish. Other nights, he dreamt of an endless white expanse crawling with monstrous silhouettes, creeping from the land beyond the wall. He always woke with his heart racing, uncertain if these were mere nightmares or omens. The memory of the true threat in the far north gnawed at him occasionally, but he had to focus on the immediate struggles. With no direct sign of the others at the moment, he had to trust the Night's Watch to hold them off, or at least raise the alarm if they threatened. Days passed in a strange calm. The Manderly men found their place in the garrison routine. Ser Marlon helped reorganize the fortress storerooms, ensuring they had enough supplies if a siege came. Brandon Norrie and Lady Rella's folk took shifts patrolling the ramparts. Morgan chafed at the idleness, longing for more direct confrontation. Galbart spent hours drafting letters to loyal lords, updating them on developments. At last, fresh tidings arrived from Carhold, a raven bearing Lady Alice Karstark's personal seal. Jon read it in the Old Solar, eyebrows rising. She wrote that the remaining Karstarks had identified several men guilty of atrocities under Ramsay Bolton, and those men had been executed or delivered to local justices. She asked if House Stark would send a small embassy to witness the final vow of fealty, ensuring no illusions. She invited Jon himself, if he so wished, or a trusted lieutenant. The tone was polite, if a bit stiff, but it hinted at sincerity. House Karstark was making a show of good faith. Jon set the parchment aside, leaning back. If the Karstarks truly purged their worst offenders, it was a final step toward healing. Another piece of the puzzle. He felt that swell of relief again. The letters from King's Landing might threaten them with royal censure, the Freys might skulk near the neck, but the internal divisions of the North were slowly mending. If Carhold rejoined fully, it meant fewer cracks for the Freys to exploit. He decided to go in person, if only briefly. A small party would ride to Carhold, confirm the sincerity of Lady Alice's vow, and formalize their union. Morgan might grumble about leaving the fortress, but a journey could reinforce the new order. The roads would be treacherous, another wave of snow had coated everything. But it was worth the risk if it ended Karstark hostility for good. Galbart agreed. Morgan said he'd come along, partly to see Carhold for himself. A few Manderlys volunteered, along with a detachment of Serwyn archers for protection. Jon left Ser Daemon and Louis Riswell in charge of the Dreadfort. Plans took shape quickly. They'd ride in 2 days, aiming to return within the fortnight. The men they left behind would remain vigilant in case of Frey mischief. The Manderly supply lines might ensure the fortress didn't starve. On the appointed morning, a crisp dawn saw the gates opened wide. The courtyard bustled with final preparations. Horses snorted, breath steaming. Men checked bridles and tightened saddlebags. Jon wore boiled leather beneath a thick cloak of gray wolf fur, Longclaw at his hip. Ghost stood near, tail swishing. Morgan strapped on his great sword with a scowl at the snowdrifts, muttering curses at winter itself. Galbart oversaw the distribution of rations for the journey. Jon felt an odd swirl in his chest, excitement at forging one more step toward unity, mingled with the old worry that everything could go wrong in a heartbeat. He reminded himself that Alice Karstark's invitation had seemed genuine. She had every reason to avoid further conflict. With the men mounted and formed up, Jon signaled them to move out. A blast of horns echoed from the walls, bidding farewell. The gates groaned shut behind them, leaving the dread fort's silhouette shrinking as they rode into the snow-cloaked east. The road was punishing. Winter stung their cheeks, turning the breath of horses into clouds. Drifts sometimes forced them to detour across frozen streams. The column pressed on, relying on local guides who recognized landmarks half buried by ice. At night, they camped in abandoned farmsteads or beneath pines, building fires that crackled against the hush. Twice, scouts reported glimpses of distant figures, but no contact was made. Possibly stray huntsmen or bandits. The travelers maintained a tight watch, unwilling to be caught unaware. It took nearly 4 days to reach Karhold's outskirts. Low hills jutted from endless snow. The wind whipped stronger, carrying a biting chill. Then, late on the 4th day, they glimpsed a shape in the distance, a fortress perched on the bank of a partially frozen river. Carhold. Its walls seemed thick with winter's crust, towers rising in battered defiance. Smoke curled from chimneys, suggesting life within. The banners on the ramparts fluttered in the wind, distinct shapes that might have been the sunburst of House Karstark. If Jon squinted, he thought he saw a newly raised banner, too, which could be the dire wolf. His chest tightened in cautious hope. A horn sounded from Karhold's walls as they neared. Jon's column advanced carefully, flags raised to signal peaceful intent. The gates opened and a small party rode out, men in Karstark livery, leading the way for a slender woman astride a dark horse. Lady Alice. Her fur cloak whipped behind her as she approached. Jon drew up, raising a hand in greeting. My Lord Stark, Alice called, voice lifting on the wind. You came. Jon inclined his head. You invited me. I was curious if the words in your letter rang true. A flicker of nervous pride crossed her face. They do. Please come inside. We've prepared what meager hospitality we can offer in such times. My household stands ready to swear formal fealty. He nodded. Around him, Morgan grunted, scanning the walls. Galbart's posture remained alert. They followed Lady Alice through the gates, stepping into Carhold's courtyard. It was smaller than Winterfell's yard, but the feel was similar to the dread fort, icy, battered by war's aftermath. Here and there, men in Karstark livery carried out crates or stacked wood near the keep. The fortress exuded an austere gloom, though not as sinister as the dread fort's aura. At least no flayed man banners adorned the ramparts. Alice dismounted gracefully, turning to meet Jon. Our hall is not large, but it's warm enough. Will you join me there, my lord, with your closest companions? The rest can stable their horses or find space in the yard. Jon dismounted, giving a silent command for the column to hold. Ghost hopped off adrift, sniffing warily. Lead on, Jon said. The keep's interior halls were dimly lit by torches. Frost clung to the corners and the wind howled faintly in some far corridor. Alice guided them into a central chamber that might have served as a modest great hall, a long table, a dais, tapestries showing snowy landscapes. A single hearth blazed, though the warmth was limited. Gathered inside were about 24 Karstark men and women, some older knights, a pair of black-bearded captains, a handful of younger courtiers. Their expressions ranged from nervous to relieved. Alice walked to the dais. One older knight banged his staff on the floor, calling for attention. Everyone turned, hush falling. Alice folded her hands, drawing a breath. We gather to confirm that House Karstark has laid aside any claims of vengeance or enmity toward House Stark. We regret the blood spilled in my father's misguided war. Now, with Lord Jon Stark's leave, we shall swear anew that Carhold stands with Winterfell. Jon stepped forward, mindful of Morgan's presence at his back. I accept your oath if you do indeed give it freely. But we must ensure no more treachery. The days of Bolton rule are ended. Will you uphold this alliance? Alice looked directly at him, her eyes a clear gray. We will. We have cast out or punished those who committed vile acts. I have no illusions about how the rest of the North sees us. But we want peace, my lord. Let us unite behind House Stark. The alternative is ruin. She sank to one knee, pressing a fist to her heart. One by one, her knights followed. The dais echoed with the scrape of knees on stone. They recited a vow in unison, pledging loyalty to House Stark, to Winterfell, disclaiming all grudges. Jon felt the weight of the moment. He recalled how Robb Stark had once commanded men to kneel in the same manner, forging alliances that would later be shattered by betrayal. But Ned Stark's memory steadied him. This was the best path. When they finished, Jon nodded solemnly. Rise. You have my word that House Stark will judge you by your deeds henceforth, not your past errors, so long as you hold true. The North cannot bear more wounds. Relief coursed through the gathered Karstarks. Some murmured thanks. Alis stood, cheeks flushed. She seemed younger than her words, a woman thrust too soon into leadership. For an instant, Jon recalled the hints of a marriage pact. He braced himself for any mention, but she held back, perhaps out of respect or caution. Instead, she signaled two knights who stepped forward with a carved wooden chest. They set it at Jon's feet, opening the lid to reveal a battered banner, once the Karstark sunburst, overlaid with the dire wolf of House Stark. A symbolic melding. Alis lifted it carefully, offering it with both hands. A token of our fealty, my lord. Let this hang in your halls if you deem us worthy. Jon accepted the banner, forcing a small smile. Thank you. I trust we can wipe old stains from this emblem in time. He folded it gently, handing it to Morgan, who regarded it with grudging acceptance. Then they motioned for the chest to be carried aside. With the vow complete, Alis invited them to a modest meal in the hall. Battered tables were set, bread and stew served. More Karstark men trickled in, eager to glimpse the man they once called a bastard who had dethroned the Boltons. Jon felt their stares, half wary, half curious. Ghost sat behind his chair, occasionally baring teeth if anyone moved too abruptly. Despite the tension, the meal passed without incident. The stew was thin, the bread tough, but it served as a ritual of shared acceptance. Morgan, suspicious by nature, quietly observed every Karstark face. Galbart made polite conversation about supply lines and the future of Carhold. Alis answered with respectful clarity they had enough stored grain for the rest of winter, though it was tight, and they might call upon Winterfell or the Drevfort if a crisis arose. She also offered to send a small company to assist in clearing any leftover Bolton loyalists from the roads. Jon nodded, relieved to see genuine cooperation. As the meal wound down, Alis pulled Jon aside to speak in a quieter corner, away from the crowd. The chamber's fire cast dancing shadows on the walls. She clasped her hands, voice pitched low. My lord, I wanted to address something we mentioned before. The possibility of a marriage alliance between Karhold and Winterfell. I sense you're not eager. If your heart or alliances lie elsewhere, say the word. I won't press. Jon took a measured breath. Lady Alis, I appreciate your forthrightness. For now, I'd prefer we cement our unity through oath and deed, not a rushed wedding. The North stands on uncertain ground. Let me see how matters with the Manderleys develop, among other concerns. I have no wish to lead you astray. Alis's expression showed a flicker of disappointment, but she nodded. I understand. My father might have demanded such a match. I won't. Peace is more important than pride. If a union comes naturally in time, so be it. Otherwise, we remain loyal as pledged. Jon inclined his head, relief washing through him. Thank you. I won't forget your honesty. He left it at that, feeling the weight of unspoken possibilities. Perhaps in another life, he might have embraced a Karstark alliance wholeheartedly, or the Manderley match that Lord Wyman kept proposing. But for now, he simply needed them all to stand together as the realm braced for new storms. They spent the night in Carhold, bedding down in chambers that smelled of dust and old mortar. Morgan insisted on posting watchers in the hallway, just in case. But the night passed uneventfully. In the morning, Alis joined them in a more official ceremony in the courtyard, where her knights repeated their fealty before Jon's men. Snow drifted lazily, turning to light sleet that hissed on cloaks. After the final words were spoken, Alis pressed a small token into Jon's hand, a carved piece of weirwood shaped like two clasped hands. A reminder that our houses clasp hands now, she said softly. He thanked her, touched by the gesture. By midday, Jon's column departed Carhold, sending final waves to those who watched from the walls. Alis stood at the gates, posture straight, a new sense of command in her stance. Jon carried away a sense that House Karstark might indeed find redemption, though not without scars. The road back to the Dreadfort was no less arduous, but the men rode with a lighter mood. Morgan even cracked a few jokes about how the Karstarks had nearly gutted them at the Dreadfort weeks ago, and now served them stew. Strange world, he muttered, though he I do not sound displeased. They encountered no trouble on the return journey, only swirling wind and near whiteout conditions on the second night. Tents had to be staked firmly or they risked blowing away. Ghost huddled close to Jon in the snow, sharing warmth. The men cursed and shivered but pressed on. On the morning of the fourth day, the dread fort's looming towers came into view, as forbidding as ever, yet oddly reassuring for what it represented now. Their return stirred commotion. Men in the courtyard cheered to see Jon and the others safe. Louis Riswell emerged, face tight with worry. "My lord, you've come in good time. Something's afoot. We have fresh news. There's a Frey force on the eastern approach, maybe 30 strong, claiming to be envoys. They're camped a half-day's ride from here, or so the scouts say. They want parley." Jon's heart thumped. The Freys were here at last. "Envoys?" he repeated, glancing at Morgan, who scowled. "Are we certain it's not a disguised raid?" Louis shook his head. "They wave a white banner and the twin towers of House Frey. They say they come under the king's authority, demanding an audience with you. I told the scouts to watch them from a distance, not to engage. They've made no hostile moves yet." Galbart, stepping up behind Louis, added, "It could be the crown's attempt to force us to bend the knee. Or maybe they want to sow discord. Hard to say. But they're not going away quietly." Jon exhaled. The moment he dreaded was upon him. The Freys, who had masterminded the Red Wedding with the Boltons, who might claim some spurious right to control the North in the crown's name. Yet they came in small number, apparently to talk first. "All right," Jon said at length. "We'll parley on our terms outside the walls. Let them see we're not cowering. If they truly want to talk, we'll talk. But we'll be ready if it turns ugly." Morgan's grin held a hungry edge. "I like the sound of that." They agreed to gather a sizable escort, maybe 100 men, archers positioned discreetly, with a place chosen on open ground where the Freys could not hide in ambush. The watchers would confirm if the Freys had more men lurking. If all seemed clear, Jon would meet them. The next morning, after a night of careful planning, they rode out under a pallid dawn. Ghost loped near Jon's horse. The sky threatened snow, heavy clouds roiling overhead. White plumes rose from the horse's nostrils in the cold. They found the Freys camped beside a frozen creek, just as the scouts had said. A cluster of tents, a banner showing the twin towers in dull gray blue. Around 30 men milled about, presumably knights or sworn swords. Their posture stiffened as Jon's larger force approached, but none drew weapons. Instead, a man in Frey-blue cloak advanced, raising a hand. He was middle-aged, balding, with a stern set to his mouth. Jon halted a good arrow's flight away, beckoning Morgan, Galbart, and a handful of men to join him at the front. The rest fanned out behind, watchful. Ghost prowled close. The Frey man stopped some dozen yards short, enough space that neither side could easily lunge. He offered a stiff bow. "I am Ser Hosteen Frey," he said, voice rasping with the cold. "Sent by House Frey and by extension King Tommen on a mission of reconciliation. We come in peace to speak with Jon Snow, called Jon Stark." Jon's pulse pounded. Hosteen Frey had a name for bluntness, if he recalled. This was no sly charmer like some of Walder Frey's brood. Still, cunning might lurk behind that stern face. "I am Jon of House Stark. Say your piece, Ser Hosteen, but know that we allow no treachery here." Ser Hosteen's gaze flicked to Ghost, who stared back with bared fangs. "We've no wish for treachery," he said slowly. "We come to remind you that the Iron Throne recognized Roose Bolton as warden. With his demise, the crown questions your authority. But the king, in his mercy, is prepared to offer you a path to legitimate rule, provided you acknowledge your fealty to the Iron Throne and make certain concessions. The Freys stand ready to facilitate this process to avoid further bloodshed." Jon's stomach turned. The gall of them after the Red Wedding. The Boltons betrayed the North. The crown's decree means nothing to us. The North does not belong to Tommen Baratheon or House Lannister. If he wants us to bend the knee, he can come himself. Hosteen's lips thinned. "We had hoped for a more civil discourse. The king's hand instructs us to negotiate. The crown might grant you the title of warden in Bolton's stead if you submit. A peaceable solution. Else you risk open conflict with the realm." Morgan let out a harsh laugh. "Peaceable? The Freys slaughtered the Starks at the Twins, if you recall. Hard to discuss peace after that butchery." A flicker of annoyance crossed Hosteen's face. "We regret certain, unfortunate events, but House Frey remains paramount in the Riverlands. We extend an olive branch now. War has ravaged these lands enough." Galbart spoke with forced calm. "An olive branch offered by the same bloody hands that betrayed guest right? We know how the Freys value honor." Ser Hosteen's jaw clenched. "That matter was resolved by royal decree. Walder Frey was never punished, thus the realm accepted the necessity. If you'd rather continue rebellion, so be it. We're but envoys." A larger force could follow come spring, allied with the crown's men. Jon reined in his anger. The man stood so calmly, spouting the crown's line. The North will not bend. We have crowned no official king, but we stand as a free domain, loyal only to ourselves. If the crown sends an army, winter will greet them. The rest of your threat is hollow. A stir went through the Frey men behind Hosteen. Some laid hands on sword hilts, uneasy. Morgan's men likewise bristled. The tension crackled in the cold air. Ghost let out a low growl, hackles raised. Ser Hosteen took a breath. Then you reject the crown's terms completely? Jon weighed his next words carefully. Perhaps it would be wise to keep a narrow door open for future talks. But no, these were Freys, the orchestrators of betrayal. I reject any notion that we owe fealty to the traitors who killed my brother. If King Tommen or his mother want peace, they can come to the North in good faith, not through Frey meddlers. Otherwise, we stand ready. Hosteen's nostrils flared. So be it. We'll carry that message south. He paused, glancing from Morgan's glare to Galbart's steady gaze, then back to Jon. But a final word, you provoke the crown's wrath. The Lannisters and Freys do not forgive lightly. If you persist, the day may come when your precious fortress is leveled and your people starve. A storm of anger rose in Jon's chest. He forced it down, recalling Ned Stark's counsel on measured response. Threaten all you want. The North remembers. If you come with swords, you'll find a land of wolves, not cowering pups. Now go. Ser Hosteen gave a curt bow, spun on his heel, and returned to his men. The tension was so thick that an arrow might break it. But no arrow flew. The Freys mounted, retreating from the creek side. Morgan spat in their direction. Jon and the others watched, archers ready in case of treachery. The Frey column receded into the swirling snow, leaving a bitter hush. Morgan turned to Jon, face flushed. We should have cut them down where they stood. They'll bring an army next or spread lies. Why let them walk free? Jon gripped Longclaw's pommel. We can't kill envoys under a peace banner, or we become no better than they are. Let them carry word south. Let them call us rebels or traitors. We stand firm. We have the houses of the North. We have winter as our ally. If the crown truly musters an army, it'll be months or years before they break through the neck. By then, we'll be stronger still. Morgan exhaled, still seething but forced to agree. Galbart gave a tight nod. The party turned back for the dread fort, hearts pounding from the confrontation. Ghost loped beside Jon, tail stiff. The men filed across the plains in sullen quiet, snow hissing under the horses' hooves. That evening, the fortress bristled with rumor. Everyone asked about the Freys, about the talk of a southern force. Some worried. Others scoffed at the notion. A few threatened that they'd flay any Frey who stepped foot in the North, an ironic twist considering how they once despised the flaying practice. Jon reminded them not to mimic Bolton atrocities, though he understood the hatred that simmered. In the lesser hall, once the initial uproar subsided, Jon gathered Morgan, Galbart, Ser Marlin, Lady Rella, and other key figures. By the hearth's glow, they discussed the next steps. The consensus, the Freys might indeed attempt a bigger push once the snows thaw. Or they might still rely on intimidation, hoping the North would fold. None of them expected an easy peace. Ser Marlin tapped the table. Lord Wyman said we should prepare White Harbor's defenses. If the Freys come by land, they must cross the Neck or the White Knife. Both are easily choked by winter. We can fortify Moat Cailin, too. Jon thought about Moat Cailin, an ancient stronghold that once guarded the passage into the North. It was rumored to be half-ruined, but still formidable. If manned by loyal soldiers, it could block any southern host for months. Yes, he agreed. We'll do just that. We've men enough to hold Moat Cailin, and if the Karstarks remain true, they can guard the east. The Umbers secure the far north. Meanwhile, we stand ready at Winterfell and the Dreadfort. Let the Freys dash themselves to pieces on our ramparts. A sense of grim resolve filled the hall. They hammered out details, how soon to send men to Moat Cailin, how to coordinate scouts across the Neck. The Bear Island warriors pledged to help at the swampy terrain near the causeway, adept at moving through rough ground. The new Grey Starks offered archers who excelled at woodland tactics. Step by step, the North locked shields as one. When the council ended, men filtered out, subdued but resolute. Jon remained by the table, sorting the scraps of parchment that detailed the plan. Ghost lay under the table, muzzle on paws. The hush of the hall felt heavy with history. He recalled how Eddard Stark once gathered lords in Winterfell's great hall for far gentler counsels. Now the realm reeled from the Red Wedding, the Bolton betrayal, and the shadows of a southern threat. And yet there was hope. House Karstark rejoined them. White Harbor stood firm. The Umbers and Mormonts marched together. Even old legends like the Greystarks returned. If the Lannisters or Freys thought the North would collapse, they were in for a rude awakening. Jon closed his eyes, whispering a silent thanks to the old gods. So much blood had been spilled, but for once, the North felt united behind the Stark name. Perhaps that was enough to carry them through the coming storms. At least until a fresh horror reared its head, like the nightmares from beyond the wall that haunted his sleep. He rose at last, sheathing Longclaw. The hall had nearly emptied. Ghosts stood, stretching stiffly. Together, they made their way through the flickering corridors toward the dim solar. Snow battered the narrow windows, wind keening across the ramparts. Another night, another vigil. But this time, with their allies assembling and the Karstarks reaffirmed, Jon felt a spark of confidence. The Freys might call him a rebel, might brand him an oathbreaker, but the North remembered, and they followed a Stark once more. No matter what the crown decreed, no matter how many envoys arrived with veiled threats, he would not relent. He would guide the North through winter, forging a realm that would not bow to treachery or break at the first sign of war. Come morning, he would pen letters to each lord, urging them to stand firm, to man their strongholds, to trust in the direwolf. The future was uncertain, but they had come too far to yield now. As Ghost settled on the cold floor, curling in a patch of moonlight, Jon draped his cloak over a makeshift cot. Flickers of the aurora danced outside, faint and mysterious. He allowed himself a moment to breathe, to imagine a North free of fear and lies. Perhaps soon they would shift from survival to rebuilding, restoring farmland, rebuilding Winterfell's battered walls, seeing the great hall alive with laughter again. Perhaps. For tonight he had only duty, a prayer on his lips, and the quiet companionship of a dire wolf who had walked beside him through every dark turning. He blew out the candle. Darkness fell, but not the emptiness of old. Outside, the Dreadfort's courtyard remained lit by watchfires, men pacing, alliances forming. The North had begun to mend under his banner, each day another small step from the Red Wedding's shadow. Let the Freys come. Let the crown rage. Here, in the heart of a reclaimed fortress, the wolves of winter stood guard, and the flayed man's shriveled standard lay cast aside. Jon Stark closed his eyes, whispering a final vow to the silent watchers. The North was his to protect, and he would see it safe or die in the attempt. Jon woke to a cold dawn and news of a fresh snowfall blanketing the Dreadfort's walls. Outside his window, the sky was the dull color of tin, dawn just a faint lightning at the horizon. He blinked to chase away lingering dreams, strange shadows writhing beyond the wall, the glint of red eyes in winterwoods. Always the same half-remembered images. They tugged at him with a quiet dread, but he pushed them aside. The North needed him in the waking world. Ghost rose from his spot near the hearth, shaking out his thick white coat, every inch of him alive with the hush of pre-dawn. The direwolf's limp had nearly vanished, a faint hitch in his gait that only surfaced when the cold was especially brutal. Jon washed quickly in water that felt a step warmer than ice and dressed in layered furs over boiled leather. Candles flickered in the old solar, still strewn with maps and letters. One stacked near the table beckoned his eye, new reports from the watchers near Moat Cailin or tidings from White Harbor about the Freys. He could not let them rest for long, but first, a moment to breathe. Hands on the stone sill, he looked outside to the courtyard. Men already stirred below, stamping their boots, blowing on numb fingers. Patches of snow clung to the ramparts like old scars. He found himself recalling Winterfell in better days, Ned Stark with a hand on his shoulder, murmuring how the Watchers of the North must remain ever vigilant. Jon exhaled. He'd come so far from the boy who hovered behind Robb's shadow, unacknowledged at feasts. Now, so many looked to him for leadership. The burden sometimes felt heavier than a chain around his neck. But there was no turning back, not after the blood spilled to break the Bolton's hold. That thought settled him. He scooped up a few letters from the desk and slipped them into a pouch at his belt, then descended to the courtyard. Ghost padded beside him. Outside, a dull hush hung in the winter air. Various men, Umbers, Manderleys, Serwins, even some newly arrived Reeds who'd come to the Dread Fort last week, milled around small fires, warming themselves. Some recognized Jon and stiffened in salute, offering half-bows or muttered, "Lord Stark." He nodded in return. To his left, near the stables, Morgan Umber barked instructions at a pair of mountain clan riders. Snow-dusted Morgan's red beard and his breath billowed in great white puffs. When he spotted Jon, he broke off mid-sentence and stomped over. "More ravens in the night," Morgan said, thrusting a folded parchment at Jon. "Galbart's reading them all. He wants your say." "Once from White Harbor again, apparently the Freys lurk near a place called Two Eagles Ford, but do little besides glare at travelers. Another is from Carhold. Lady Alice says the roads there remain open, no sign of subterfuge. And the last from the Wall." Jon's heart quickened at the mention of the Wall. He had severed ties with the Night's Watch when he chose to seize the north, yet part of him would always wonder what befell his brothers there. "Thank you," Jon said, taking the parchment. "I'll see Galbart soon. Anything else of note?" Morgan shrugged under his heavy cloak. "Only that men are restless. We've grown strong in numbers, close to 2,000 if we gather them all. More trickle in every few days. But sitting idle in the Drev fort weighs on them. If the Freys plan to strike, let them come, say the men." Jon nodded. He understood that frustration. They had hammered out a defensive plan weeks ago, waiting for signs of a southern push, but the Freys only advanced in small envoys or watchful parties. Meanwhile, the realm hovered in uneasy limbo. "We'll see. Once I read the ravens, I'll gather the captains. Perhaps we can plan a move before spring." He paused, looking around. "Where's Galbart?" "Probably in the old steward's chamber with the ledgers. He set it up as a war room." Jon left Morgan to his tasks and crossed the yard, Ghost at his side. A heavy wooden door led into a side wing of the keep, once used by the Boltons to store grain or flaying tools. Now it housed the swirl of papers, strategies, and supply logs that Galbart orchestrated daily. Two guards at the threshold, Manderleys by their sigils, stepped aside to let Jon in. Inside, the room was cramped, lit by a half-dozen candles and a small hearth. Barrels lined one wall, crates stacked in corners. At a central table, Galbart Glover bent over a spread of parchments, his face set in concentration. Lady Rella Greystark stood near him, arms crossed as she studied a map. They both glanced up when Jon entered. "My lord," Galbart said, stepping back to let Jon see the map. "We have new tidings. Some might interest you more than others." He pushed 3 rolled parchments forward. "This first is from Lord Wyman Manderley. It details the rumored Frey movement near Two Eagles Ford. A caravan with Frey banners, maybe 40 men, has lingered there, asking travelers about the roads and local loyalties. They haven't attacked anyone yet, but the small folk fear them." Jon frowned. Perhaps they're waiting for reinforcements. Or they're simply spies, gauging how the North reacts. He turned to the second parchment. "Carhold." Galbart nodded. "Lady Alice says she's begun repairing a portion of the eastern roads. She also caught a band of ex-Bolton men trying to raid farmland and dealt with them promptly. She remains committed to your cause. She mentions again her willingness to contribute men if a campaign arises, but she's short on supplies. She requests a small shipment of grain if we can spare it." Jon exhaled. "We can't see them starve. We'll do what we can. That's one reason we took the Dread Fort in the first place, to unify resources. Let's see how many wagons we can send. The roads are dreadful, but we'll manage something." Galbart made a note. Then he tapped the third letter. "This arrived from the Wall. It's addressed to you personally, from Maester Aemon, though it bears a new signature, says it's written in his stead by some other scribe. It mentions unusual sightings beyond the Wall, something about wildlings moving unpredictably. Also a rumor of rangers spotting more whites. They request any northern aid, or at least your awareness." Jon felt an icy stab in his chest. The threat of the others, the White Walkers, he had never forgotten. Yet he'd had no chance to unite the realm around that bigger danger. Every day had been consumed by the struggle with the Boltons, the Freys, the Crown. "So they see more evidence of the undead stirring," he said quietly. "And the realm still tears its soul. F apart for petty crowns." A bleak ache tugged at him. "We must not ignore it. The entire North is vulnerable if the watch fails." Lady Rella spoke softly. "But how can we help them, my lord? Even if you sent men to the Wall, we remain divided by storms, by wars. Do we have enough? Are we not threatened by the Freys?" Jon's gaze flicked across the map. "We can't muster a large force to the Wall yet, not while the Freys sniff around and the Crown threatens us. But maybe a token company to show we haven't forgotten our vow. Let me think." He set the letter aside. The table bore a battered map of the North, riddled with pins marking allied positions, uncertain roads, rumored enemy sightings. Next to it lay scattered notes on supplies, Moat Caelin's garrison, White Harbor's readiness, Carhold's shortfalls. Galbart sighed. "We're stretched, that's the truth. If the Freys do launch an invasion come spring and we also commit men to aid the Watch, we risk splitting our strength. But ignoring the Watch is unwise. If the tales of the dead are true, ignoring that threat might doom us all. Jon turned to Lady Rella. We might send a small band of volunteers, men who know the cold well. Some of the mountain clans or the Mormonts might volunteer. Enough to show solidarity, gather intelligence, but not so many that we weaken ourselves dangerously. Meanwhile, we keep bolstering our position here. If the Freys choose to strike, we repel them. If the crown comes, we stand. One crisis at a time. Rella inclined her head. A fair compromise. I can speak to my Grey Stark archers. Some have always been curious about the far north. If they're willing, we'll send them. Jon felt relief. Good. Let's finalize that. He gestured to the rest of the map. And what about our lines of defense? Moat Cailin? White Harbor. Galbart spread a smaller parchment that outlined who guarded which castle. Moat Cailin has about 100 men, a mix of Serwyn and Manderley. Not enough for a drawn-out siege, but the fortress is ruinous enough that it's still formidable. White Harbor's gates remain sealed to any suspicious arrivals. Lord Wyman is rumored to have built new wooden ramparts near the harbor mouth, manned by crossbowmen. If the Freys attempt a naval incursion, they'll meet heavy resistance. On land, the roads near White Harbor are heavily patrolled by Manderley knights. Jon nodded. So the main vulnerability remains the King's Road north of the Neck. If the Freys muster an army in the Riverlands and march, Moat Cailin is our choke point. That might buy us time. But they could also try a route through the east near the coast. The storms alone might deter them, though. Yes, Galbart agreed. At least until the thaw. If they wait for spring, we have time to strengthen the watchtowers, rally houses that still waver. Possibly we can even parley with other riverlords who hate the Freys. The Tully loyalists might disrupt any Frey host. Jon permitted himself a small smile. Yes, the Tully name still carries weight among many in the Riverlands. If they resist Walder Frey's overreach, the Freys might find it harder than they imagined to push north. He paused, scanning a final ledger that listed their grain stocks. We'll keep building, keep forging alliances. Once we've settled the distribution for Carhold, we'll see about that small force for the wall. Then we wait, watchful. He left the war room soon after, stepping into the corridor, mind teeming with details. 1,000 threads to keep hold of. The hum of voices in the hallway greeted him. Soldiers lugged crates. A few Manderley men carried new crossbow quarrels. The dread fort had become a hive of northern collaboration, improbable as that once seemed. Ghost nudged Jon's leg, guiding him out into the courtyard. There, the sun had climbed higher, piercing the dull clouds with watery light. Snow glimmered in bright patches. Jon caught sight of Ser Marlon Manderley approaching with a broad grin. The older knight wore a thick cloak, embroidered with the Merman sigil at the clasp. He bowed respectfully. "My lord, I hear rumor you might dispatch a band to assist the Night's Watch," Ser Marlon said. "I'd like to volunteer a handful of my knights. Some have yearned to see the wall, to defend the realm in that way. If it pleases you." Jon's heart lifted. "It pleases me greatly. Thank you. I'll compile the volunteers soon. They won't leave for some days, but your men are welcome among them." Ser Marlon's grin widened. "A small chance to show that House Manderley is no fair-weather friend. We remember how your father protected us in years past. It's the least we can do." Jon laid a hand on the older knight's shoulder. "I appreciate it." They parted, each hurrying to their tasks. Jon found himself wishing the entire realm could see such simple generosity. Men stepping forward to support the Watch, the ancient bulwark against unspeakable horrors. But the Crown in King's Landing had no taste for that, obsessed as they were with politics and crowns. If the dead truly stirred, the realm might regret ignoring the threat. By midday, the fortress yard bustled as a new supply caravan rumbled out, bound for Carhold. A half-dozen wagons loaded with sacks of grain, escorted by a mix of Mormont and Glover soldiers. Jon stood at the gate, Ghost at his side, as the wagon drivers snapped reins and plodded into the open plain. Snow swirled around them. He hoped they'd reach Carhold safely, for the road was long and uncertain. But every gesture of solidarity counted. House Karstark had proven its loyalty once more, and he'd not let them starve. After the caravan departed, Jon trudged inside, brushing snow from his furs. The great hall, really just a battered chamber in the Dreadfort, remained warmed by a single large hearth. A cluster of men ate a midday meal. Bread, fish stew, meager but hearty. Jon accepted a bowl, though he had little appetite. He forced down a few bites, mindful that even leaders needed sustenance. Morgan joined him at the table, grumbling about how the Freys tested his patience. Let them line up along the King's Road. I'll chop them down like weeds. He tore a hunk of bread with his teeth. We do well to test them soon. Show them the North isn't frightened. Jon set his spoon down. I understand. But if we pick a fight prematurely, we risk uniting the crown behind them. We're stronger with every house that joins us. Let them see that the North stands as one. That alone may keep them at bay until we're truly ready. Morgan snorted, but he didn't argue further. Aye, fine. Just know my men hunger for a real battle, not just trudging about in snow. Jon quirked a wan smile. They may get their wish soon enough. Winter's not over, nor are the Freys. That night, a hush draped the fortress, the wind dying to a soft moan. Jon found himself alone in the old Bolton study, the same place he'd discovered so many horrifying records. A single lantern lit the worn desk. Ghost dozed by the door. Jon thumbed through the backlog of letters from across the North, pleas for help, small updates, queries about alliances. Among them, one letter from White Harbor stood out, for it bore a personal note from Willa Manderley, the granddaughter of Lord Wyman. She'd never corresponded with him directly before. He broke the seal, scanning lines of neat script. Her words were cordial, somewhat formal, expressing gratitude that the North had found new strength. She mentioned her admiration for Jon's leadership, how White Harbor was abuzz with talk that Jon Stark may become king in the North someday, as Robb once was. She also wrote that if he ever visited White Harbor, she'd be honored to meet him. Not quite a marriage proposal, but the tone hinted at deeper interest. Jon's cheeks warmed slightly. Everyone seemed to push him towards some alliance by wedding. Alice Karstark had offered. Willa Manderley hinted. Another piece in the puzzle. He rubbed his eyes, weary. Was he truly expected to wed as a symbol of unity? It felt forced, reminiscent of Robb's downfall. And yet, the North had historically sealed bonds through marriage. He pictured Ned Stark's quiet devotion to Catelyn Tully, how that had bound House Tully and House Stark for a generation. Perhaps it was tradition. But tradition had also damned them at the twins. He set the letter aside, mind churning. Maybe he'd travel to White Harbor in the coming months, assess the situation. No sense deciding in haste. The realm might shift drastically if the Freys or the Lannisters made a move. Tying himself to one house while other alliances remained fluid might cause more rifts. In the corridor, footsteps approached. Jon tensed, half expecting an urgent messenger. Instead, Lady Rella Greystark appeared, lamp in hand, expression thoughtful. "My lord," she said softly. "Apologies if I disturb you. I saw light beneath the door. Are you well?" Jon straightened. "As well as can be expected. I was reviewing letters. Is something amiss?" Rella shook her head, stepping inside. "Not amiss, exactly. But I heard from a clan scout that some of my archers who volunteered for the wall group are nearly packed. They wonder when you'll dispatch them. They want to be sure the timing is set." Jon nodded. "Yes, I meant to finalize that tomorrow. I'd prefer they leave within a week under a knight or captain who can lead them safely. Let me confirm the route. Perhaps they'll pass through Winterfell, gather any additional supplies, then head to Castle Black." Rella's eyes flicked to the desk, to the scattered parchments. "You bear so many burdens for one man. The North can be cruel to its leaders, can't it?" He swallowed. "It can." A silence followed. She studied him, sympathy in her gaze. Jon glanced at Ghost, who slept oblivious to the tension. "I do what must be done. If I fail, the realm might fracture again." Rella approached a step. "I don't doubt your resolve. But I hope you find a moment to rest. The war with the Freys or the crown might come soon, but you're only human." Jon mustered a faint smile. "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you." She dipped her head, departing with her lamp. Jon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The fortress was quiet. Even though they had driven out the Boltons and the men were loyal, he felt no ease. The crownless direwolf banner, hammered to the ramparts, did not erase the years of horror in these halls. The real test would come if the Freys marched or if the Iron Throne declared open war. And beyond that, the knowledge of Whites and White Walkers beyond the wall nagged at him like an old wound. He extinguished the lantern, letting darkness close in. Perhaps tonight he would find deeper sleep. But fate rarely allowed peace. Barely 3 days later, horns blared from the outer watch at dawn. Jon jerked awake in the hall where he'd dozed, fumbling for Longclaw. Ghost sprang up, ears pricked. The horns repeated, urgent. A sentry from the ramparts burst through the door soon after, panting with alarm. "My lord," the man gasped. A rider approaches from the south, alone, near death it seems. He bears the flayed man's sigil crossed out with blood. We can't tell if he's friend or foe, but he's collapsed outside. Jon's mind reeled. A single rider wearing the defaced Bolton sigil? Could be a trap or some defector. Help him inside, Jon said. Have the maester see to him if he's alive. I'll come at once. He gathered Morgan, Galbart, and a few others meeting at the gates. Snow swirled as the watchman dragged in a half-conscious man from a stunted horse. The man's surcoat indeed showed the Bolton flayed man, but someone had scratched a diagonal slash across it and the fabric was torn. He coughed violently, face pale with cold. Blood stained his gloves. Water, Jon ordered, stepping forward. One guard brought a skin, trickling a bit into the man's cracked lips. The man heaved, blinking hazy eyes. Frey behind me, he rasped. They came upon the outlaws, south. He coughed more blood. Warn the Stark, be before it's too late. Jon knelt, pressing a hand to the man's shoulder. You're safe here. Are you Bolton, or did you desert them? A rictus grin pulled at the man's lips. Deserted long ago, joined outlaws, protect the small folk. Freed a few from the Freys, but more are coming. They'll burn villages. His eyes rolled back. Please, stop them. Jon's heart pounded. Where? Where are the Freys? North of the White Knife, near? For stones, the man slurred. We fought them, they have maybe 100 men, mercenaries, too. His grip on Jon's cloak slackened. They took prisoners, heading north, aiming for the Dreadfort, a final cough, then the man went limp, eyes sliding shut. The courtyard seemed to freeze around Jon's crouched figure. A hush fell. The guard hissed, checking the man's pulse, but found none. The defector was gone. Morgan swore under his breath. Galbart's expression tensed. 100 men? Freed some prisoners? Could the Freys be sneaking around, capturing folks, torching villages? Jon stood, feeling anger build in his chest. It fits with the rumors that small Frey groups prowl the region. This man says they have mercenaries as well, meaning they're prepared for violence, not just talk. He looked to the gates. Gather a scouting party. We must confirm if a Frey band indeed roams near Four Stones. If they're capturing or burning, we can't stand idle. Galbart nodded. I'll dispatch riders at once. An uneasy tension settled. Jon looked down at the dead man, the defaced Bolton sigil. Even among outlaws, some had tried to do right. Fate rarely gave them mercy. Take him to the maester anyway, Jon said quietly. He deserves a proper burning. He died trying to warn us. He turned away, heart hammering. If the Freys had begun open raids, the precarious stalemate was shattered. They could not let that stand. The men sprang into action. Morgan ordered archers to the walls, though it might be days before the Frey band came here, if that was indeed their aim. Meanwhile, Jon oversaw the dispatch of a small, fast scouting force, a dozen riders led by a Serwyn knight with a keen sense of direction. Their mission, find these raiders near Four Stones, gauge their numbers, hurry back with news. Throughout the day, the fortress bristled as men prepared. They checked weapons, hammered dents from shields, fletched new arrows. A Manderly knight helped gather horses in the stables, while a group of Bear Island warriors tested old siege gear. A gloom fell in the halls, the specter of a renewed Frey offensive. The next day was an anxious wait. No news. Then the second day dawned in a swirl of thick flakes, and late in the afternoon, horns announced returning riders. The Serwyn scout group galloped into the yard, exhausted, half-frozen. Jon, Morgan, and Galbart hurried to meet them. The lead knight swung down with a grim face. My lord, he said, voice trembling with cold. We found them 50 or so Frey men plus maybe 30 Sellswords. They sacked a hamlet near Four Stones, took half a dozen villagers captive. We spied them from a ridge. They marched north, possibly for the Dreadfort or maybe White Harbor. Hard to say. But they left a vile message, a burnt farm, a Frey banner planted in the ashes. Outrage rippled among the watchers. Jon ground his teeth. They think to terrorize us into surrender. He looked at Morgan, who nodded, eyes aflame. We can't let them roam free, burning and capturing innocents. Let's intercept them. The roads are bleak, but we can muster enough men to outmatch their band. If we move quickly, we can catch them near the east roads. Galbart agreed. We might dispatch 100 or 2 led by you or Morgan. Cut off their route. Jon's pulse thumped. A direct engagement with a Frey raiding party could spark a wider war. But war seemed inevitable if they'd already begun seizing northerners. We do it, he said, resolute. We'll strike swiftly, free their captives, show them the north is not helpless. Then, if the crown tries to blame us for aggression, we'll have proof the Freys attacked first. Thus they prepared overnight. Word spread. Jon Snow or Jon Stark would lead a force at dawn to confront the Freys near Four Stones. Volunteers poured in, riled by the reports of burnt farms. Among them were Manderley's, Umber's, Serwyn men, even Lady Rella's Grey Stark archers. Some Bear Island warriors brandished axes, eager for a real fight after weeks of waiting. They readied supplies, half a dozen wagons with extra arrows, short rations, tents for a brief campaign. Jon wanted to keep the force lean enough to move fast across the snow, but strong enough to crush the raiders. By the next dawn, about 200 men assembled in the courtyard, horses stamping, breath pluming in the icy air. Morgan insisted on joining, as did Lady Rella. Galbart would remain behind to hold the dread fort with Ser Marlin. Louis Riswell, quiet but determined, joined the column. Ghost prowled at Jon's side. The watchers on the walls stirred in pre-dawn gloom, torches throwing flickers across the new-fallen snow. Jon mounted, scanning the gathered ranks. Their banners were a makeshift array: the direwolf of Stark, the pine of Glover, the bear of Mormont, the merman of Manderley, the black lion of Grey Stark. A patchwork host, yet united in purpose. He raised a gloved hand, voice carrying. "We ride to protect the innocent. The Freys come with fire and chains. We'll meet them on the field, show them the North's answer. Keep your discipline, these raiders have no honor. If they yield or flee, let them. If they fight, break them." A ragged cheer rose, subdued but fierce. Morgan's roar of approval cut through the cold. The gates groaned open, snow swirling. The column rode out, forging east, led by scouts who knew the land. Jon set a steady pace, mindful that the gloom hid many perils. If luck held, they'd catch the Freys near the region of Four Stones in a day or two. The journey was harsh. Drifts piled high in low spots, forcing riders to skirt half-frozen streams. The wind whipped across open stretches, numbing hands and cheeks. Night brought sub-zero temperatures that turned spilled water to ice in seconds. Despite that, the men pressed on, fueled by anger at the Frey outrages. They lit small fires in sheltered hollows to survive the night. Ghost prowled the perimeter, sniffing for enemies. No sign of the Freys yet, only the emptiness of a winter wilderness. Late on the second day, scouts spotted fresh tracks, a column of footprints and horse prints heading north by a crooked path. The trail of devastation soon became clear: a small barn burned, a scattering of bodies in the snow. Jon's men approached with dread, discovering locals struck down trying to defend their meager possessions. Some lay half-frozen, battered by swords. Others had been dragged away. The rage in the northern ranks boiled over. Morgan cursed, punching a charred post. The Grey Stark archers turned grim, quietly knocking arrows. They followed the tracks. Dusk was falling, but the scouts pressed forward, urging speed. Ahead, a low ridge overlooked a shallow valley. They climbed it cautiously. Jon peered through the gloom. Their campfires glimmered a mile or so away, a cluster of tents or makeshift shelters. The Freys, no doubt. Jon called a halt, conferring with Morgan, Rella, Louis, and a few captains. The plan was simple: they would circle around to the far side, using the slope for cover, then close in from multiple angles at dawn. Surprise would be their ally. If the Freys had posted watchers, the watchers might not expect a large force in such dire conditions. Meanwhile, a small V. Angered might creep close in the pre-dawn to rescue any captives if feasible. They bedded down in silence, men huddled with blankets while a ring of sentries kept watch. Jon found a place near a stunted pine, Ghost curled at his side. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by images of burning farms. He half-woke a dozen times, scanning the dark ridge for signs of movement. The wind moaned. Snow hissed. No alarm sounded. At last, the sky paled toward dawn, icy light revealing a blanket of new powder. Jon roused the men quietly, urging them to check weapons, ensure bows were strung. Morgan cracked his knuckles, exhaling steam. The plan was set. Rella's archers would flank the camp from the ridge's western side, Morgan's main cavalry from the east, Jon leading the center. They'd strike at first light, pinning the Freys. Silently, the force fanned out. Jon's heart hammered. He thought of how he'd never commanded a real open-field engagement, not like Robb had. But necessity guided him now. He crept forward with the center group stooped low behind a rise. Through the haze of falling flakes, he glimpsed the enemy tents scattered across a shallow hollow. Figures in fry-blue cloaks or battered mercenary leathers milled among smoldering fires. Horses were picketed at the fringes. Jon counted maybe 70 or 80 men visible, fewer than the rumored 100. Some might be scouting or rummaging in the area. Ghost crouched beside him, ears pricked. Morgan signaled from the east, a raised fist. Rella's archers hidden behind the ridge. Jon had to trust they were ready. At Jon's nod, a horn blast shattered the silence. The men rose from cover, surging down the slope. Jon spurred his horse, shouting, "For the north." The cry echoed. Ghost dashed ahead, a white streak. The Freys in the camp jerked awake, scrambling for weapons. Arrows whistled from the ridge, peppering tents and men. Horses whinnied in panic. A few Freys tried to form a shield wall, but their confusion was evident. Some mercenaries bolted, dashing for a half-frozen creek. Others fired crossbows wildly. Jon's cavalry crashed into them. Swords rang on shields. Morgan's roar boomed across the hollow as he cleaved a spear-wielding mercenary. Jon guided his horse around a struggling pair, slashing a Frey soldier in the back of the leg. The man went down screaming. Another swung at Jon's mount, but Ghost barreled into him, jaws closing on the soldier's arm. All around, chaos erupted. Rella's archers loosed volley after volley from the ridge, pinning any attempt to rally. A group of Freys tried to cluster behind an overturned wagon, crossbows braced. Manderly footmen charged them with raised shields. The crossbow bolts glanced off or struck wooden planks. Then steel crashed down. Blood splattered the snow. Jon spotted a group of Freys dragging what looked like villagers from a tent, perhaps hostages. They used them as human shields, shouting threats. Anger flared in Jon's chest. He spurred forward, barking, "Release them!" Arrows hissed overhead. The Freys cowered, one pressing a knife to a captive's throat. But then a Glover man flanked them, ramming into their side with a shield charge. The captive tore free, stumbling. The would-be captors reeled, and Jon slashed the knife man across the shoulder. The man shrieked, dropping his blade. Another tried to flee, but a Bear Island spear caught him in the gut. Cries filled the air, echoing off the white slopes. In minutes, the ambush was effectively decided. Some Freys surrendered or threw down weapons, kneeling in the red-stained snow. Others tried to run for the creek, only to be run down by Umbers on horseback. A handful of mercenaries stood their ground near a patch of boulders, but Rella's archers picked them off from a distance. The entire camp lay in ruin. Fires scattered tents, blood spattering the powder. Freed villagers stumbled about in shock. The northern men reined in, panting, eyes wild. Jon forced breath into his lungs, scanning for survivors. Ghost prowled among the bodies, growling at any movement. Morgan trotted up, covered in gore but grinning fiercely. "They're broken, my lord. Many dead, some captured. A few might have fled into the trees." Jon wiped spattered blood from his cheek, dismounting. "We'll gather the captives. Check for any more villagers. Triage the wounded." He glanced around at the carnage. The Freys had left them no choice, but the sight of so much blood churned his stomach. They fanned out. A Glover soldier found half a dozen villagers tied to a stake near the edge of camp. Another uncovered a battered old man cowering under a wagon. Jon knelt, urging gentle care for them. Meanwhile, the northern soldiers dragged Frey survivors to a central spot, forced them to kneel at sword point. The captured men trembled, some nursing injuries. Morgan, face set in anger, demanded to know their orders. One cowered. "We were told to harass the region, bring prisoners, maybe ransom them or force them to swear loyalty to the Freys. We didn't. We were only following Lord Walder's orders, we swear." "That's no excuse," Morgan growled. "You burned homes, butchered innocents." Jon stepped in, quiet steel in his tone. "Who commands you? Do you have an officer among you?" A wounded cell's word spat blood. "Ser Rewin Frey was in charge, but he's dead. That's him." He jerked his chin toward a corpse half buried in snow, a Frey tabard stained black with blood. "We were told to scout, spread fear, then link up with a bigger force in spring. The rest is—" He trailed off under Morgan's glare. Jon weighed the next step. They couldn't let these men go free to murder again. Some might have no direct guilt, but they aided a savage raid. "You'll be questioned," he said, voice cold. "Those who burned or killed will face justice. The rest might be spared if they show real remorse. But don't expect mercy. Not after what you've done." Morgan's jaw flexed. "They deserve the sword now, all of them." Jon remembered Ned's teachings, the difference between cold vengeance and true justice. "We'll question them first. If any hold knowledge of bigger plans, we need it. Then we pass sentence." Morgan gave a curt nod, though a muscle jumped in his jaw. The captives shuddered. They spent the rest of the morning clearing the camp, dousing fires, collecting salvageable supplies. A dozen villagers turned up, half-starved, traumatized. They wept in relief at the rescue. Jon's men shared bread, tended wounds as best they could in the bitter cold. Amid the wreckage, they found little of strategic value, just bedrolls, some crossbows, battered gear. Enough to confirm these Freys had planned a sustained raid. They discovered a single sealed letter in the dead Frey officer's belongings, naming him Ser Rewin Frey, instructing him to gather intelligence, coax or coerce the local villages to yield and hold them until larger reinforcements arrive with the thaw. Signed by some lesser Frey cousin. Proof that House Frey had begun open aggression, ignoring the parley's veneer of peace. Jon read the letter with grim satisfaction. Now they had undeniable evidence. If the crown tried to brand the North as aggressors, these words would speak louder. He folded it carefully, storing it in a pouch. We'll show this to White Harbor, to every northern house. The Freys can't hide behind false parley. The day wore on. By late afternoon, they had loaded the rescued villagers onto wagons taken from the Freys, along with any captured supplies. The dead were laid in a separate area. A quick head count revealed 3 dead from the north, a Mandalay knight, 2 mountain clan spearmen. Many more were wounded, though not too severely. The Freys had lost at least 30 men, with about 15 captured. The rest presumably fled. Jon consulted Morgan, Louise, and Rella about the next move. Should they chase the stragglers deeper into the wilds or return to the Dreadfort? Ultimately, they decided to lead the freed villagers to safety. Chasing a few scattered raiders into unknown forests might cost more lives. Their main objective was to break this raiding party. They'd succeeded. That night, they camped near the site, uneasy in the knowledge that corpses lay not far away. Snow kept falling, slowly burying the gore. Jon posted double guards, mindful that a few stray enemies might lurk. The rescued folk huddled around fires, tearfully thanking the men who saved them. In hushed corners, northern soldiers told them that the bastard of Winterfell, now Jon Stark, had avenged them. Some wept, others stared in wonder at Ghost, the dire wolf pacing among them. Jon lay by a small fire, Ghost's warmth at his side. Sleep came fitfully, weighed down by the savage memory of battle. But at least those innocents lived. That was reason enough to keep fighting. At dawn, they set out back west. The skies were leaden, promising more snow. The wind bit like a blade. Everyone moved slowly, stiff from the frigid night, from wounds or bruises. The prisoners marched in chains at the rear, guarded by Bear Island and Serwyn men. Some shivered uncontrollably, but none dared flee. They knew the land was harsh, and any attempt to escape would likely result in a swift arrow or a slow death by exposure. On the second day of travel, a small detachment from the Dreadfort met them, a mix of scouts and a donkey-drawn cart with medical supplies. Galbard had sent them after hearing partial tidings. The reinforcement helped transport the wounded. That night, Jon learned from the new arrivals that a handful of Frey outriders had been spotted near the White Knife, scurrying away as soon as they realized the North was onto them. The freed men near Four Stones likely belonged to that same infiltration route. The more Jon heard, the more certain he became that Walder Frey was testing the North's defenses, employing small raids to see if fear might unravel them. But fear had not undone them. Their swift victory over Ser Rewin's party proved the realm could unite. Finally, after another grueling day, they spied the Dreadfort's towers rising above the White Plains in the distance. Smoke curled from watchfires along the walls. Fresh footprints in the snow told of increased traffic. By the time they passed through the gates, the men were weary, battered, but triumphant. Onlookers crowded around to see the freed villagers, the battered prisoners in chains. Some began calling out curses at the Freys or cheers for House Stark. The captives huddled, heads lowered. Galbart greeted Jon in the courtyard, relief etched on his features. Ser Marlon Manderley was there too, helping some wounded dismount. Morgan parted from Jon's side, barking orders for the men to settle the wagons and see to the rescued folk. Rella led her archers to the stables, eyes sharp with leftover adrenaline. Ghost padded near Jon, muzzle flecked with dried blood. "You've done it," Galbart said softly. "And you've got the proof we needed of the Frey's real intentions?" Jon nodded. "We found a letter from their officer. Enough to show they planned raids. We lost a few men, but we saved those villagers. Freed a chunk of the Frey captives. Let them spread the word that the North does not bow." Galbart let out a heavy breath. "Good. We'll make that known to White Harbor, Carhold, Bear Island, everyone. House Frey can't claim innocence now." That night, a somber but victorious mood filled the battered hall. Men recounted the clash, each telling of a comrade's bravery or how the Freys folded under real resistance. The rescued villagers, shaken though they were, joined for a simple meal. They wept thanks for the bread and stew. Jon saw to it that the freed captives had a warm place to sleep. They'd likely want to return to their hamlets once it was safe. After Jon, Galbart, and Morgan convened in a smaller side chamber to question the Frey prisoners. Most cowered, claiming they were forced to do Walder's bidding. A few admitted they were promised gold and future land in the north if they subdued local villages. They pointed to Ser Rewin's letter as their guiding orders. None showed genuine remorse for the burning and kidnapping. Morgan argued for immediate execution. Galbart suggested some might be spared if they turned witness or offered deeper intelligence. In the end, Jon said, "Interrogate them thoroughly. If any can prove they never took part in killing or burning, we'll consider mercy, like exile. But the murderers must face punishment. We cannot look weak." They agreed. Morgan left, satisfied that justice would be swift for those who butchered innocents. Galbart oversaw more detailed questioning. Jon lingered, heart heavy. This was not a single skirmish. It was the opening note of a larger conflict. The Freys would not rest until the north was subdued or bled. A day later, letters flew from the Dreadfort to White Harbor, Bear Island, Carhold, and other northern seats. They detailed the Freys' aggression, the attempt to sow terror. Jon called for unity, urging each house to remain vigilant and stand with House Stark. Soon, ravens returned with pledged support or quiet dread. Lady Meage Mormont wrote that Bear Island would send more warriors if needed. Wyman Manderley replied with fury about the Frey's crimes, promising to add more men near the White Knife. Alice Karstark offered to join forces for a swift strike if more Frey raiders appeared. The North closed ranks. Jon steeled himself. War had begun even if the armies were small. The real question: would the Crown intervene on the Frey's behalf? Or wait until the roads thawed to send a southern legion? The messages from King's Landing remained contradictory. One letter threatened retribution if the North defied royal authority. Another implied Tommen might negotiate if they recognized him as overlord. No sign of consistency, possibly due to the chaos in the capital. In the midst of these swirling matters, the small volunteer force for the Wall departed. About 30 men, Grey Stark archers, a handful of Manderleys, a few from the mountain clans, rode out under the leadership of a cautious Serwyn knight. Jon gave them blessings, urging them to pass through Winterfell if possible. Gather any supplies Lady Mormont or Ser Roderick Forrester could spare. Then continue to Castle Black with a letter for Maester Aemon. It was not an army, but it was a gesture that the North still honored its vow to the Watch. When their column vanished into the pale morning light, Jon felt a pang. He hoped the others would remain quiet. The rest of the realm was too entangled in mortal feuds to face an inhuman threat. But at least some had gone to help. It was all he could manage for now. Then, one cold afternoon, a new surprise arrived at the gates of the Dreadfort. A small party of riders under a stark white banner, led by a woman with flame-red hair. From the ramparts, watchers recognized the Serwyn sigil alongside something less familiar, a swirling motif of a tree. They admitted them without alarm. Jon and Morgan hurried to the courtyard to greet them. The first rider was a tall, willowy figure in a heavy cloak. She dismounted gracefully, pulling back her hood. Jon's heart lurched in shock. There, in the dull winter light, stood Sansa Stark. He nearly stumbled forward, disbelieving. "Sansa," he managed, voice raw. Ghost bounded near, sniffing her boots. She gazed at him with wide blue eyes, face hollow from travel and old sorrow, but lit by relief. "Jon," she breathed. "They told me you'd taken the North, that you call yourself Stark. I had to see if it was true." Emotions flooded him. Sansa, alive here at the Dreadfort of all places. He gently clasped her arms. "How, when?" She glanced away, tears shining. "It's a long story. I escaped. After the fiasco in King's Landing, after everything. I found help in unexpected corners. Traveled north incognito. Word spread that you'd seized Winterfell from the Boltons and then the Dreadfort. I had to find you." Her voice shook. "Jon, you've done what Father would have wanted. Avenged our family, reclaimed the North. She pressed trembling lips together. I was so afraid all my kin were dead. Jon felt tears sting his own eyes. He pulled her into a careful embrace, mindful of her flinch. She smelled of cold wind and the faint perfume of some southern oil. You're safe now, he whispered, voice breaking. I feared the worst. She clung to him for a moment, then stepped back, swallowing. I'm here. I have news from the south, from the Vale, from other places. The realm is in turmoil. We must talk. She glanced around. This place, it's dreadful. But you hold it now. Jon nodded. Yes, we needed it to break the Boltons, secure the east. Sansa, there's so much to tell you too. Come inside. We'll find a warmer chamber. He guided her in. Morgan followed, eyebrows raised in shock, but said nothing. Cerwyn men cleared a path, and servants hastened to bring hot drinks. Sansa's companions included a few Vale guards, evidently, and a red-haired woman with a younger face who hovered protectively. Jon ushered them all to the lesser hall, stoking the hearth to life. Sansa sank onto a bench, exhaling slowly. Jon, I traveled with a group from the Vale, men loyal to Peter Baelish at first, but we parted ways when I realized his twisted ambitions. Some Cerwyn men found me wandering near a safe path, recognized me from my mother's tully hair. Can you believe it? They guided me here. I've used false names, hidden in villages. This is the first time I can breathe freely. Jon knelt beside her, ignoring Ghost's curious sniff at her skirt. You're home, or near enough. We hold the Dreadfort, but Winterfell is ours too in spirit. The Boltons are gone. Sansa, is it truly you? So much. She laughed, a shaky sound. It's me. Not the girl you knew, but the same blood. I heard rumors that you claimed father's name, that you're no longer a Snow, that half the realm calls you the new warden or king in the north. What are you, truly? He exhaled. I suppose I'm just Jon, but I had no choice. The north needed leadership after Robb died. I broke my vows to the Night's Watch to stop the Boltons. We retook Winterfell, then came here to break their seat of power. The houses have rallied behind me. Sansa's eyes glimmered with tears. Father would be proud, I think. Robb too. She swallowed. I only wish I could have seen Mother's face if she knew you'd unify the North like this. She loved you in her own distant way, though it never seemed so. Jon pressed her hand gently. We've lost so much, but you're here now. We must hold on to that. She gave a tremulous nod. Then her gaze hardened with memory. Listen, Jon. The Lannisters are fracturing, yes, but the Freys remain close to them. And Peter Baelish meddles everywhere. He might come north if he thinks he can gain power. He manipulated the Vale Lords. Some still follow him, though a few see him for the snake he is. The Tully lands remain under Frey control in name, though rebellions spark. Jon digested that. So the threat might come from multiple angles. Good to know. We're already facing Frey raids. We crushed one. They plan more in spring. Now we must watch out for Littlefinger as well. She nodded. Yes, he hungers for alliances. If he sees you as an obstacle, he might try subterfuge. Or if he sees you as an ally to exploit, that's another snare. Be careful. Jon ran a hand over his face, exhaustion creeping in. We will be. Thank you. For now, rest. You're safe with us. Sansa closed her eyes, tears slipping free. Thank you, she whispered. I never thought I'd see family again. Is Arya or Bran? Jon's throat constricted. I don't know. Arya vanished after father's execution. Bran and Rickon were rumored dead, but we suspect they might have escaped. No word for certain. He pressed her hand again. We'll keep hoping. She wiped her cheeks and squared her shoulders. Then let's restore Winterfell fully, so they have a home to return to. Let's show the realm how Stark still lives. He nodded, emotion thick. Yes, we will. In the following days, Sansa found a place in the Dreadfort's routines, though she disliked the grim aura of the old Bolton seat. She spent hours speaking with lords and ladies of the North, gleaning the shape of the realm's alliances, offering counsel on the southern courts. Many recognized her as Ned Stark's trueborn daughter, a living symbol of the old line. Her presence bolstered morale. Some whispered that if Jon was uncertain about a marriage alliance, maybe Sansa could wed some key lord. But Jon dismissed such gossip. Sansa had endured enough forced betrothals. Let her find her own path. Still, her reemergence changed the dynamic. Now the North had two Starks leading, Jon as the martial figure, Sansa as the graceful lady. Freed villagers and scions of lesser houses found reassurance in seeing them united. Meanwhile, ravens from White Harbor, Bear Island, and Carhold expressed astonished joy that a trueborn Stark daughter lived. Sansa soon corresponded with them, forging deeper bonds. Of course, not all tidings were bright. Another raven from the Wall mentioned whites sighted near a wildling encampment. The night's watch was stretched thin. Jon raged quietly at the southern distractions that left this greater threat unheeded. But he could do little more than pray the small contingent he sent would help. News of the defeated Frey raid spread fast. Several minor houses that wavered now pledged themselves to House Stark, seeing that the bastard of Winterfell had the will to defend them. The crown's threats rang hollow, overshadowed by winter's snows and the memory of the Red Wedding. If King Tommen tried to muster an army, it would come too slowly, hamper itself in the neck, and face Moat Cailin. Or so the North believed. One mid-afternoon, Sansa joined Jon in the solar, sifting through more letters. Ghost dozed near the hearth. Sansa's cheeks were flushed from a walk in the courtyard, but her voice remained cool. "Jon, we keep receiving polite inquiries from lesser lords about your intentions for a formal coronation. Some say you should be crowned king in the north, as Robb was." Jon frowned. "I never sought a crown. Our war is about defending the realm, not playing at monarchy." Sansa touched his arm gently. "I know, but men look for symbols. If you truly aim to fill the void Robb left, some might want you crowned. Others might press me to be queen. It's a swirl of demands. Without a unifying title, the crown might see us as rebels. With it, we stand as a free kingdom beyond their reach, a statement that the North is truly independent." He rubbed his temples. "I understand the argument, but a crown didn't save Robb from betrayal. And I'm not sure we want to provoke the entire South more than we have. Right now, we control the North practically, if not officially. That might be enough." She nodded. "Perhaps. I only mention it so you're not blindsided. The next time a house arrives, they might bring a circlet of bronze and demand you put it on." She smirked faintly. "I recall how father disliked pomp. Maybe we share the trait." Jon let out a soft laugh. "Yes, father certainly did. Let's hold off for now. If the war escalates, we might have no choice but to name a king. But until then, let's gather strength quietly." Time slipped by. The Dreadfort's yards saw new arrivals daily, refugees from outlying hamlets, a trickle of warriors from the mountain clans, supply wagons from White Harbor. Sansa busied herself helping the women reorganize sleeping spaces or comforting traumatized families. Jon rode out occasionally with patrols, ensuring no more Frey raiders lurked. The only excitement was a small skirmish with outlaws near the Pine Hills, swiftly quelled. And then, as winter's grip tightened, a raven arrived from White Harbor, stamped with Wyman Manderley's personal seal. Jon read it, heart-pounding. Wyman had learned of a possible gathering of Frey forces south of Moat Cailin, but also rumored that House Tully loyalists in the Riverlands might be preparing to strike the Freys from behind. It was uncertain, no proof yet. The letter ended with an offer. If Jon wanted to meet personally in White Harbor, Wyman was prepared to host a council of northern lords to plan next steps. Jon considered the invitation. Sansa urged him to accept. Morgan was torn, not wanting to leave the Dread Fort underdefended. But eventually, they agreed that uniting the lords in White Harbor could be crucial, especially if the Freys or the Crown readied a bigger offensive. Sansa proposed to accompany him, hoping to strengthen alliances. They bring a moderate escort, leave Morgan and Galbart to keep the fortress secure. Louis Riswell could join them to represent the Dreadfort's new leadership. So they prepared to depart in a few days after finalizing watchers on each approach. Sansa was anxious about traveling in midwinter, but White Harbor's roads were rumored more passable. The route along the White Knife might be partially iced, but with local guides they could manage. On the eve of departure, they gathered in the Lesser Hall. A hush lay over the men, many worried about splitting their leadership. But Jon reassured them he'd return soon with new allies, hopefully dispelling the threat of a larger Frey invasion. The next morning, Sansa joined him in the courtyard. She wore thick furs, a hood lined with wolf pelt that Morgan had insisted she take as a sign of her birthright. Ghosts leapt around them, bounding in the fresh snow, tail high. A small group of 50 riders formed. Manderleys, Serwans, a few Bear Islanders, and Risswell men. They loaded supplies onto 2 wagons. Sansa's expression flickered with determination as she gazed up at the towers. She confided in Jon, "I never imagined I'd be relieved to leave the Dref Fort, but I am. This place holds too many grim echoes." Jon silently agreed. In truth, he was also eager for a respite from the fortress's oppressive gloom. But part of him worried about stepping away. War might come at any time. Yet if they forged a stronger coalition in White Harbor, it could be the best move. With horns echoing off the frosted walls, the party set forth. Morgan and Galbart stood by the gates, bidding them farewell. Louis Risswell rode near Jon, scanning the horizon for threats. Sansa's horse trotted with a steady gait, her posture regal despite the cold. Ghost trotted at the column's flank, nose to the wind as if searching for distant scents. They traveled east, then south, hugging the White Knife's half-frozen banks. The pace was slow, but better than forging cross-country. Along the way, they stopped at scattered hamlets, receiving courtesy from small folk who recognized the Stark name. A few even pressed gifts of salted fish or coarse bread upon Sansa, tears in their eyes at seeing a true-born Stark daughter. Sansa murmured gracious thanks each time, her voice trembling with unspoken emotion. As they neared White Harbor, the land flattened. The river grew brackish in places. On the 5th day, they glimpsed tall walls in the distance, rising from the gray morning, the banners of House Manderley flapping in the wind. White Harbor's towers cast faint shadows on the snowy plain. Jon felt a tightness in his chest. This was the largest city in the north, a vital port and home to a family that had so fervently supported him. Arriving with Sansa at his side might seal the impression that House Stark's resurgence was real, not a rumor. The gates opened at their approach. Guards in Merman livery called out greetings. The travelers entered beneath the stone arch, marveling at White Harbor's cobbled streets, the bustle of shops half buried in snowbanks. Men in thick cloaks trudged about, carrying crates or leading sledges. Despite the cold, the city felt vibrant compared to the bleak hush of the Dread Fort. Led by Manderley escorts, they traversed winding roads to the new castle, House Manderley's stronghold. Ramparts bristled with watchmen. Entering the courtyard, Jon dismounted, helping Sansa from her horse. Ghost shook off snow, ears perked. A steward hurried forth. "Lord Jon Stark, Lady Sansa Stark, welcome," he said, bowing. "Lord Wyman awaits you in the Great Hall." Jon thanked him. They followed, flanked by Risswell men carrying standards. Inside, warmth enveloped them, a welcome change from the biting wind. The corridor led to a broad hall with carved pillars lit by iron candelabras. At the far end, upon a cushioned seat, sat Lord Wyman Manderley, massive of girth, cheeks pink from the heat of a roaring fire. He struggled to his feet with a beaming smile, arms open wide. "Jon Stark." His voice boomed, echoing off the stone. "And Lady Sansa, by the gods, you grace my hall. We heard rumors but never dreamed it was true. Come, come. You are most welcome." Jon inclined his head respectfully. "Lord Wyman, thank you for hosting us. You have my gratitude. The North stands stronger because of you." Wyman's face crinkled in joy. "No, my lord, it's House Stark that unites us. And Lady Sansa, your mother's mirror, oh, I see it. I knew Catelyn Tully well. My heart aches she isn't here to see you return to us. But come, let me greet you properly." They stepped forward. Wyman seized Jon's hand in a meaty grip, then turned to Sansa, bowing as low as his bulk allowed. Sansa curtsied in response, voice trembling with emotion. "Lord Wyman, your kindness precedes you. Thank you for welcoming me, for believing in my brother." He beamed. Of course, of course. Now enough cold. Sit by the hearth, warm yourselves. We've a modest feast prepared. We can talk of alliances, of the Frey's outrages, of King Tommen's demands. But first, let us be glad you are safe." He lowered his voice. "The people will rejoice to see more Starks alive. A blessing in these dark times." Jon and Sansa exchanged a glance. She smiled faintly, relief shining in her eyes. They followed Wyman deeper into the hall, guards peeling away to find lodging. Ghost prowled after them, drawing curious stares from Manderley knights. Thus began their stay in White Harbor. Over the next days, Wyman convened a gathering of local lords, knights, and burghers. Jon presented the Frey letter from the dead raider, proving they waged clandestine war. Wyman raged openly, calling for a strong northern response. Others murmured that the crown might still intervene, but Sansa's presence gave the sense of rightful rule. She spoke eloquently about the need to protect small folk from further atrocities, how the Red Wedding's memory demanded the North stand united. The hall resonated with agreement. Many pressed Jon to assume the title of king in the North to sever all ties with King's Landing. Sansa suggested caution, repeating the stance they had in the Drefort. Wyman slyly said that if war was certain, a king might rally the realm more effectively. But no final decision was made. For the moment, they formed a coalition. Moat Cailin would be reinforced by more men from White Harbor, the Mandalay Navy would patrol the eastern coast, and word would be sent across the north to gather supplies in case spring brought a Frey or Crown army. Meanwhile, Sansa dazzled some courtiers with her serene composure, though Jon saw the flickers of pain behind her eyes. The memories of King's Landing, of forced betrothals, weighed on her. She avoided talk of marriage alliances for herself, but rumors sparked that the Vale Lords might come to her aid if she asked. Possibly she retained some claim to the Eyrie. Willa Mandoley, Wyman's granddaughter, made her presence known as well. A polite, earnest young woman with large, curious eyes. She lingered near Jon in conversation, praising his bravery, offering compliments that bordered on shy flirtation. Sansa watched with an amused but gentle expression, occasionally steering Willa toward topics beyond flattery. Jon found himself awkwardly appreciative yet anxious. The North expected such a match, perhaps. He was no closer to deciding. On the fourth night, Wyman hosted a modest feast in the city's main hall, inviting local merchants and lesser lords. The hall glowed with candlelight, tapestries of undersea motifs. Servants poured ale into carved wooden cups. The air crackled with energy, men exchanging stories of the freed raid or speculating on what the spring might bring. Jon sat at Wyman's right, Sansa at Wyman's left, Ghost lying under the table. The meal was richer than anything at the Dreadfort: fish pies, roast mutton, hearty bread, even some fruit preserves from a southern trade ship. Musicians played softly in a corner, though the usual White Harbor revelry was subdued by the knowledge of looming war. At one point, Wyman raised a toast to House Stark, urging the hall to stand and salute Sansa's return. All did so, voices echoing, "The North remembers." Sansa blinked back tears, curtsying slightly. At the height of the feast, a messenger rushed in, breathless. He bowed at Wyman's feet, half out of breath. "My lord, news from the south, urgent." He glanced at Jon and Sansa, swallowing. A large Frey host, 2,000 or more, gathers near the twins, rumored to be heading for Moat Cailin once the snow's thin. They've hammered out in accord with a band of southern Sel's words, maybe some crown men, though uncertain. People speak of a campaign to bring the bastard of Winterfell to heel. A hush fell across the hall. Hearts thumped, tension spiking. Jon stood slowly, every muscle taut. Sansa rose beside him, face pale. Wyman clutched the arms of his seat, looking grave. "So it begins," Wyman murmured. 2,000, you say? With more to come, no doubt, if the crown invests in it. The winter roads hamper them, but eventually they may break through. Jon exchanged a glance with Sansa. War was indeed at their doorstep. He cleared his throat, voice carrying in the sudden silence. "Then we must rally as we planned. Send immediate riders to Moat Cailin, to Bear Island, to Carhold, to the Dreadfort. The Freys won't catch us unprepared. Let them come. They'll find a united North." Shouts of approval rippled through the hall. Men slammed cups on tables, swearing defiance. Sansa lifted her chin, lips pressed tight. Jon noticed her trembling hand, laid his over it gently. She steadied. Wyman nodded fiercely. "Yes. We seal off the neck, man the towers. If they want to march, they'll face storms, hunger, the ruin of Moat Cailin, and thousands of northerners. We'll not be guests they can butcher in some red wedding. We'll be wolves on the field." Outside, the wind howled across White Harbor's walls. The final veil of peace had been lifted. War loomed, a confrontation that might decide if the North truly stood free or succumbed to the crown's might. But Jon saw no fear in his companion's eyes, only grim resolution. They had come too far to kneel. As night deepened, Sansa drew close, murmuring so only Jon could hear, "We can't lose. Not after all we've suffered. Father, mother. Robb. We must stand." Jon squeezed her hand gently. "We will. The Freys want to bring the North to heel. We'll show them we're no broken thing. We're Stark and Winter is our ally." She nodded, tears glistening in determination. The flickering candles cast shadows across their features, but in their eyes burned the memory of Ned Stark's quiet strength. Beyond the hall's arches, snow fell gently over White Harbor, heralding the final days before the coming storm. And if the crown or the Freys believed the North was too divided to stand, they would soon learn otherwise.